Right, okay, we're live, and we're talking about something other than Brexit, probably. No, of course, Brexit. So, hello guys, how you doing?
Doing fine.
Hello.
Everyone is awkward. Who speaks first?
Okay.
I'm enjoying the smell of freedom.
Yes. So, okay, let's start one by one. Who is actually here? Dr. Random Cam, what's your opinion on this?
I'm happy. It took me a while to come down hardline on leave, but I got there in the end, and I'm glad. And I'm glad we didn't fall for the propaganda that was getting shoved into every orifice.
So, why exactly did you come down hardline on leave then?
Well, I don't understand politics. I've never pretended to understand politics, but I know bullshit when I hear it. And I've barely heard a thing from the Remain camp, from the Remain camp, other than fear and lies and name calling, which is all too familiar at this point. You know.
I think I do agree that a lot of people probably responded very badly to just the attitude of the Remain camp. I think the dismissive way that they dealt with the people who wanted to leave, I think that really pissed off a lot of neutrals.
Well, this is why Donald Trump is successful. It's because they act so high and mighty, and they also fabricate a lot of bullshit instead of just sticking to opinions.
Mm.
And I think this is what happened with the Brexit campaign. I mean, some of the anti-leave propaganda were just so cringe-worthy. You know, it's like, oh, if you leave, you will destroy Europe. Like Britain will fall. And,
Yeah, that's not considered a threat at all.
You will fall so hard you will find Atlantis. You know.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't have any problem if the EU sort of dissipates tomorrow. I don't think it's a net loss.
And then the Chinese will arrive.
Yeah.
And the Chinese, with their economy, are going to purchase Europe.
No, it's Putin and his shadow warfare.
No, the United States. They will be.
What do you think of this? I haven't. I'm really tired, by the way. So I was up fucking all night last night. But it seems important to talk about, and we'll go through a bunch of articles and stuff that people have been saying in a minute. But yeah, Arch, what's your opinion on this whole thing been so far?
Oh, of course, as a Norwegian, I don't really have a horse in the race since I'm not part of the EU. But
Well, just before you carry on, I mean, they did kind of give over a bunch of new powers to the EU, didn't they? Very recently.
Regulation powers in our banking system.
Right. Okay. I actually didn't have time to look into it, but I just saw the headlines going around. Like, that's something to investigate. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead, please.
No, for me, it's just funny. I mean, Norwegian newspapers are already. They are the social justice version of news, and they are having an absolute fit over this. Reading the headlines, you'd think that Britain is in open revolt at the moment with armed mobs of thugs running through the streets.
Really?
Oh, it's beautiful. Like, you have article headlines like, Youths rage against Brexit. They've stolen our future, blah, 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 blah. It's wonderful.
I like how the Romanian journalists are saying the impact of Britain leaving the EU is going to have devastating consequences upon the Romanian economy. And then the Romanian president comes on and goes like, he regrets the vote that British people took. However, he believes that the impact on Romania is going to be really small, and he respects British democracy and he thinks it's their right to leave if they so desire.
It's very good of them.
Yeah, that sounds bold, big. But this is one thing that we saw very much. Obviously, everyone was screaming about the pound. I'm just going to get it up because I think it may have not been as bad as everyone thinks.
When you look at the long-term sort of history of the pound, yeah, it may be at an all-time low, but it's not an all-time slump.
Yeah,
that was the crash of 2008, I think.
Yeah, of course the pound was going to go down.
I'm just going to share my screen a second, just to show everyone that I think this has been slightly overblown somewhat. You can see that pound and shares soar as Brexit fears ease as it happened. And I think this is probably to do with a Bank of England statement that was put out saying, "Look, we've prepared for this and it'll be okay." But,
yeah. Well, you haven't left the EU yet.
No.
You need to remember that. A lot of people are going to wait to see the deals that are going to be made, like how exactly you will leave and what does that mean. Because honestly, you can just leave the EU but have deals like Norway that technically the EU still has control over your country in a slight degree, you know.
And any sort of rumours that sort of the government might sort of veto the vote was sort of quashed when Cameron resigned. That was nice of him, wasn't it?
Oh my God, yeah.
Surprising.
Well, no, I do think he was going to resign. There was no way he would have stood enough after this. You know, he banked his entire political career on the fact that the referendum won't go through, and it did.
I'm going to show you the Google thing. This is obviously what happened at 8 a.m. and it dropped by a huge amount, but it's apparently gone to it's not an unreasonable level compared to what it started with. I mean, you know, I don't know how any of this affects anything, but this is what people are complaining about. Has been a massive drop, and it's like, well, it hasn't been that bad. You know, at least according to Google Finance. I mean, I don't know whether they're correct or not.
Well, you get Patreon money in sweet dollars anyway, so.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually advantageous to me if this happens, but I would rather it not happen, obviously.
Well, it was unavoidable that the market would take some sort of hit over this.
Of course it was.
Nobody thought that wouldn't happen, but the headline saying the British pound is falling by massive amounts, no, not really.
Yeah, and it's not something that won't come back, evidently. You know, and if, in fact, if you guys, you know, if people start taking such a sort of a hysterical tacker with it, if the overwhelming consensus was just like, no, we'll be okay, then what would there be panicking about? You know, there wouldn't be any panicking. People wouldn't be like, you know, running around. It would be something that we could then take a bit more of a long view of, rather than just rushing around like our hair's on fire or something.
Well, I guess this is kind of the aha moment of the press, where they can, you know, try to justify their fear-mongering earlier by going like, aha, I told you! I told you the British pound would dive, and voila.
You know, like, people don't understand how currency works. In order for the pound to die, you need like massive amounts of investors to just take away their money from the banks and switch from pound to the dollar or to the yen or whatnot. And that's not happening. You know, and I asked Thunderfoot why. It's like, are you going to take your money from the British banks, right? Because he was really against the European Union. And he said, like, no, because eventually the pound will bounce back up. Like, well, there you go. You know, most people do think like that.
Granted, quite a few people have apparently been exchanging the British pound for foreign currency again, but judging by the drop in the currency's value, it's been a very small one. Unless this continues for weeks, I don't think there's anything to fear at the moment.
Yeah, this is like panic buying on some kind of larger scale.
Precisely.
Yeah, so I guess, Mike, I take it you've used Facebook and whatnot, right?
I don't use Facebook much.
But
I've sort of abandoned it. I'm still on Twitter and shit.
Because I'm seeing my Facebook friends, and these are like old real life friends, reacting very negatively to this, because a lot of them are very pro-Remain, and they're just really emotionally invested in this. Like they're getting really upset. I mean, I've seen people saying, you know, I feel physically sick, and things like this, and I'm just like, Christ Almighty, you know, they're acting like this is, like, I don't know, like we've declared war on fucking France or something, you know?
You're holding EU hostage.
Well, that's what a lot of people are saying. It's like, well, not quite that way, but it's just like, come on, guys, this is just getting childish, isn't it? You know,
That's the article I'm reading. Like, UK is holding European Union Parliament leaders. We want Britain out as soon as possible. President Martin Schulz says speeding the UK exit being considered after continent taken hostage because of Tory party fight. This is on The Guardian.
I think that's a lot of the reason why people are feeling so emotional about it, because the newspapers are constantly throwing out the most ridiculous statements now.
I can't think what else they've got invested in it, other than slightly cheaper holidays on the continent. Their argument was always, I mean, they knew they were talking about poor working class people, but they tried to bring us round by saying, hey, it will be cheaper. There'll be more money, little poor people. Vote Remain and you'll have more money. And they all went, we don't fucking care about the money. We want our own country.
Well, that was exactly it. It was all arguments from pragmatism. It's like, we know it's not great, but it's just easier and we'll make more money. It's like, well, look, we're talking about a macro historical event here. I'd rather base it on the most important and fundamental principles, because then at least we're setting the firm foundation for what we know is going to be a long future decision. You know?
It's like the argument Thunderfoot had last night. You know, it could boil down to you can use money to buy sovereignty. Like, no, you can't. You know, you shouldn't be able to sell sovereignty.
No, and that's the thing. I wouldn't sell my sovereignty so cheaply, even if I did. You know, I'd have much more stringent requirements.
George Soros apparently made an interview. It's called. There's an article. Soros.
Do you want to share the screen and show? Have a look.
Yeah. By the way, there's someone that has his microphone open and I can hear myself in it.
It's probably me. Hang on, I'll fix it.
So apparently, ghoulish Soros looks to set $1 million on killing Brexit results. I normally don't go to juvenile level of pointing out the guy's face, but man, look at him. Isn't he like Emperor Palpatine decomposing in that chair or something like that?
Yeah, he's horrible.
Like the Emperor of Mankind.
To behold.
Yeah, the Emperor of Mankind starting to, die as he sits on that chair. Jesus. George Soros may be getting rich on an implosion in British markets again. The landmark vote in the UK to leave the European Union has rocketed global markets, sending the British pound at minus 7.5 to its lowest level in 30 years. Futures for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, minus 2.85, plunge as much as 700 points. Okay, I'm not an economist, so I don't know what this necessarily means. I just assume that it's bad. It is precisely the scenario of which George Soros warned last week. Like, how exactly can you say this is a bad scenario by looking one day at it? You know, a week hasn't passed. Britain hasn't even left the EU yet. How do you know this thing won't bounce back?
Well, that's the kind of the point of the whole thing, isn't it? It's the fear. Like I said, this is basically the Remain side's chance to fearmonger as hard as possible, in the hopes that maybe something will happen.
Yeah, fear-mongering the market to actually lead it to collapse. It's like, if you make people believe that the British pound really is unstable, people will change their British pound to the dollar, and then it will actually cause the British pound to be unstable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is what I was saying earlier. If you all just calm down, things would probably be a lot less bad than they would be if you panicked. I mean, panicking never helps anything.
Yeah, it's the same with the housing crisis. You know, if you make people believe that in 1 year the prices for housings will drop dramatically, some people will be inclined to sell their house cheaper than they would normally have, and it will actually do cause the market to. And there are laws in some countries where you can't start rumors about the market like this. You know, absolute fake rumors to cause the stock market to flip one way or another, and it's precisely because of this. Because you don't want fear-mongering. You're artificially damaging the system. And there's millions of articles like this, by the way, throughout the world. I even saw in Romania, like, oh, the British pound is going down. Oh, take our money, take our money.
Oh, yeah, everywhere. But it's really, again, it's because now they have a thing they really can point towards and go like, aha, instead of previously it was just random nonsense like, oh my god, if we leave, the Nazis will take over, etc. Even Thunderfoot was talking about this, the right-wing popularists.
Yeah. And by the way, the right-wing popularists mostly voted to remain. In early electronics trade Friday, gold futures, plus 4.59%, stamped to their highest level in 2 years. Although they've cooled somewhat, the yellow metal was still at blah, blah, blah. Soros bought some 19 million shares in gold miner Barrick Gold Corporation in the first quarter. According to recent public findings, he also bought a large stake in silver-focused mining operations. Jesus Christ, it's like this guy owns shit throughout the world. And Soros might not be the only prominent investor making out like a bandit.
No shit.
Well, yeah, you know, there's a lot of people profiting from this chaos. Dukuen's capital Stanley Druckelmeiler, a former Soros associate, and Paul Stinger, head of the Elliott management, have been advocating buying gold to guard against market shocks. Soros' exact position isn't known because his public filings only offer a snapshot of his long investments. So basically, he had the backup plan exactly in case this happens, and he immediately starts profiting from the the small-time market crash in order to purchase a lot of shit.
Well, that's exactly what people like him do, isn't it? I mean, that's their jobs.
Yeah.
So, it's just the nature of the beast. We can't really single out Soros for that.
But look at this. The EU Parliament leader. We want Britain out as soon as possible.
Hell yeah.
President Martin Schulz says speeding up of UK exit being considered after continent taken hostage because of Tory party fight.
Well, hang on. Isn't that just a demonstration of why the EU demands conformity?
Yeah.
If that's how they view it, then everyone has to do as they fucking say, or else they're literally holding the entire continent hostage. It's a good reason not to be part of the fucking EU.
Yeah, there's two things here. Number one, it's not a Tory party fight. The British people have spoken. And you can't say, well, only 5 million British went to that referendum. No. Record numbers of Brits have went there.
This was a massive issue that almost everyone had a really strong opinion on.
Yeah, and they have spoken. So you can't really say, oh, well, some Brits. And the second thing is the continent taken hostage according to whom? Did you make some polls? Did you make a referendum asking me, for instance? Because I see the president of Romania saying, oh, no, it's fine, we respect the Brits and it's their decision and blah, blah, blah. So why do you say the continent is being taken hostage?
Well, I think they are sort of afraid of other countries following, so they start fear-mongering to stop that from happening.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. They're not journalists. This is the leader of the Parliament of the EU. He should not fearmonger anyone.
Yeah, but it's all ideological with them, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
If they think they can get away with their pretty much their whole fucking campaign from top to bottom being, if you disagree with us, you're all racists. If those people get in power, a few generations down the line, that turns into, if you disagree with us, you're racist who deserve to go to the fucking gas chambers. This is how it starts. If they think it's justifiable to hold a continent hostage on because they're all racists, then that's power and evil combining.
I think that would be quite interesting, actually, seeing the EU's reaction to this, because it'll be really telling of their positions on just that. How badly will they be trying to screw over Britain for this?
See, screwing over Britain is a two-way street, because people don't do trade because it's beneficial for the party getting the trade. It's beneficial for both parties. And it's the same when they imposed sanctions on Russia. It affected the European Union because, well, now Russia can't trade with you, but you can't trade with Russia either. So you're missing out a good part of trade. It's beneficial for both parties involved.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue, isn't it? How badly does the EU want to punish Britain for having the gall, the audacity to think for itself?
Well, again, I keep describing the EU as an imperial project, and this is why. You can't take punitive measures against a confederate, an ally, who is deciding to leave an alliance. And they're not looking at it in the fucking right way, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, imagine this way: if Romania would have left NATO, do you think the other NATO countries would be like, you will see how worse off you are without us? We shall encourage now the Russians to attack you, so you can realize the error of their ways.
Yeah.
So a senior EU leader has confirmed the bloc wants Britain out as soon as possible, warning that David Cameron's decision to delay the start of Brexit negotiations until his successor is in place may not be fast enough. Now,
too damn bad.
No, honestly, you need to delay the Brexit negotiations in order to get the best deal possible. You need to have clear heads on this. But not only that, Cameron realized he does not have the will of the people anymore. So how can he sign the contract for leaving the EU if he doesn't represent the people?
Yeah, basically. There now has to be a government that does it.
Yeah. Martin Schulz, the president of the EU Parliament, told The Guardian that EU lawyers were studying whether it was possible to speed up the triggering of the Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty, the untested procedure for leaving the Union. As the EU's intuition scrambled to respond to the body blow of Britain's exit, Schulz said uncertainty was the opposite of what we need, adding that it was difficult to accept a whole continent is taken hostage because of an internal fight in the Tories party. Taken hostage where? It's a little island. They can't hold all the countries. I doubt it was it is only in the hands of the government of the UK. We have to take note of this unilateral declaration that they want to wait until October, but that must not be the last word. So I guess they just want to like, see, you're not quitting, we're firing you.
Pretty much.
Cameron said in his resignation speech on Friday morning it would be up to his successor, expected to be appointed before the Conservative Party conference in October, to trigger Article 50. Once that is done, the clock starts running on 2 years of negotiations. Boris Johnson, the former mayor of London and a leading Leave campaigner, said there should be no haste in the preparations for the exit of Britain, the first sovereign country to vote to leave the Union. Well, and I agree, like, this is an important decision. Why would you want to rush it? Like, the EU should also want to keep trading with Britain. I mean,
well, I think they're very afraid that at one point the EU, will have to acknowledge that Britain is doing better without it, and I think they want this to go as badly wrong as possible.
Is that you echoing?
No. This,
Me? You normally have your mic on quite high. But someone's causing an echo there.
I don't think it's me. I have headphones.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
I have headphones in too. Who doesn't have headphones? Mike. Arch.
Yeah, I don't have speakers at all, so.
Okay. Mike. You're looking guilty. Right. Sorry. Go ahead, Griffiths. Sorry.
Well, no. It's just that I think that they're very afraid that Britain is going to leave and then going to do a whole lot better without the EU. So I think they would find it more beneficial if they completely fall on their faces to prevent the domino effect of other countries leaving. Because I've heard that the Dutch, this populist party that we have here, they're calling for a referendum. Turkey is now calling for a referendum to stop negotiations with the EU. And Le Front National from Marine Le Pen is also calling for a referendum.
So I think from the list you've given us, the Dutch are the most likely to get a referendum. What do you reckon? How Eurosceptic are the Dutch?
Well, we had a referendum regarding the Ukraine trade deal, which the Dutch voted against, and then Europe swiped it completely off of the table. They even voted against debating it. So our government is quite in trouble with that right now. They don't seem to really like the EU, but as in any other country, the fear-mongering of what will happen if we leave the EU, that still has a pretty strong effect, especially since we're way more in this than Britain is. I honestly don't know how that would end.
Me either, but I'm not really that surprised the Dutch are the most sort of. They're not generally in favour of the EU just on a sort of personal level. That doesn't surprise me at all.
No, they're quite stubborn.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'd expect. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so
unacceptable. It's not how a parliament should act. I just don't understand why they are thinking they can get away with this because, they're just showing you can't leave. We're afraid of you leaving, so you're not allowed. I mean, this isn't a trade agreement anymore. It's just, as you put it, an empire.
With the efforts being now made to try and show that this is a bad idea. Like, probably one of the reasons why they want to hurry up the negotiations, hoping that Britain will fuck up in some way so they can go, again, aha.
Yeah. I mean, look at Britain. When Scots wanted to leave, it's like, it's fine if you want to leave. That's okay. Have your referendum. We're going to see. with the EU, it's like, you're holding the entire continent hostage. You're racist. You're going to bring on the aliens upon us.
It's been quite amazing hearing how awful the British public is. It's the most incredible thing. Like, there are so many bitter middle class people who are just like, no, you're so selfish. It's like, really, we're not the ones who are arguing for cheaper groceries. You know, you were the ones arguing that we should sell out the principles of our democracy on the benefit that we'll have more money. I mean, you sound like the really selfish ones here, in my opinion. You know, these people are trying to hand down fucking democracy to their children, which, I mean, at least the baby boomers were good for something. You know, I didn't think they were going to be good for anything. Who knew?
Well, I do see that if you look at my country with the middle class, upper middle class, there is this elitist culture of, you know, if you are intelligent and well educated, you are pro-EU. It's cultural as well.
Yeah, we have it in Romania as well. Like, if you're against the EU, you're just idiot by default, and you're probably with Russia.
Yeah. in this country, it's very much the exact same thing. The people who fancy themselves as the intelligentsia definitely think, oh, pro, but that's because their jobs aren't being threatened. And in fact, many of them are being subsidized by the EU. Many of their jobs are because of the EU, in some way, direct or indirect. So, you know, I can't help but feel that's kind of what you guys would say, isn't it? I'm annoyed at the idea that they're trying to... They try to frame it as anti-intellectualism, which I think is incredibly conceited in and of itself, but also just a deliberate smokescreen to avoid the real point, is that they are not being intellectuals when they argue to remain in the EU, in my opinion. They always argue from emotion of like, yeah, but we're stronger in, it'll just be better, it's united Europe, and so, yeah, but you're not asking yourself what that actually means, what that looks like, you know? Yeah. It looks bad.
Over here, that has been so counterproductive. You see that the lower classes are, you know, rallying themselves behind populist parties, and a lot of them also happen to be anti-EU or EU skeptics. And you see that a lot of it just comes from a frustration. They feel disconnected with the higher classes and the government, and so they go to, you know, for instance, the Dutch Freedom Party to represent them. And what you see is that the moment people start talking of, oh, you're just not educated enough, you don't get it, then that basically enforces that effect, because they'll feel even more disconnected from those elitists than they did before.
Yeah, they do have a great deal of contempt for them. I mean, that's one of the things that really annoys me about the middle class in Britain, at least, is that there is a definite contempt for the working class. And it's just like, look, you've got to understand they're voting in their interests, which is entirely rational. You know, you can't suggest that they're doing the wrong thing by doing that. You know.
How much percent do you think the immigration had an impact on the referendum?
Oh, huge, probably.
I'm thinking that as well. You know, I think the immigration is the most blatant violation of sovereignty ever. It's like you are told who you can allow and who you can't allow on your borders.
Can I ask a question about that? Because I was talking to a guy the other day who argued, and I personally wouldn't know, that immigration would not really be impacted by this because Britain wasn't part of Schengen to begin with.
Well, technically, Britain has border control already, but
anyone with an EU passport can come in.
It doesn't have to be impacted. They can just look at other nation states of the European Union and how they are treated. I mean, sovereignty has two parts. You know, one part is you get to decide what happens in your own country, and the other part is the where you get to decide what happens with your borders. If one of them is infringed, then the country doesn't have any sovereignty. And seeing how they can force Greece, you know, to just say, oh, allow as many as you can, and Greece is like, well, we can't economically. We're going bankrupt if we have more. No, you need to take more. You know, in that moment, even if you are not affected, you can look at that and take the conclusion, holy shit, you know, the EU has become really autocratic.
Yeah, I agree. It's it is fundamentally an autocratic organization. It's incredibly elitist, and I'm just so sick of them forcing people to have referendums that they've already had. You know, like on the Lisbon Treaty and on various other things. I've got a list somewhere, and it's just like, for fuck's sake, you guys don't seem to understand. This is not what you're supposed to do. You know, you're not supposed to be allowed to do this. They've made the vote. Now you have to change your opinion and your position and the course that you're trying to push everyone in based on that. And they don't. They just ignore it or make them re-vote until they get the right vote.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a group of people, a camarilla, that have a plan and nothing, you know, like the public, the people, they can't stop their plan. It's like, we need to do this, and we don't care if people like it or not. This is how we're going to do it. We don't care if it's good for the people. We don't care if the people are going to suffer. Like, none of that matters. We need to do the plan.
Yeah, that is exactly it. And it's just like, well, you know, I'm fundamentally against that way of thinking. So, you know, no.
But let's read a bit more, because eventually they talk about what Turkey is going to do.
That's always interesting.
So, the president of the European Council, Donald Tusk, said the 27 remaining members of the bloc would meet next week to assess its future without Britain. It is a historic moment, but not a moment for a hysterical reaction, he said. So, at least this guy is a bit more sensitive. Angela Merkel expressed great regret at Britain's decision, but said the EU should not draw quick and simple conclusions that might create new and deeper divisions. Again, I completely agree. Like, she is actually saying, I can't like that I have to side with Merkel on this, but if you demonize Britain for having the balls to leave, more people will want to leave. Yeah. You know, you should just treat it like you come from an alliance and be like, well, you know, they didn't want to stay with us. We're sorry about that, but you know, we need to part ways politely.
We want ever closer integration. They don't. Fair enough.
Yeah, you know, and if you act like that, then more people won't want to leave. But if you act like, oh my God, how dare they? We need to punish them.
If you act like that, you're opening the door in the future. You know, this doesn't have to be permanent. You know, it's just that for now, the EU is the wrong decision for the British people, and you know, they've made that. You know, but if the EU takes a sort of conciliatory position on this, then in 5 or 10 years' time, they might feel differently. You know.
Yeah, and I like that Merkel didn't come off with like, wir müssen kämpfen, the British us rotten. No.
Let's wipe out the British. That's a harsh time, but.
The Handelsblatt newspaper said a leaked 8-page emergency Brexit plan suggested that the German government should push for an associative status for Britain after 2 years of difficult divorce negotiations. I really hate the fact that they use the word divorce. It's like it's a family. You know, it's an economic agreement, you fucks. You're not my mom. You're not Misa. No, go fuck off.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Yeah, man, did you see the immigrants going like, Merkel? It's almost like the scene from Game of Thrones going, Misa. Like, Jesus.
Actually, that kind of is creepy, though, isn't it?
It was creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
The document indicated that Germany would drive a hard bargain to avoid offering false incentive for other member states when settling on new arrangements. See, this is what I don't understand, right? If it's better outside of the EU than within, why do you want to justify the existence of the EU then? Why do you need to lie and show these hard bargains that are artificially proposed just to scare the other states? You know, you should be able to prove to the other states that even without these hard bargains, it's still worse to be outside the European Union than inside it. And just by doing these, you're setting a point that it's better to be alone. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, no,
You know,
I
it's
think
just
that they're actually doing a wise thing by not getting too hysterical. But the president of the Parliament just don't stop trying to look vindictive, because then it makes you look ideological. You know, it doesn't make you look like you fucking have a real point. It makes you look like you're talking from a position of faith.
Honestly, it's just like the mafia that you know, offers protection money, and you have to pay or they bash your windows. Because normally, if they don't bash your windows, you're better off not paying. But, well, do you want your Windows bashed? Of course not, so you need to pay into the racket.
Yeah.
This is exactly how I view the things. Specifically, the paper advocates no automatic access to the single market. So basically, Romania will not be able to trade with Britain, which, again, I don't understand. We've been trading with you guys up till now, right? Your products are up to par, according to European Union standards. But the day you leave the European Union, we can't trade with you anymore because your products are not up to par. All of a sudden, they're bad. They're tainted by the ideological driven of getting out from the EU if we buy
They're not
fresh.
properly regulated, you see.
Yeah.
They don't have the 109 regulations anymore.
They don't, yeah.
Well, that's a little unfair because it's simply because.
Hello.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Just checking you can hear you.
Yeah.
Guten Tag.
Now I can hear you. Thank you for the invite.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, glad you joined us. What do you think of the whole thing as a German? Surely you want to cook for Europe.
Do you know Krautchan, the German version of 4chan?
No, of course not.
Wir müssen die Juden ausrotten. Es ist Zeit für Reich.
Go on, tell me about
This is what it
Krautchan.
looks like.
Is it? So what's your opinion on all this?
Right now, they changed it to gas the German Brexit now. Well, I'm happy it happened. I'm happy. I didn't expect it to happen. I'm really happy that it's finally happened. To it from all across Europe.
And what's the German media like?
Well, the German media is mainly whimpering over it. They're like, this was a racist campaign.
Really?
But, yeah.
Seriously?
Jesus.
Yeah, well,
It's
to a
a weird-
certain extent, the usual voices. But you're seeing a lot of people, especially, I'm really surprised because I saw it on the Spiegel as well. People saying, this needed to happen. This was necessary. Because the EU is going into the wrong direction. I saw articles like that on the Spiegel, on the Kapital, and even in the Süddeutschen Zeitung. So, yeah, some people see it as a necessary step, and I see it as a necessary step. And
I'm really glad
interestingly
to-
enough, you probably noticed... Yes?
Sorry,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I was just... Wow, I'm really glad. I'm shocked, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to make a video on Brexit 2 weeks ago. Now it's obviously too late. You know, the argument that was made that, oh, yes, Europe will stop trading with Britain, etc. I mean, we had trade deals with Iran during the Bush administration. If we do trade deals with Iran during the Bush administration, what makes you think that we won't do trade deals with Britain?
Yeah.
You know,
Of course.
it will be business as usual.
Yes, and business will want it to be business as usual. So they will do everything in their power to make it business as usual, which is great. You know, that's fantastic. I want it to be
The main
business as
thing-
usual as well.
It's a bit weird
The
though. in
main
Netherlands.
concerning
I'm
thing
sorry.
is...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
No, go ahead.
Have you seen the difference in reaction between the various national leaders and the European leadership? I actually, it was reported right now that what went on in the first Commission meetup of European Commission, Schulz apparently banged the table in anger when he saw Cameron's
Believe
press
it.
conference, ranting about how he has to take responsibility and facilitate the Brexit himself as soon as possible and as quick as possible. So the European bureaucracy is foaming. He was described as being white and pale with anger and fury, if I translate that correctly.
On behalf of who
And-
can he dictate that? He doesn't represent the people anymore. He has no more legitimacy.
Yes, and you see the difference in that the German government, Merkel essentially reacted with, okay, we're going to deal with it. We're going to negotiate new deals. The French government, as far as I've noticed, said, yes, we're going to negotiate new deals. The Spanish government reacted like this, and as far as I know, even the Finnish government. So the governments of the individual nations are basically reacting in the way of, yes, we will continue the conversation, we will continue negotiating new trade deals, we will take a soft approach to this, a reasonable diplomatic approach. Whilst the European Union, Brussels, has been foaming in fury, like a little child in its reaction almost.
Is that not just like more evidence to suggest that they think of themselves as a ruling project? You know, as a sort of... This is the reaction I would expect if a province had seceded from Rome or something, you know? is if the white with fury and just how dare they attitude. It's bizarre. It shouldn't be.
Turkey doesn't want to join the EU now, so that might have to do with it.
Thank God.
Yeah, they said that they believe EU is a sinking ship and they want no more part of it.
Oh wow.
Well, they should know. I mean, they've sunk their own ship, 5 times now?
Yeah.
Funny thing is that I got a visit from my mother today. She was frantically against Brexit and she was foaming and furious, and she wanted me to give her a copy of my birth certificate to prove that I'm my father's son. So she now is gathering documents to prove that my dad has a family here, which is, weird. There's a bit of chaotic reactions amongst some people.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah, my dad is English, and they came here to get the the birth certificate, a copy of it, because my mum was really scared that my dad will now get deported.
Oh.
In case the purges begin.
Even the Germans weren't deported from Britain during World War II.
No, it will not happen. It will not happen. I mean, 2 million... how many million Brits live in Spain? I mean, a lot of people kept mentioning that. Yeah, the one number that nobody mentioned is that
will not
these
happen.
The one thing nobody mentioned was that these Brits living in Spain secure up to 300,000 jobs in Spain. Do you really think the Spaniards will just kick them out?
Of course not.
Not only that, if
Especially
they kick them
considering
out.
how they-
If they kick them out, how will they justify keeping the immigrants in? It's like, we're going to keep people from Syria in, and Somalia and Sudan, but we're not going to keep the Brits in. Like, really?
That's a good point. They'll just fill the nationalists.
That'd be rather easy. They would be considered refugees under international law, whether we agree or not that they actually are, mind you. I'm just saying in terms of internally justifying.
Yeah, but the right-wing
that,
nationalists are going to definitely take that to their advantage, aren't they?
That's
sure, but his question was how could they do it, and I'm saying they could very easily do it and very easily justify it.
Yeah, but it's another thing that backfires, isn't it?
They can't. There is no war in Sudan, by the way. So the people from Sudan who are only economical
migrants... Have you been to Sudan?
Well,
I think there are lots of small wars in Sudan.
Yes.
If there are revolutions or whatnot, that's not a war between two countries. They didn't accept the people from Ukraine. Listen, they didn't accept the people from Ukraine because they said there is no war in Ukraine, and those were people from Donetsk.
Let me red pill you on something. The majority of the people, the biggest segment of people coming in as migrants to the European Union last year were Albanians and Macedonians, who just claimed to be Syrian. So.
They've been not even Moroccans and Algerians as well.
Yes, Moroccans, but
no war there.
Well,
Black
you know what?
Africans are starting to migrate south to South Africa, for example, or to Namibia. This is a small trend that started in the past few years. Most of the people who came here are Central Asian, Albanian, North African.
Yeah, only 19%, apparently, according to the German government in 2015, were Syrians. So we know that, don't get me wrong, I'm all for keeping any actual refugees, but yeah, most of these people are economic migrants. So
yeah, British people can just throw away their passports if it comes to that, and apparently they can't deport you if you don't have a passport because they can't prove you come from Britain.
Good point.
Just throw away your passport, and it's like, look, I'm not from Britain, just here to work.
So, Live Free is a chap from Skype who is a Remain person, aren't you?
Why, yes, I am.
Yeah.
Oh, and I want to apologize for a second. It took me a little longer to get on here than I like. It had to shuffle around accounts, but go ahead. Yes.
That's okay. So why? What do you make of all of this? What's your opinion?
Well, of what in particular? I mean, we've been going over
Britain voting to leave the EU.
I think in some ways it's a justifiable self-inflicted irony of sorts. Because while I grant you at the moment things seem rather innocuous, I mean, although that said, the Forex markets have lost somewhere around a few $100 billion worth of value, which isn't nothing. But this isn't going to end well.
What do you think it's going to end?
in the medium to short term, we're looking at possibly a vote on Scotland leaving the UK, obviously. And then we're also looking at a situation in Northern Ireland that hasn't been that precarious since around 15, 20 years ago with the Good Friday Agreement. Mm-hmm. So those are the two most immediate things we'll be navigating. So kind of regardless of what happens economically or in a wider sense in terms of the EU, the UK is no longer going to be the UK. What are we going to call it? What's the new flag going to be? How are we going to do this? Because it's not the UK if it's only Wales and England. So I think that's
premature. I mean, Scotland hasn't voted to leave yet, as far as I'm aware.
Yes, but you know they're going to.
Are they?
What if the economic situation changes and it's actually still the same or better? Why would they want to leave then?
They want to leave because the majority of EU subsidies going to the UK go to Scotland. I'm surprised why nobody mentioned this.
Yeah,
the majority. I'm pretty sure if the majority of EU subsidies would not go to Scotland but to Northern England or some other place in the UK, then it would be that place that would be voting pro-EU and not Scotland. I'm pretty sure that most of the SNP does not believe in a European project of any kind, but is purely opportunistic and sees it as a big cash cow to cling on to.
Yeah, this is the great irony of the nationalist parties voting for a supranational union. I mean, what are you doing?
Could I explain why that might be the case?
No, of course. I think it's self-interest, but yeah.
Well, I think you're right, and I think there is a degree of self-interest in the Scottish referendum, especially. But I would say it's probably more complicated than that, especially when we consider the history between Scotland and the United Kingdom, and the dynamic there in terms of sharing of power and et cetera, et cetera. We don't have to get into that. But wow, totally lost my train of fucking thought. My apologies. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm thinking about Scotland now. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy for Scotland and Northern Ireland to vote to have their independence if that's what they want. I was in favour of it when they did it a couple of years ago. Still in favour of the idea. It's completely their choice. I mean, and for me, I would be like, well, okay, well, no harm, no foul. If you guys vote out, then you guys vote out. It's okay. I mean, we're still going to trade with you. We'll share a border. We'll still have movement between the countries. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
And I, for one, don't really care what the flag is. It's sort of an aesthetic thing.
Obviously, I mean, really, I don't think anyone's really sitting here worried about what the flag is going to be or what the country's going to be called. I'm just saying we're looking at there's undeniably a subset of the Leave campaign who were British nationalists. And I just find it ironic, maybe it's just me, that we have essentially British nationalists voting for the end of British nationalism. Because
they're English nationalists, aren't they?
Okay, fair enough.
Voting for the start of English nationalism. But England hasn't had any kind of national sovereignty for a long time. I mean, it's been obviously the driving force behind Britain, but that doesn't mean that its interests have been served at every turn.
I don't know,
if you compare the statistics of this election with the last election in the UK, the election result, you will find that this is not some kind of nationalistic or uniquely right-wing election. I mean, the numbers set it. It must be that people who voted Plaid Cymru, Labour, Tory also voted for this.
I wasn't suggesting it was solely a nationalist project. I was just saying that there was a subset of that Leave group that is voting to leave, and that subset who are nationalists, those particular people, they are voting for effectively the end to British nationalism.
I don't like how you say this is nationalist, because this was not a nationalist election.
Well,
this was an election mainly about
to delineate between supremacist and sort of like an endorsement of the nation state. Because I mean, a lot of people say nationalist in sort of the sort of white supremacist like mindset, instead of saying I believe in the integrity of nation states.
Make no mistake, I'm not implying any pejorative when I use the word nationalist.
That's what I think you mean. I don't think you mean racists. I think you mean...
I was educated...
Aliens, you could call them,
Yes, exactly. And actually, to get back to a point that touched, or I tried to touch on before, but apparently my feeble mental capacity doesn't allow me to actually do that. What I was going to talk about is actually, you know the principle of subsidiarity?
Well, explain it to us, because I'm not a buzzword guy. And
Okay,
I don't
well,
have any sleep,
it's
and I don't.
I've actually, during the past 36 hours or so during this referendum, I can feel you on that lack of sleep thing.
Thank you.
But subsidiarity is a principle of social organization. It's kind of inherent to the Christian Catholic doctrine, especially in Germany. And in its most basic formulation, it essentially says that social and political issues need to be dealt with on the most immediate level pertinent to the resolution. So they need to be dealt with at the level closest to the people that's possible to resolve the issue.
Okay.
And I mention this because this is something that is quite old. It's a principle that was seen by de Tocqueville in America in some of his most famous early writings, and it's a principle that was enshrined into the EU law, and it's a principle that's upheld by the European Court of Justice. And
So
I bring this...
Why is it that it doesn't seem to reflect on what they're actually doing, then?
I think it does.
Do you? I mean,
Yes.
How is that? Because, I mean, for that, then, I would think that the EU wouldn't want to be the node through which financial redistribution happened. I mean, an awful lot of money an awful lot of money goes to the EU, and the EU then spends it in the member states. Well, that seems like the complete inverse of that principle. You know, keep it at the level of the people who know what exactly is going on in the country, rather than sending it to a remote bureaucracy to decide.
Well, you'll note it says that they need to be dealt with on the level most immediate to the level closest and most consistent with resolving the issue at hand. Sorry, there's a siren going on.
No worries.
Then they need to be dealt with on the most immediate level closest to the people. So that's not to say that it needs to be dealt with close to the people or far away from the people, it just says closest to the people. So in terms of the EU spending money, one of the things you're talking about is perhaps the European convergence criteria. Am I right?
I'm not sure, actually. Honestly, I really can't think very well at the moment.
So do you know what the convergent fund is? It's roughly 30 to 60% of the European budget, and it has been for the past 3 or 4 decades.
No, I didn't take the time to go through the budget.
So what the European convergence budget is, and it's been named a lot of different things, so if you Google that, you'll find it. Essentially what it is, it's a fund that is used by the EU to invest in infrastructure projects or vital... so, for example, between Germany and France, after the Second World War, there were really no roadway connections or railway connections or really any kind of connections for commerce at any level. Mm-hmm. And that makes commerce, trade, but also people-to-people connections very, very difficult. And it makes, by increasing the cost of commerce, because it's harder for goods to get to point A to point B because there's no direct connection, that then makes trade harder, and it makes the people's goods in these select regions less competitive. So what the convergence criteria does and what the convergence budget does is it invests in these very targeted, very specific infrastructure and, well, not just infrastructure, but primarily infrastructure projects that better enable countries to work together and lower trade barriers. And this is something you had brought up a second ago about why they spend all this money. Well, if you look in the last 20 or 30 years, one of the great success stories of really the Western world is how an entire half of a continent, once under an Iron Curtain, has emerged and not only thrived, but created genuine civic societies, genuine Western liberal democracies capable of debate and public discourse and real elections. And what's facilitated a lot of that economic growth, and in turn, the flourishing of that civil society, are things like the European convergence criteria.
Yeah, but look, do we really need a economic union, a political union for that? I mean, we created the economic free trade zone between Germany and France. It was created by Charles de Gaulle and Konrad Adenauer in 1954, if I'm not mistaken, and it has existed for 40 years. 40 years. It has worked perfectly.
But
it
not only that. Not only that, doesn't it seem a bit silly to then push for a superstate that's going to supersede all of these brilliant national democracies that we created? I mean, what the hell's the point in doing that?
Well, I think you guys are actually under quite a large misapprehension. If I could say so. And I know that's maybe sounding quite presumptuous, and I know you guys were talking about those evil elites earlier on. I wish to dissuade that notion.
Don't start.
I'm not.
Seriously, seriously.
Go ahead.
Right, we're not trivializing your position, so don't trivialize ours. Okay, go ahead.
I genuinely wasn't meaning to. I was just trying to dissuade you.
Yeah, but you automatically did it without thinking. So just put your case, and we'll discuss it on the merits.
I was trying to be humorous. My apologies. What I was trying to say was, there are, for example, the 1956 European political community and the 1956 European defense community. These, does anyone know what these were?
Look, just carry on. Just tell us.
No, okay. So earlier, I forget the Romanian gentleman's name. What is your name, sir?
Call me V, because my Romanian name is a bit more hard.
Okay. So you were talking earlier about where did this defense community, or where did this idea of a common defense or common army come from, or why do we need it, or what is the point of doing it, or what good comes out of it, or why do we need a superstate, or why are they pushing for a superstate, or why is this now a superstate when it was a political economic union or an economic union 40 years ago? Well, my only point in this is just to say that none of these are new ideas, and that the European political community and the European defense community in 1956 would have effectively created a single European political community, so a federal Europe, and a single European defense community, or a federal army, back in the 50s. And this only didn't go through because France didn't want West Germany rearming, which they did a year later.
Hold on. It didn't go through because France didn't want. No, it didn't go through because a lot of states in Europe didn't want. Greece probably doesn't want to. Romania doesn't want to. I can guarantee to you, Bulgaria doesn't want to.
We're talking about the 50s.
Yeah, but either way, this is just an appeal to age. It doesn't matter how long this has been going on for. The idea of a centralized European army is not really a good one, is it?
Or the idea of a federal European state.
I don't know what proposal you're talking about, because I know that what eventually became the EU was founded as the Gemeinschaftspakt für Handel in Kohle und Stahl, the treaty for abolishing tolls in the trade of coal and steel. This agreement started off as an agreement to trade German coal from the Ruhrgebiet with steel for the steel production in France, and then sell back the steel. Can you you linked me to it. Thank you.
Yes, those are the two things I'm talking about. And no, you're right. You're talking about the European coal and steel community. And yes, the European coal and steel community was essentially created to make sure that neither Germany nor France had the capability to go to war with each other by denying them the means of production for those war machines. So you're very much right. And my only point in saying this is that there's two separate arguments, there's two separate threads running through this. One, the idea that this is all new and being sprung upon people to try to push them into a state. And then the other part is that the argument for whatever that is on its merits. So the single European army on its merits, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, I agree or you agree, it doesn't matter. My point is that in terms of the other point that we were talking about previously, these aren't new ideas, and I mentioned that because...
Hold on. Why does the European Union army matter? Because that's the biggest question.
Hang on. Go ahead. Yeah, for the point of, is this a new idea? You're right. Mm-hmm. Is it a good idea? It doesn't matter, because that won't change whether it's new or not. But the age of the idea is absolutely irrelevant to me, and it's not the point that I'm arguing. I'm arguing whether it's a good idea, not a new idea. It could be the oldest idea in history, and I still would want to know if it's a good one.
And one interesting point
I'm happy to concede that it's not new.
That's a very interesting
a European army in the works, because David Cameron told us it was a lie. He just told us flat out, no, there's never been these plans.
And it turns out there have always been. Well, not always, but for the last 18 months there have been these plans.
For the last 70 years there have been. David Cameron's a shitty
So I mean like an actual plan, like not just people asking for it, but like an actual dossier, a document, you know.
There's always been a document back there in the EU somewhere. Fucking.
Yeah. But this is one we actually can. Well, the Times has hold of, and it was created in the last 18 months.
Well, we have like a crappy leak that's not really verified, so I mean maybe, but.
Well, I think it's like you say, it's been going on for ages. So don't get skeptical now. Okay, you just said it's been going for ages. Let's be honest with ourselves. We know it.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not. I'm not saying that dossier was probably incorrect. I'm just saying that the existence of that dossier now doesn't change the fact that dossier has probably existed forever. So if anything, I'm agreeing with you more than you actually.
You haven't justified.
That's what I mean. So let's not start doubting the leak now. I think it's probably true, and I think it's probably worse than I think if I were to actually see the damn thing. So this is the thing. I mean, do you think a centralized European army is a good idea?
I think it could be.
Why could it?
The European Union could be a good idea, but it isn't. So.
Yeah.
No, but let's hear how the army is a good idea, because I'm really.
You know that.
Sorry.
How's the army a good idea?
Okay. So to get to the merits of the army, get to the merits of the European defense community. So one of the major problems that NATO states have in the European Union is a overabundance of basic building blocks of a military. So, for example, support vehicles or transport vehicles. There's a lot of those. There's probably a good amount of heavy airlift capacity. But what ends up happening is that each country builds this small tree of its own military fighting force, and they lack a lot of the individual specializations that are needed to be able to properly execute a mission. And those are expensive. Billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment to be able to get some of these things. And right now what we're seeing is what could be described as a waste of resources on an overabundance of unnecessary equipment that's already duplicated elsewhere.
I can counter your argument.
Okay, no. Before we do this, I just want to make sure I understand correctly what you're saying. Your argument is for military efficiency.
Well, from the experts I've spoken to, that is one of the primary reasons that it would even be considered.
I'm not trying to misrepresent you or anything like that. I'm just saying that what you're arguing for is an increased military efficiency, and because it's decentralized at the moment, it's not as efficient as it could be. And so when it comes to overseas campaigns or something like that, the army might not perform as efficiently as it otherwise could if it was completely centralized. Is that
Not that it wouldn't perform as efficiently as it otherwise could, but it couldn't do missions it otherwise could, or it couldn't defend Europe as it otherwise could. Yes, that's
hold on.
I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page before we start going off, right? So, so what I'm saying, there will obviously be a reduced amount of efficiency, but that's not the contention. The contention is there will be certain kinds of missions that international cooperation can't achieve instead, but a centralized European army could achieve. Is that correct?
Well, you could achieve them if the United States joined in with you. Which
right? Okay, so they're unachievable unless you have a United States of Europe army, a centralized European army, or the United States cooperation.
Or you're relying.
Individual nation states can't cooperate without this agreement to achieve these same goals. Is that correct?
It's not a matter of cooperating. Like I said, it's a matter of they have a lot of the more basic and more easily available and more cheap, frankly, military assets, but they do not have the specialized assets necessary to provide or to execute certain missions.
Okay, let me tell you why this is a bad idea. Because if you would have an army that costs a lot of money, then you would want that army to go to war to justify your investment. So you would have a very warmongering Europe that would try to go on and stir shit in order to justify the cost for such an expensive army. Because I really don't see Germany, paying billions of euros into a new powerful army and then just have it stay there and not do anything with it.
Yeah, the blade itself incites the violence.
To rebut your point or to retort your point, it would actually be cheaper on a per capita basis to go to an EU army because of the efficiency gains. And
Okay, but now
You're talking about an army that doesn't do anything. What efficiency?
No,
Because
but
Europe
let's just be clear that we're not arguing about we're arguing about a pragmatic solution to a problem that doesn't really exist. Okay, that no one's it doesn't matter that Europe's armies can't project power very well around the world. I mean, that's not.
I'm not talking about projecting power. I'm talking about defending Europe.
Well, I would say that
who is invading Europe that needs to be defended against?
And you
would
have
also
individual
argue that
states armies.
you are creating a problem where there is none.
Yeah.
Remember,
exactly.
there are 5 members of the European Union that are neutral countries: Sweden, Finland, Austria, Malta, and Ireland. I mean, if these are neutral countries, these are committed to defending their own borders, their own countries, committed to having an army for the purpose of defending themselves, committed to not go to war with other nations. Are you going to force them into some kind of military alliance for this? I mean, these countries are also not NATO members. You're creating completely new members with this, completely new problems with this proposal.
Yeah, but we're not even at that point. I mean, what threat are you suggesting justifies this centralization of the military?
Again, I'm not arguing for it necessarily. I'm just saying I think it's more legitimate than you guys are making it out to be, and I'm making the case for why it is more legitimate than you guys are making it out to be. But,
okay, but hang on, guys. But that's the point, though. What is giving it this legitimacy? What's on the other side to create the legitimacy? Why does this...
So
maybe
folks,
Godzilla is invading, you know, and then I would understand why Europe would need a strong army. If Godzilla rises...
By the way, V is still screen sharing.
I'd agree with you. I totally agree. Yeah, okay, fine. There's a military threat, but what could justify doing all this?
Well, there's 2 things, and the first I think is the most important, and it's that warfare isn't how we can. Back in the 1940s, we could scale up warfare basically overnight, and we can turn our entire industrial capacities over to building armies. Today, we can't really do that anymore. We rely on professional armies, number 1, which take a long time to train soldiers, and 2, the degree of specialization and, frankly, the degree of sophistication with our weapon systems is such that you can't. I mean, you go to war with the army you have is something that comes to mind, and.
You have individuals that have their own army.
Okay, so hang on. So you can't point to a specific threat that needs to be countered.
So I had 2 arguments. My first one is that Europe can't. I can name you 15 areas, probably not that many off the top of my head, but there are that many or more, where Europeans' collective defense is deficient. So, for example, the United Kingdom. There was a Russian submarine off the UK coast. What happened? U.S. Navy P-8 Poseidon aircraft had to come over, and they're actually on loan to the UK right now because the UK does not have any AWACS aircraft, doesn't have any anti-submarine aircraft. So there are all these niches that are not filled as a result of inefficiencies, and those could be remedied with an EU army.
Yeah, but are you saying that the Russians are going to invade Britain?
What I'm saying is that the Russians could make a far bigger dent in Europe than I think.
Okay, but
the Russians are overrated.
Do you not think the Russians are not suicidal? I mean, what do you think would happen if the Russians made a big dent in Europe?
I don't know, but we didn't know what would happen before World War I or World War II either. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
What happens when people do things like this? I don't think the Russians want to go into World War III.
Our armies vastly outnumber the Russian army.
Yeah.
Do you think the German army? Let's say we're not even in NATO. Let's assume that we're not in NATO. Do you think the German army, combined with the French army, combined with the British army, combined with the Greece army and all the other armies in Europe, without any sort of overarching army, will not be able to defend themselves against the Russians?
Over the long run?
Besides that, go read through Polish defense spending. Go read through how much money they have invested into building a Polish army.
They just recruited like 50,000 new soldiers, didn't they?
Oh no, I was in Poland last month. I'll be in Warsaw for the NATO summit on the 7th and the 9th. Believe me, I'm well aware. And I'm a big fan of what Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are doing right now in response to Russian aggression. I think they're one of the few countries that are, or a few of the countries that are actually taking this seriously. So yes, I do.
So okay, so this is your and I don't want to say fear mongering, but let's just use the term for now. This is your dystopian future. You worry about Russia making a severe dent in Europe. I don't know how likely that is, but my dystopian future fear is that we end up with a very almost unaccountable body that's in control of a powerful army that's got a distinctly imperious mindset, and they can now enforce their commands. I mean, that I think is a far more likely prospect than Russia invading Europe.
Well, let me be frank with you. I'm not in favor of an EU army.
Why not?
At least not right now. I think that in order to make such a system effective, and I think the argument is there whether each of us agrees with the context or not, that mathematically it is just more efficient. So the efficiency argument is always going to be there. But
I have to argue against
how
that.
how efficient is it?
No,
if you
no,
have
look,
to
we had a unified border control agency called Frontex, which was supposed to work as a coordinated effort between various countries being all across Europe to patrol the Mediterranean and to send back boats coming from North Africa. Guess what? It is so ineffective that the Italians did a better job at surveilling the Mediterranean. The
do you know
fucking
why that is?
Italians.
Because Frontex is
Because
kind
it
of...
was-
Go ahead.
Because it was inefficient. Because you demanded of multiple countries, most of which didn't never coordinate anything with each other, to suddenly work together in patrolling the Mediterranean. What the fuck do Germans know about patrolling the Mediterranean? What do Swedes know about patrolling the Mediterranean?
A fair bit, actually, considering they've been patrolling in a similar area for a while, but hey.
But if I see how European cooperation just fails in any other area, then I wonder how, with a huge European military, it would work out all of a sudden.
Let's be clear here. Even under let's assume my world just for a second. Even in my world, under the best case scenario, we're looking at 50 years until there's an EU army. Like, if everything went well and a lot of the problems we're talking about right now, and that you guys rightfully, and I'd actually just as much so, lament about the EU, that we're talking about after those things are solved. So this is all a hypothetical world anyway.
Okay, let's take that for a second. After these things are solved, how are these things going to get solved?
Which problem?
The problem of centralization and unaccountability, for a start. That's the major problem. How is that going to get solved? So
I think we probably view unaccountability in the EU a little differently, and I think we both view the democratic deficit in the EU a little differently.
Sure.
So one of the things I think is going to be most important for the EU being more democratically legitimate is going to be a more transparency, frankly, number one, and number two, and this might sound counterintuitive, but it needs to actually have teeth, because right now it has teeth by the consent of the unanimous, and when it has teeth by the consent of the unanimous, it's not really capable of acting. So if it can't act, then it can't. If the Parliament of the United Kingdom couldn't act on its own, but you voted for those people into the Parliament, they wouldn't be legitimate. They wouldn't be viewed as legitimate. Why? Because you voted for them to do X, Y, and Z, and they didn't do X, Y, and Z. Why? Because they don't have the power to do X, Y, and Z.
Okay,
so I think there are some areas where we'll have to expand their power, and others where we'll have to increase transparency, and others where we'll have to increase citizens' ability to vote for those people like the Commission.
Yeah, so let me just see if I'm following you here, because it sounds like you're saying the Commission that proposes legislation wouldn't be able to propose legislation to reform itself.
The Commission doesn't really propose legislation, right?
Obviously it takes advice from many different sources, but they are the ones who eventually sign the notes, aren't they?
The commissions are the cucks of the government heads. I mean, the proposals that come out of the commission are the result of the heads of governments.
Yeah, and various advisory bodies and whatnot.
Yes, I mean, it's not like they're just pushing through legislation.
But that's surely because they're in agreement with what they're proposing. I mean, when they become in disagreement with what the government bodies are trying to push on them, what happens?
They get fired.
How do they get fired?
Well,
What if it's only a minority?
They get removed. The commissioner gets removed by the governments of the country who imposed installed them.
Got to say 60-40 in favour.
What do you mean? It's just the
Well,
government.
they're elected. Are they not elected by the heads of the governments?
Each head of government appoints a commissioner.
Yeah.
And
then the commission then votes themselves on what they're going to do, surely.
Kind of, but not really. They're literally just proxies. They're like, they're fucking puppets, dude.
Okay, so let's get rid of them on that basis.
Okay, I'm fine with that too.
If they're totally weak and ineffectual, then why not just put the legislative power to the MEPs?
Well, because right now it's basically with the heads of government. So we'd be changing a very fundamental part of the system. I think we're all agreeing here, though, is that the EU needs to be more democratically legitimate. We can obviously have varying degrees of shades of gray of where exactly that is. And there's a lot of fucking technicalities we can go over, and let's not waste our time pouring through those technicalities. But
yeah, but this is the point, though, isn't it? I mean, I don't want a system that is either. I mean, I don't know, necessarily how it's strictly. Is it incompetent or is it malevolent? But either way, it's not a very good system, and I don't think it's got very much democratic accountability, and I don't want to see it having an army. And I think these are all perfectly good things to worry about, especially given the authoritarian nature of the people who seem to populate this system. Don't you? I mean, what's the argument against that?
Against what?
Literally just what I've said. I mean, we have a system here where you think that the top of the system is rubbish, it's ineffective, that there are people within the system who are affecting the top of the system who aren't democratically accountable.
No, they are. They're heads of government. They're elected by the people.
Yeah, but, so they're not the ones writing legislation, are they?
By the way, can you change my avatar picture because people think that I am supporting the EU army? Only my avatar is displaying while you guys talk, so there's a lot of people in the chat confused on why am I supporting the existence of an EU army.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, but so who is writing the legislation? I was under the impression it was the council, ministers, advisory bodies, things like that.
Well, I mean they are, but they're at the whim of the heads of government, and they can decide what to do.
The heads of government are very pro-EU, aren't they?
Let me tell you like this: legislation is written.
That's exactly my point. You've got a bunch of people who are very pro-EU, given legislation by people who aren't democratically accountable, and they're all voting for this stuff that people generally are very skeptical.
But those commissioners are democratically accountable because the heads of government can remove them, and the heads of government were elected by the people, so it's an indirect.
Democracy by proxy isn't. You're not voting.
Then is George? Then do we need to hold an election to elect the councillor of the
Yeah, but I didn't represent them to elect me. My head of government elected them to represent me.
So do we need to elect George Osborne to Exchequer?
That is a completely silly comparison. I mean, I live in the state of Bavaria. I can vote for a Bavarian state government. Okay, meaning I vote for the Ministerpräsident, the governor of Bavaria. But when I vote for the German government, I vote for the German federal government. You see, if I vote in that way, I don't vote for the German government to impose a commissioner onto me. I specifically vote for a German government. The same way I wouldn't vote for the German government to impose the Bavarian Minister of Finance on me.
Frankly, you have to excuse me. I'm not as familiar with the German federal system as I am with the UK. So I'll just use the UK as an example. George Osborne was appointed by David Cameron in a cabinet position.
No. George Osborne was part of the party. It was already known George Osborne was going to be the Chancellor of the Exchequer if the Tories won. I mean, this isn't something that it was then later on arranged.
Okay, well, let's use a different example then, because obviously lots of technicalities here. Let's use the U.S. system, for example. The U.S. head of state appoints the Secretary of State and the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Energy and Labor and Finance and blah, blah, blah. Would you say those people are democratically legitimate or democratically accountable? Those secretaries?
I don't know, but I'm not talking about the U.S. system.
Well, what I'm talking about here is democratic legitimacy as the concept, not any one system.
I know, but I don't know the American system well enough to say one way or another.
Okay, your comparison, if we put that into contrast, wouldn't it mean that if someone were to vote for the U.S. president, and then the U.S. president appoints the governor of the state of Ohio or the state of Texas, that is pretty much the comparison that we are setting here, if we were to compare it with the U.S. system.
Yeah, but this all...
Well, what's the problem with that? I don't understand what the problem with that is.
Voting matter in governor.
You don't see the problem with that?
Not like... No, because I mean, if people really hate it that much, they can take him out of office next election.
Should be effectively allowed to elect the governor of California.
Sorry, go ahead. Repeat.
Yeah, so you're saying if extremely right-wing blocs in, say, like the South of America get a president in, that president can then appoint right-wing governors to left-wing states.
No, that's not what I'm talking about at all. Because we're talking about to the cabinet. We're not talking about to the heads of states.
Even then, filling their cabinet with people who aren't representative of the people they're ruling over.
That's been uncontroversial for centuries.
That doesn't make it a good idea from a democratic point of view, does it? It's not representative.
I'm pretty sure the Roman Empire was also very uncontroversial for quite a long time during its existence.
Well,
I'm pretty sure a lot of regimes are very uncontroversial.
No, Kraut, you're right. That's a logical fallacy, and I apologize.
You know, the Holy Roman Empire existed very well. And there's another thing I wanted to get at. You know, the population seems to be in rejection for it, considering that the voter participation in every European election stands at something between 20 and 30% participation. If you have an election for a democratic body and less than 50% of the eligible voting population participate in that election, doesn't that invalidate the democratic nature of that institution? Doesn't
not
that
a single
mean
U.S.
that
election in the past 100 years would be legitimate?
How many elections in the past 100 years would be illegitimate?
Philosophically, I probably agree with you. Practically, I'm not sure that it matters, though. Because what we're to get back to the point about the commissioners, what I'm saying is it's commissioners being appointed by the heads of government is not inherently not democratically legitimate. Because these people are still accountable to people who the country itself elected.
Well, yeah, great. They're accountable to Merkel. They're accountable to François Hollande. They're accountable not to me. That is the important factor here.
But who is Merkel accountable to? You, right?
But that distance is so great.
You're asking to go through so many different phases that you could potentially fall at.
So do we need to elect every single
vote for Merkel, mate. I didn't vote for Merkel, and yet she influences legislation and change into my country.
Yeah, right. Do we need to elect every single technocrat then? Is every single technocrat need to be up for vote?
Listen for this,
Can
right?
nobody be appointed?
If it's good for Germany...
alternative?
Because that's the only solution I'm possibly seeing to the philosophical problem you're outlining, which I agree is a philosophical problem. I'm just saying pragmatically it doesn't seem that realistic.
Would you want Mexico to rule over the United States? Like the president of Mexico?
I've heard you say this a few times. A few times. That's a really stupid example. The U.S. is a superpower. Because the U.S. is a superpower that could crush Europe under its foot like a bug. That's why.
No. I would say...
Then the other way around.
I am trying to create this alternative universe where the U.S. isn't a superpower, right? And you'd have to unite with Mexico and Canada. Would you be okay for Mexico's president to rule over United States affairs? Is that something that you would be like, oh, you know what?
That's not how the EU works. That's not how the EU works.
It is how the EU works.
No, it's not, because
haven't had...
The British Prime Minister isn't ruling over the
No. The Brits haven't had decision-making power over several segments of their own economy. There have been,
literally, it's been a massive problem for the fishing industry.
Why does Merkel have anything to say of what goes on inside Britain? Why does she have to say of what goes on inside Romania? And if I don't like Merkel, Yeah, she doesn't anymore. But if I don't like
I can see
Merkel,
something funny going
how
on there, by the
can I
way,
get her
guys.
to stop interfering in Romania's affairs? You know, if I'm not okay with her, if I'm not okay with my president, I can try to impeach him. You know, I can create a buzz. If a lot of people aren't okay with him, we can go out on the streets. You know, we can have a rebellion, and eventually the democratic process is going to work. But if we don't like
More
Merkel,
importantly-
what can we do about it? You know,
More
we can try to
importantly, if we have, you know, if the federal government here does something I don't agree with, I have a senator who is supposed to represent my voting district. I can call that senator and tell him to go fuck himself. I voted for a specific party in the national elections. If that party didn't oppose that move by the government, I can call my regional party headquarters of that party and tell them to go fuck themselves, and tell them I'm not going to vote for you the next time around. I can't do that with a commissioner. In a democracy,
No.
you're
You
supposed
do
to
that
have
with your head of
accountability.
government.
You're supposed.
And
With my
And
fucking
I-
head of government, do
they
I call
are.
Merkel now and say, "Oh, appoint a different commissioner"? Do I
Yes,
have to?
yes,
You know,
yes, that's what you do. That's what you
decisions
do.
are
Yes.
supposed to have
Yes.
consequences.
Hold on, no. This isn't the issue, right? Because when it's about my government, if the president does a really bad decision and he pisses off the majority of the population, he will not get elected the second time. But if Merkel pisses off Romania, but it's in a way that it's good for Germany, she will get elected a second time, and Romania can't do anything about
More
it.
importantly, if the German commissioner fucks something up, or if any other commissioner, if for example the French commissioner for who fucks what decides a policy that has a negative impact in Germany, how the fuck do I hold him accountable for this? He's not going to give a fuck if some German calls him.
Well, frankly, you guys are
He's
holding him
Bismarck,
accountable
go
right
fuck
now.
yourself.
You're holding him
And,
accountable
you
right
know,
now.
How am I holding him accountable right now? How?
Well, you just made not you per se, but you as a collective, obviously the
but
royal
in
you.
a democracy, the most important tool you have available to you to hold people accountable who are in charge is the vote. The vote is what counts.
You can either vote for the people who actually directly pass the laws, like the MEPs, or
I don't have a French
people-
passport. I can't vote in the French elections.
Look at the president of the European Union. He doesn't give a fuck what people say.
No.
He's saying, we're going to have a referendum. If people say yes, then it's fine. If people say no, well, we're going to impose them the Constitution anyway. He just does not give a single fuck. And
it's
you know
because
this.
we can't touch him. He knows it.
Yeah, but he's still constrained by the member governments. I mean, he can't do anything
Well,
without their permission.
I guess that's cool. 'cause it's not-
Each country has a veto, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, but how many times can this go on? What you're asking for is a losing proposition, right? It's you lose now or you lose at some point in the future. You know, you
I
might be able
think
to
you're
stave
overlooking
off-
benefits.
No. We're talking about the philosophical argument, though. We're talking about the philosophical argument of why this is fundamentally a bad idea. And all you've given us is it's either lose now or lose in the future. I want a situation where we're not going to lose. And that has to come outside of the EU.
You know, also, I'm half inclined to agree with you, not because I agree with the conclusion you're reaching, but because I agree with damn near every complaint you have. I mean, I've made the same complaints myself. The EU is a deeply flawed organization that has about 1.5 million holes in it, and has been a work in progress since the day it began in the 1954, the European Coal and Steel Community. But practically, on a pragmatic level, the benefits are greater, and on top of those benefits, we have been increasingly moving towards a more democratically represented EU. I mean, the MEPs.
How have we been moving toward a more democratic EU?
All right. Well, and 20 years ago, MEPs had no power at all.
Don't you think that's a bit worrying, though? The accruation of power in the EU. I mean, that's not.
So would you rather be able to? So no. But Sargon, 5 minutes ago, you were talking about how the MEPs are the only directly elected part of the EU that you can actually hold to account. And now you're saying we shouldn't be giving them power.
Commission to the account. That's the point. If they need to be able to propose laws. That's the point. Until they do, We are not in. It's a pseudo-democratic system at best. Until we
Okay,
And more
I'm-
important,
it doesn't directly represent the
I
demos.
also think most republics have a Senate chamber as well. I mean, we need if this is going to work, you also need a Senate chamber with representatives of the regions of the countries. You need a lot more things. Besides the veto power of the nations, you need a Senate chamber with representatives from the specific regions.
But look at America.
Not
You
just the
don't get
party power.
you don't get Texas imposing laws on San Francisco, do you? You know, and the people
Yes,
of
you do.
Texas
Yes,
get
you
to
do. Yes, you do.
how?
How?
How? Because certain. So, say for example, a lawsuit is brought against the state of Texas that's brought up to a state court, and then it's passed on to the federal court, and then it's passed on to a district court into a federal court, and then it goes to the Supreme Court. Well, this could be a dispute that goes on from Texas, and that's originating just from Texas, and that's decided on the Supreme Court lines in our Commerce Clause, which basically says the federal government has the ability to regulate interstate commerce, and a law originating in Texas can then be applied to the entirety of the United States.
No, that's just them
look
not
at-
understanding the law, and then the judge is explaining how the law works for them. That's a law dispute. I am talking about Texas is not able to create legislation for San Francisco. The Germans can create legislations for Romania in the current system. Do you follow what I'm saying?
It's not the Germans, it's the EU. And the EU is a collective of not only the Germans, but it's your government too. I think
Yes, but I don't
Believe
vote.
it,
That doesn't
Germans are
refute his
far too
point.
powerful. The Germans are far too powerful.
The Texans
present
vote
this
for
powerful,
Obama, right? They have the power to vote for the American president that will then create the government. So they vote for who gets to decide over. I don't get to vote over Angela Merkel. Do you see the problem?
Yes, but what you're basically saying is the people of California can't vote for the governor of Texas. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah, but the people of California aren't ruled by the decisions of the governor of Texas.
Well, neither are the people of the UK ruled by decisions of.
They are in
Germans.
ways.
They are.
That's V's point. That he's got examples. This is what he's talking about.
Do they have
Merkel is
an
making
influence?
decisions that
Yes.
impact Romania directly. She's not elected by the Romanian people. She is unaccountable to them. They have no recourse.
So essentially, if I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like the democratic argument or the democratic legitimacy argument you have philosophically comes from the fact that there is no separation between what would be philosophically considered a federal like the federal leaders of a EU and the state leaders of the EU, which would be like Germany's Merkel. So if there was actually a federally elected and union-wide vote for those leaders, then that wouldn't be a problem. Is that what I'm
Yeah, that
catching?
would be a big step in the right direction.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I
I
don't
would
think
support
it's going
that.
to happen.
I would support that.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
right now, Sargon, I would be fucking. David Cameron promised he would invoke Article 50 immediately. He's giving it 3 months. Why do you think he's giving it 3 months? Something's going on in the background. I guarantee you we're going to see some shit come down the pipeline in the next month or so. And the idea of, the EU can't change, bullshit. It's changed dramatically 1.5 million times.
Yeah, it's
and
changed for the worse,
we're-
though. That's the problem.
And no, it hasn't. It's changed for the better.
Absolutely.
How
Wait,
did it? How did it? How did it
Look
change
at
for the
it.
better?
How did it change for the better? I mean, one easy example would be the MEPs getting the ability to veto legislation.
Yeah, but if they can never propose it, this is a meaningless gesture. You know, this is it. Like I'm saying, it's a stalling tactic at best.
So would you rather them not have it? And I mean, because
No,
what
not
it
at all.
seems to
I
me,
would rather them have more.
No.
The ability to propose legislation.
because
That's the key.
yes, but Sargon, what it seems to me like is we both want the pie. I'm saying that hey, they gave hey, we have half a pie or 1/10 of a pie or whatever it is. We all want that full pie, but what I'm saying is we're making progress there. It's not great.
Okay, I think I can explain it with the pie analogy, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're looking at a pie, and the pie is full of something really unpalatable, And they're saying, well, try and have less of the unpalatable bit and more of the more palatable bit. And it's like, yeah, but I don't want to eat any of this pie at all because
The USA has two layers of pie, right? It has the state layer of pie and the federal layer of pie, of pie, and the people can vote for both layers. But in Europe, there's a three-layer pie. There's the state layer, the federal layer, and this weird layer above it. Yeah, and that's what we don't like. We don't like that weird layer. We quite like the system you have in the States where there's two layers, but that's not what it is in Europe. There's a weird third layer.
So
No one likes the taste of it, but you have to fucking eat it.
So, Dr. Random McCann, the second layer you're speaking to in the EU would be the federal level in the EU would be the individual nation states themselves, correct?
It depends on how your country works.
Do you know?
Well,
do you know
that's
why
why-
Switzerland?
yeah.
Do you know
Has to
why
clarify.
Switzerland didn't join the EU in the past 60 years? Besides the fact that
I
the
knew at
people
one
of Switzerland
point-
are against it, because they can't.
Right.
They
Well, why is
literally
that?
can't. Because the constitution was violated. They are a confederate republic, not a federal republic, meaning the states have power over the federal government. Every time a federal bill is proposed, the population has to vote on it, and the states have the power to overrule the federal government. That is the only applicable system in which I could see any kind of political cooperation on the European level work.
Oddly
It's in a
enough, Kraut,
confederate. I don't know why people keep talking about federation.
I think you have it
Confederation is
backwards.
the only way it would work.
I think you have it backwards because I think the EU is more or less a confederation right now. Because yes, the EU
so.
because yes, the EU has some power,
at it.
but they're ultimately
Look at
subservient to
the
the nation
European
states
Union.
themselves.
No, look at the European Union. It has a commission, which is a Belgian-French kind of thing to do. It has a parliament with MPs elected pretty much on the British system, yet along party lines, which is usually something that you have in republics like in Germany and
Oh, it's
Poland.
a giant clusterfuck.
It's a system. It's almost like a 17-year-old was shown all the various government systems in the world, from Anglican democracy to American republics to Central European republics and to the Swiss Confederation, and decided, hey, I'm going to combine all of these and create a great new system. It ended up being an absolute fucking mess that makes absolutely no sense. There is no Senate chamber. There's a commission for a parliament instead of a government for a parliament. It's a pointless, worthless, intentional. It's a clusterfuck system. It's built in a way that makes things clog up, untransparent. You know, the idea that, oh yes, MEPs can now somehow revoke legislation. This is completely useless. The system itself is completely inherently flawed. It makes no sense. And even if you were to give more powers to the individual nation states, you have to completely overhaul the entire thing. Add a Senate chamber.
And do you think that's not going to happen at this
give
point?
more powers to the individual nations.
If it's not, then I would
there
not
will
want
be
to be
more
part of
pressure.
that system.
Well, if it
No,
happens,
no,
I'm sure.
no,
Look. If it happens, I'm sure Britain might want to rejoin the EU. You know, if it becomes really good, and all the grievances that Britain had when they
Britain's
left,
already going to want to rejoin the EU from the shit that's going to happen in the next few months to a year.
You know what? If shit happens,
In my
if shit happens, it's because the EU wants to prove a point. It's like, oh, look how bad you are without us. And they're like pretty much like gangsters who come to beat the shit out of your house and your store.
It's not malicious.
What do you mean it's
there
not
is
malicious?
definitely going to be an attitude of malice.
Like, look what the EU
There's going to be an
Parliament
attitude of
does.
malice, but it's not malicious in
Yeah,
intent.
that is what. Yeah, but their intent is going to be malicious.
No.
Yes, it is. We've already seen people coming out making absurd demands, like the president of Parliament going, "No, we need to do it as quickly as possible." Why?
Do you know why?
If anything,
Do you know?
want to do it as slowly as possible to get the best result. You know, to do it as quickly as possible is to force economic uncertainty. They know it. They're not stupid, man. They are being malicious.
Look, they are saying right now that we need to treat this very seriously and avoid offering false incentives for other member states who would like to do the same. Like the EU leaders.
That's why they're doing it, not because they're malicious. Because they don't want the entire EU to fall apart.
Look,
How is
at
this
least we
not
agree they're
malicious?
doing it out of malice now. You know?
Oh my God!
So what was
You're
that?
right.
Sorry.
They're taking
Whilst you're-
punitive
whilst you're
action to prevent
talking-
other people.
They're not letting the free market.
I'm already reading articles in German media are being
Crap.
attacked by a soft approach.
They're not letting the free market flow and see how Britain does outside of the EU, because maybe life is better outside of the EU, right? But they're afraid of that happening.
That's crazy.
What do you mean that's crazy?
What?
They're taking measures to show the world that, look, life is horrible outside the EU. We're going to come and we're going to crush your economy,
That's not what
right?
they're doing. What they're doing is they're saying, if you leave the EU, we're not going to give you all of the benefits of being in the EU without any of the responsibilities, the costs, or the burdens, which is what it seems like the UK wants. Because frankly, the UK already gets a much better deal than anyone else. That is what they're saying.
How do you know that's what the UK wants? The UK just finished a referendum yesterday. How do you know what they want?
Why? Because the leaders of the Leave campaign have publicly stated that they wish to be inside the single market, but not have to follow EU laws or not have to codify EU laws and not have to submit to them the authority to impose regulations. You can't have both of these things. You just can't.
No one is saying you're going to
market. That's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sargon?
Then we'll leave the single market.
Well, then what's going to happen is there's going to be additional tariffs and additional fees on the goods.
Yes.
Which
like a normal country trading with another normal country.
Which I'm not saying is inherently a bad thing. What I'm saying is...
And you can't use it as a threat, can you? You know, it's like, then that's going to happen. It's like, well, yeah, we know. You know, that's the point.
The problem is that Romania will not be able to...
It's not a threat for normal countries, though, Sargon. It's a threat for Britain, because Britain hasn't suffered under those impediments during this entire time. So its economy has adjusted to the point where it hasn't factored in all those additional costs that are now going to be tacked on.
Like Bank of England have said, we'll just adjust. They don't think.
I just read in the news on the Spiegel that the German foreign minister and the French foreign minister met up, and apparently they are going to make the first proposal to renegotiating things with the UK. So in a certain way, the nations, the individual EU member countries might take a move to bypass the European nations, the European Union itself, the Bristocrats.
And they will hate that.
Like I said a second ago, Kraut, and really everyone, I mean, I'm not one to inflame conspiracies, but I think this probably could be taken that way, and I'm perhaps inclined that way myself as well, although hesitantly. David Cameron said he wanted to have the article. He said he was going to invoke Article 50 immediately. Now he's waiting 3 months. Why do you think he's waiting that 3 months?
Because he doesn't have
legitimacy. And keep in mind that's not true. If he has legitimacy for one thing.
Yeah, no. Invoking Article 50 would be us leaving.
Yes, I mean,
to be honest,
if he has legitimacy for anything, it's invoking Article 50. But he doesn't have. He's not going to do that. And why? The
problem is that after you invoke Article 50, you need to do negotiations. So if you don't,
I've repeatedly let you talk over me and went ahead and been very polite, but I just
go ahead, please finish it.
And it's just something for you guys to think about, and I think it'll be interesting. What do you think they're going to be doing in the next 3 months? Because what this does is it gives Cameron some buffer time, because once Article 50 is invoked, for it to be able to be uninvoked, quote unquote, which isn't really, I mean, it's crazy, but whatever. The point is, it's irreversible unless every single country votes to allow them to come back in once they've invoked Article 50. So that's when you actually, take that step off the cliff and make that move that's rather unreconcilable unless for extraordinary measures.
It's going to be very difficult to bring that back.
Exactly, Sargon. So my point is, sorry, crap. My point is, they now have 3 months in which to do something.
Yeah, they want to play for time to try and persuade the British electorate to have another referendum and rescind their vote. That's what they're going to do.
No, because it was an advisory referendum, and they technically need to.
I know it doesn't have any actual legislative power or anything like that, but they're going to do it because they want to reclaim the democratic legitimacy to stay, and so that's what they're going to do. They're going to try and get people to vote against stay. That's what
I think that's the obvious. I think that's the obvious part, Sargon. But what I think you will find more interesting than what I think Kraut and V and Dr. Randa McCann and everyone else will find more interesting than that, because that's the obvious point. Is what will that form take? What will they do? Because what we've seen,
and honestly,
throughout the course of this referendum is that what we've seen throughout the course of this referendum is that the unexpected is now expected, and frankly, they're all shitting themselves so fucking hard that I wouldn't be surprised if they bend over backwards and took it in the ass, even if it was just to make sure things didn't fall apart. So it's going to be interesting.
The unexpected. Look, it's the unexpected. I'm pretty sure Cameron said he would invoke it immediately because he expected to win the referendum, and now he's just as surprised as most others. He's licking his wounds and tending to his pigs. He's not interested in and you know the reaction from the European Union itself, from the bureaucrats in Brussels, from the leadership, from the commissioners, has been absolute fury over David Cameron's decision to stay on for 3 months and not invoke Article 50. The European bureaucrats want, the EU bureaucrats want this done as fast as possible. They said, no, start immediately. Do it now. Okay, they want it done fast.
I think there's a selection bias there, because the people who wouldn't want them to aren't going to be speaking in public just this yet.
Oh, they do. They do. Have you read some of the visual coming out of Brussels? These people are advocating a hard stance against the UK. They want to essentially punish them for leaving the European Union.
I do, but
whilst the individual member countries advocate a soft approach, renegotiating trade deals and renegotiating visa deals.
Kraut, I do. My point is that there's a lot more to Brussels than just even 100 people. I mean, 1,000 people could come out and make that point that you're advocating, and it's a perfectly fair point. My only point is that I don't think we can say just yet what the actual intentions of the EU or the Commission or the Parliament or any of that stuff is, because frankly, we don't have a large enough sample size. It's way too early, and we don't know what's going on behind the scenes at this point.
Well, that's true, but again, none of this can be in any way certain. And
I wasn't trying to advocate for anything or suggest that we should stay in. Although I think it would be hilarious if they decided to completely ignore the referendum. I think this entire thing is fucking hilarious at this point, to be quite honest. But yeah, my only point there is that I think it's going to be interesting, and if people doubted that the EU could change, I think that doubt will be proven incorrect rather quickly.
I think it is our battle now. You won yours. You've gained what you wanted. I think it's now more of a concern to people like me, to Griffiths, and to... It is now a European matter. It is now up for us here who live on continental Europe to make sense.
With respect, where do you think I'm from? Because you seem to be assuming something about my origin or character.
You sound Canadian. You sound Canadian.
No, I'm not Canadian.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to play a guessing game.
No, I wasn't meaning to imply you were. I work in Brussels, so obviously biased there.
Ah, in the Caliphate.
Yes.
Okay.
The holy Muslim,
it's
the Muslim holy land of the European Union. It's a great place.
Well, it's our thing now. It's for us to confront it. The Brits won their battle. Now we have to fight our own battles in Europe. Basically, either by deciding to completely dismantle this thing, or to make it attractive for the Brits to join. That is now the new standard. Making it attractive enough for the Brits to join is now the new standard, essentially. And that is what we have to work on, or dismantle the system.
You know what, Kraut? I'll agree with you on that. I've actually been thinking about this a good deal, and I think, frankly, I think we can actually, regardless of our ideological position or opinions or whatever, we can all agree this will either be the year or the few years that kills the EU and leads to its dissolution, or it will be the time that the EU actually becomes a federal or confederal union.
That's scary as fuck, to be honest.
That's terrifying.
Well, not like in the United States or the Germany kind of way, but in the it has enough power to actually solve the fucking problems it has kind of way.
United States and Germany have the same culture overall, more or less, But when you look at things like Turkey that they wanted to invite recently, and you look at places like...
Turkey's been on the fucking invite list for 40 fucking years. The only reason they're on that list is to give them like a nice kiss and a fucking blowjob every once in a while.
Look at the difference between
you guys
the
are
German...
the good Muslims. Good Muslims. Pat on the head.
No, you're right. My bad. Look at the difference between the Germans and the Greeks, for instance. The cultural differences, you know, the goals of their countries, you know, the way the people work, completely different. How can you have a federal state where you have all these people that are completely different? Look at East Europe and compare it to West Europe, South Europe, compare it to North Europe, and you want to say that, well, we can get all these people together, and, you know, different traditions, different cultures, different way of thinking, different way of viewing life, you know, and you want to create this state that will represent all of them?
Yeah. It's not going to happen.
I would be interested, because I've spent a lot of time in former Iron Curtain, or behind the former Iron Curtain in, you know, in Eastern Europe, and I would be you should talk to some of your parents, or your elders, or your grandparents, and ask them that same question. How different are Germany and Bulgaria? How different are Germany and Romania?
Very different.
No, they are.
Look at how they're treating the immigrants, for instance, right?
Let me please make my point.
Okay.
Because you're right, they are incredibly different, and they're different on about 1.5 million things. But what they're not different on is what we all have in common, and which is why I ultimately have hope for, frankly, the future of the human race as a civilized species, not the EU or any of that kind of stuff, but our belief in the rule of law, our belief in human rights, our belief in basic human decency, and the ability of each individual person, the ability of each person to control their own conscience. These are Enlightenment ideas.
Okay,
and
so
these are things we all
Why
have
not,
in
in that case?
These are things
in
we all
that
have in
case,
common, and
why not have a federal?
When we compare us to, say, Russia, or we compare us to China, or we compare us to the former Iron Curtain.
Just because there can be people that are far more different, that does not mean that...
I'm saying the differences are surface compared to the very core things we believe.
Assuming that we all indeed do share these Enlightenment ideas, that doesn't mean that you can just wipe all the differences off of the table as if these just don't come into play anymore. I mean, if what you say is true, then how come that we get so much issues with Greece in the first place? If it's just also trivial.
Let us build a federal union with Australia then.
I mean, you know,
hypothetically, by the way, Kraut, just to know who you're speaking to, I would be hypothetically, philosophically, as we are speaking in that context, I am all for a union of the West, so to say. That to me sounds like a good idea.
That's horrifying.
That's
horrifying.
Well, no, because listen, here's the thing: we're going to be a multi-planetary spacefaring species in the next 2 decades.
That's such a utopian thing to say.
It's not.
I mean,
when that happens, we can have this discussion again. When we start colonizing the star.
It's happening.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people thought the same thing that you were thinking right now. It usually ends in a Russian winter. Okay, it's yeah.
That's what it is.
I'm pretty sure the Romans thought the same thing right up to the moment when the Visigoths sacked their capital.
Yeah, it's collectivist nonsense, and it justifies doing things to people who aren't on the same team as you.
Russia wanted to do the same.
This is not. No,
you're great dream. Now it becomes ideological.
You're assuming way too much.
No, this is just the nature of what you're proposing.
No,
it's bound into what
history
you're proposing.
Repeats itself.
What we've just saw was I was trying to put forward a philosophical argument, and you guys responded with pragmatism, which is fine.
If I could quote Margaret Thatcher, or perhaps to misquote, America was formed by philosophy, Europe was formed by history, and you can't reform Europe by philosophy. Like V was saying, like, Greeks are completely different from Germans. It's not like the States.
Your arguments against my notion were completely sound, and I disagree with probably none of them. My point is this. It was a philosophical notion, not a pragmatic one. My philosophical notion is that
Yeah, but I'm giving you
when
the
we
philosophical rebuttal.
I didn't hear a philosophical
Okay,
rebuttal. I heard
it's collectivist. You are going to end up in a philosophical position where you can otherize people you are supposed to be representing, and that will lead them to being completely just locked out of the political system, or worse. And that's the problem. We know worse happens.
Westphalian nation state.
Sorry, say again.
What's collectivist about a Westphalian nation state that's democratic?
Well,
Because you're considering them all Europeans. You don't consider them Greeks.
But you were suggesting a pan-European thing that would get us into space.
No. I think there was a lot of people talking during the time that I was trying to talk.
Okay,
so if
sorry,
you wouldn't mind, let me be very, very brief.
Restate yourself. Sorry.
The thing that I suggested was, philosophically, I am not inherently against the idea of a so-called quote-unquote union of the West. And what I mean by that is a loose or strong or whatever you want it to be, impose whatever you think the perfect structure would be. I'm not trying to say there is one or it even could exist. I'm saying philosophically, I am not necessarily against that kind of idea, especially as we look into the next few centuries, which, like it or not, we are going into space. Humans will be landing on Mars in the 2030s. These aren't things that I'm making up.
I'm not arguing against
no.
planets. Right?
I know you're not, Sargon. There were a few others that were. We're at least implying it. My point there is that as a philosophical notion, to me, it doesn't sound like an inherently bad idea. There's a lot of ways it could go completely horrifyingly wrong and kill the entire human species, recognized, and I'm not necessarily advocating for it. I'm just saying inherently I'm not against it, and as we look forward to that future we know we're going towards, hey, the idea of preserving liberal democratic values at the Enlightenment that have enriched human species and created a time frame of the most peace and prosperity and
Star Trek and
well, yes.
How about this as a counter proposal? How about you rewrite the NATO Charter to make it a military alliance of democratic nations and invite Australia, South Korea, Japan and Brazil to join in? Wouldn't that fulfill the purpose of having a bloc of nations that would defend each other and each other's values?
Yeah, no, I would be for that too. But by the way, Kraut, just so you know, U.S. Pacific Command, which is based out of Guam and Okinawa, Japan, there already are basically there's a U.S. UK or U.S. South Korea and U.S. Japan bilateral military treaty obligations, and what would happen essentially is in the event of war, the U.S. Pacific Commander would see the Japanese and South Korean military slot underneath his command and control authority.
But it doesn't include Europe. It is not. I just gave you a specific example of a democratic alliance of nations in terms of military with the what is it called? There's a Latin phrase, clausus bellus. Yes. Causus bellus.
Yeah. Causus bellus.
Causus bellus. Yeah. That would serve that purpose. And you're bringing up the U.S. Pacific example. I'm talking about a democratic nation's military example with the only thing unifying them being the causus bellus.
Being the...
I should explain to the audience.
The fact that is the thing that unifies them.
The fact that they're at war?
Yeah.
The causus bellus, cause for war. If one is attacked, it's an attack of all. That's what it means.
Yeah,
yes.
But it's the war that is the unification. It's not any principles. It's mutual self-interest.
No, of course. And my response to you, Kraut, and detailing the U.S. Pacific Command was just to say that already kind of exists, but it's more of a patchwork. And so I'm not saying I disagree with your suggestion. I'm saying it already kind of exists, and I'm in favor of it. So yeah, that was that.
Belly, not bellus. Causus belli.
I don't think this is going anywhere. Can we look at some of the articles that came out today?
I think it's a good idea. Do you wanna share your screen and talk us through something?
Sure, but I don't know what other articles. If you can send me a few.
Yeah. There's well, did you want to have a look at that Bank of England statement?
Okay.
In the chat.
Oh, someone sent me something interesting. Oh, NBC is praising Donald Trump assassin. That's really interesting. But
Oh, really? Of course they are.
Yeah.
Of fucking course they are.
Just felt the need to mention it.
Yeah. Well, if you want to share your screen and talk about the article I just sent, then go ahead.
Right. So the EU referendum statement from Bank of England Governor Mark Carney, he is saying that the people of the UK have voted to leave the European Union. Inevitably, there will be a period of uncertainty and adjustment. There will be no initial change in the way our people can travel, in the way our goods can move, or the way our services can be sold. And it will take some time for the UK to establish new relationships with Europe and the rest of the world. Some market and economic volatility can be expected as this process unfolds, but we are prepared for this. The Treasury and the Bank of England have engaged in extensive contingency planning, and the Chancellor and I have been in close contact. This does not surprise me. This is exactly how people, would assume the bank would react to have contingency plans and whatnot. The bank will not hesitate to take additional measures as required by those markets adjust and the UK economy moves forward. These adjustments will be supported a resilient UK financial system. So basically, this article is saying, like, we left the EU, but we have everything planned, and it's going to be fine. Like, don't panic. Don't.
I imagine this is probably one of the main things that's responsible for the markets, the FTSE not continuing to dive or something like that.
Yeah.
Just reassurance.
It's like everything is taken.
Would you expect a national bank to release a statement saying we're going to have everything's going up in flames, the Germans are going to invade on dinosaur back?
Well, possibly not, but it's nice to see just some level heads being at least, aired, and just something sensible being said rather than... man, you should see the way people are reacting in this country, man.
Yeah, do you have an article where people are reacting the way...
Well, I'll have a look.
I have seen the reactions. Some of them are very hilarious, especially on Twitter.
I can show you. I can show you what the Romanian president said about the Brexit.
Yeah, do. I'll put a few links in the sidebar to go through.
Oh, and Sargon, I just quick question, I guess, man.
Sure.
What do you think this is going to do to the UK-US special relationship?
I think if anything, we'll probably want to lean on America even more.
I think you'll have to.
Yeah. So I mean, I've got no doubt that the relationship will remain.
So instead of being like a 25% client state, you'd be like a 50% client state. What happened to taxation with their representation, man?
Yeah, they're making our laws. Are they making our laws?
They could. They could be like, hey, go fuck yourself.
Well, how could they make our laws? How are they going to do it?
How? By threat of force?
They're not going to do that.
Dude, they do that in the background all the fucking time. The U.S. basically designed and built the EU itself.
I'm sure that that's true, but they're not going to start using force on Britain to make them legislate in certain ways.
It's not force per se; it's implied force because.
I don't think the American citizens would support their government. Listen, I don't think the American.
I'm not talking about the point of a gun. I'm talking about like, hey, we might not be able to help you on this.
I don't think Donald Trump is going to go on with that.
I think it's more likely Donald Trump would actually be killed by one of those little renegade Britain boys than actually.
Oh, same here. I think
president of the United States. So,
if Donald Trump starts winning in the U.S. election, I think he'll get killed.
I agree with you, actually.
This is what the president of my country is saying, and honestly, I think if Europe would say the same, it would make Europe look better. He says Romania regrets the vote for Brexit, however, it respects it. The president, Klaus Johannes, by the way, he's German, has declared on Friday, after the consultations regarding the exit of Great Britain from the European Union, that Romania regrets the result of the vote. However, it respects it. He said that Romania is going to remain attached to the European project, and that there needs to be calm and solidarity, and the impact upon Romanian economy is a small one. We regret this vote, however, we respect it, he said, blah, blah, blah. The president said that the European Union is a very valuable project from which Romania wanted to be a part of, and it's going to remain attached to this project. The European Union is a very valorous project, blah, blah, Romania was from the start a country who wanted to be a member of the European Union and who sustained strongly that this idea and this context is good, yada, yada, yada. You have to understand that Romania is a small country, so we had to join the EU. Otherwise, we would have been at risk being very close borders with Russia.
But Romania, just like the rest of Eastern Europe, I mean, if anyone's benefited from the EU in the past 30 years, it has been Eastern Europe, and Romania especially.
It is arguably. So the president, we would have probably been better off if there wasn't an EU. By the way,
you'd be in a corrupt shithole run by people who are.
We are still in a corrupt
and where are they
shithole.
now?
And the EU is also corrupt. Listen, the EU is also.
But here's the thing: half of those corrupt bastards are in jail right now, are they not?
At least they're our corrupt bastards.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, at least, for instance,
you
Merkel.
Thank the EU. You can thank the EU and Merkel. It's okay.
No, I can't thank the EU or Merkel because when the corrupt president was getting impeached, you had Merkel coming over here saying you can't do that. So please don't tell me about Romanian corrupt politics.
I was being funny. Calm down.
But it's not funny when you're actually living it, you know.
Well, I'm not in Romania. That's why it's funny to me.
Well, yeah.
I'm not
okay, man. That's not very productive. So,
yeah.
Right, do you want to carry on with the?
I'm sorry.
The president said that Romanian people should keep their calm and don't over-exaggerate this. And I think like he's talking about like don't pull out your pounds from the British banks. I think this is what he's saying, you know. And he's saying that this process is going to be a long one and it's probably going to last for almost 2 years. Romania is going to participate at the negotiations between the United Europe and Great Britain and is going to do these in the interest of Romania and Romanians who live in the Great Britain. It is important to know that Great Britain, after leaving the European Union, is going to remain a partner that's very important for Romania. However, they will not have the privileged state that EU gave them until now. So apparently Romania wants to keep doing deals with Great Britain, you know. The president, the old Romanian president said that he wanted to create an axis between 3 countries: Romania, London, and Washington. That's usually been Romania's greatest allies, you know, economically. The president got assurance from the prime minister that the Brexit impact upon local economy is not going to be too big and is going to be well gestated, blah, blah, blah. But what I want to say is that is this array of calm, you know, it's not the end of the world. You know, we're going to deal with this, and this is the message that they give. It's like nothing about racism, sexism, nothing about, oh my God, these people just signed their own death treaty and it's going to be the apocalypse in UK.
Which is completely different to the European response from the EU. You know, the sort of frothing at the mouth rage.
The German media is starting to go after Boris Johnson now.
Oh, they can't
the insane joker.
Frankly, I'm just ashamed that he made it.
I am scared of an
What?
election involving Johnson. And this is just an interview on a social justice magazine of Donald Trump. I'm scared of a world with Boris Johnson and Donald Trump.
They're going to try and paint Boris Johnson as Donald Trump, aren't they?
That's been a rather popular theme recently, Sargon. So yes, they are.
Yeah, he's not like Donald Trump.
As far as the British go, Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump's pretty hard to fucking beat on the retard scale, but
And no, I'm not worried about that.
Boris isn't anywhere near that level of completely fucking crazy. But it's in the British context, I'd say it's an okay comparison.
Yeah, but it's not very valid. You know, I mean, they're not the same.
No comparison is, though. They're very different systems.
Look, if you want to know this,
Johnson isn't it? He's not.
You want to go after.
Well, he actually understands government too. So let's be fair to Johnson.
Yeah, that's one of the major things. I mean, he's grown up. I mean, he's embedded with all of these people. He knows them all. You know. So
I mean, the idea that he would say it was Obama's half Kenyan ancestry that made him unfit to make comments.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of concerning.
He's
but,
a buffoon.
Yes.
Look, in Spain they currently have a prime minister who essentially started a program of privatizing the police, who gave private security contractors the right to arrest and frisk people. And you are telling me that Trump is dangerous, that Johnson is dangerous? You know, we already have dangerous leaders in various European countries. It's a matter of where you look. Some people who are not being called out for the things they do. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Let's see what the Telegraph.com.
Are you talking about the Common European Defense or Common European Warrant crap?
No, I'm talking specifically about a government policy invested by that moron who rules Spain, that is essentially a stepping stone to privatizing police in Spain.
Oh, no,
So,
I hadn't even heard of that. So
people just don't look for it. So the panic over Johnson and Trump is just overbloated and out of touch with reality.
that's a real fascist move. No, you're right.
Let's see what the Telegraph.com has to say. EU referendum live. Boris Johnson hails glorious opportunity of Brexit as David Cameron resigns. So Boris Johnson launched an appeal for Johnson, right? Launched an appeal for unity and attempted to draw a line on their bitterly divisive European Union referendum campaign. So basically, he is dealing with Thunderfoot's concern over a divided nation, and he is trying to, find common ground, I guess. The former London mayor also said that the UK had a glorious opportunity to re-establish itself on the world stage and can find our voice again in the world. In a statesman-like speech flanked by Labour's Gisela Stewart and the Conservatives' Michelle Gove, Mr. Johnson said that the result was a huge opportunity for the UK. Directly addressing the millions of voters who backed Remain, Mr. Johnson insisted that the result did not represent a retreat into isolationism and that Britain would remain a great European power. He said, I want to speak to the millions of people who did not vote for this outcome, especially young people who may feel that this decision in some way involves pulling up the drawbridge or any kind of isolationism. I think the very opposite is true. To those who may be anxious at home or abroad, this does not mean that the UK will be in any way less united. I honestly love what he is doing, because Thunderfoot did point out, it's like, well, you now have a separate nation. And I guess this is like one of the primary concern, to address the grievances of the people who voted differently.
Yeah, but all candidates do that, and often they don't end up giving a fuck. Every candidate.
Do they when Obama won the elections in America? Did they talk about the people who didn't vote for him, or was he like?
That was pretty much his entire fucking. That was like his entire man. Like, I'm not just gonna represent my people. I'm gonna represent all people. And then the Republicans went on to block every single piece of fucking thing he did ever. And yeah. So
then I'm wrong. No. All right. Fair point. He said we cannot turn our backs on Europe. We are part of Europe. Our children and grandchildren will continue to have a wonderful future. I really hate the fact that the European Union equals Europe, because it really doesn't. But it pisses me off every time I see it. There is simply no need in the 21st century to be part of a federal system of government based in Brussels that is imitated nowhere else on Earth. It was a noble idea for its time, but it's no longer right for this country. So it's not like 50 years ago, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's out of date as well.
It is the essence of our case that young people in this country can look forward for a more secure and prosperous future if we take back the democratic control that is the basis of our economic prosperity. An emotional Mr. Cameron fought back the tears this morning as he announced his resignation. Flanked by wife Samantha as he delivered an emotional statement outside of number 10, Mr. Cameron said that he accepted the decision of the electorate, which voted 52% for the leave and 48% against it. With a voice trembling with emotion, Mr. Cameron announced he was standing down before adding, I will do everything I can in the future to help this great country succeed. I think the country requires fresh leadership. I do not think I can be the captain to take the country to its next destination. So basically, it's exactly what we said earlier. It's he doesn't feel that he represents the will of the people anymore.
Yeah, to be fair, Cameron has actually responded to all of this with a surprising amount of class that I didn't really expect that he would. You know, I kind of expect him to be a lot less classy about this.
Yeah, he could have been like, oh, the racist one, you know what, fine, have your say, you're going to see the doom and gloom later on.
Yeah, exactly. He could have been a lot worse, and you know, I don't really want to defend Cameron, but okay, good for you, Cameron. That was fine.
It followed a turbulent night with Remain campaigners quietly confident until the early hours when the result from Newcastle and Sunderland showed better than expected returns for the Brexit camp. Surprise victory for a Brexit in Swansea, I think it's pronounced. Swansea, sorry, my bad, which was expected to vote to remain, did little to dampen concern despite Scotland overwhelmingly backing staying in the Union. And as you pointed out, like most of the European Union money goes to Scotland.
Yeah.
That might be really savvy for the EU to have done, because the Scots can, again, probably vote on their independence.
Oh, the European benefit system is a complete fuck-up. It's a complete fuck-up. Do you know what the poorest region of the European Union is? It's French Guinea in South America, and they receive most of the European Union subsidies money. So it's a complete fuck-up, and the Scots. Yeah.
I had no idea. I knew that they did receive something, but I didn't know it was such a large amount.
But look, here is what they say. Like, the most people who wanted to vote leave are particularly in deprived communities. So it's basically the rich people who wanted to stay, while the poor people wanted to leave.
And that's pretty much how it is.
Big wins for David Cameron campaign in London and Oxford did little to allay the fears that early predictions had been wrong, and the pound began to tank, down by 6%. Oh shit. Leave passed the finishing post just after 6 a.m. and it becomes clear that nothing could swing the vote back in favor of the Remain campaign. Nicola Sturgeon has thrown the future of the UK into doubt by saying a second independence referendum is highly likely in the next 2.5 years following the UK votes to leave. See, the thing is that if the life standards remain the same or become better for the Scots, I don't think they will want to leave.
Well, you would think so, but the Scots are quite nationalistic.
So, yeah, I get they're nationalistic, but why would they want to join the EU then? It makes no sense. The Scottish First Minister claimed before Scotland voted to stay in the Union that it was once in a lifetime event, but claimed following the shock of the Brexit vote that it could happen again by the end of 2018. They are quite smart by waiting, because you know, if they just wanted to leave, they would start the vote now, and they would probably get their independence, because the majority of Scottish people would vote with feelings rather than calm head. They'd be like, oh my god, we just left the EU.
Yeah. To answer the question that's on the screen, who should replace David Cameron? It shouldn't be Boris Johnson.
Oh god, no, that would be so bad for the. I mean, like, the UK needs the US at this point, and if they did that, they would be shooting themselves in the fucking foot.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking of that. What needs to happen now for the British is that what needs to happen now in Britain is that we need to start placating the Remain side. We need to start explaining to them that yes, they didn't get their way, but it's okay because we will still advocate for a lot of the things they want. I mean, like, I want to see more money going to the NHS. I want to see more money going to science. These are things that a lot of people are genuinely worried about, and I think that we should support them. You know, because
look how
where's the downside?
Look how stupid polls like this are, right? I'm from Romania and I could vote on Boris Johnson.
Yeah,
but it has democratic legitimacy now. Look at that. You can vote and you're not in the UK.
Exactly. That's not democratic legitimacy. That's exactly what I was talking about. It's not the will of the people from the UK. Okay. Yeah. But I'm not used to people joking on their own argument. I'm sorry.
Oh, God. I'm giving you shit, man. Calm down.
But yeah, definitely not Boris Johnson. But the Remain people, you guys need to calm down and realize that it will be okay. You still have a strong voice in government and all this. For Christ's sake.
Oh, by the way, Scotland might want to leave because they'd actually have more power over their own affairs in the EU than in the UK.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I would be surprised as they've got like a devolved parliament here. So, I mean...
Yeah, but they have no technical powers. I mean, they can be overridden whenever they really want to be.
Yeah, but there's the thing about the central government overriding the devolved governments is it looks really fucking bad.
It's very, very unlikely, and it would look very, very bad. You're right. And I'm not saying it would even happen. And even if they didn't happen, and they assumed the same powers they had right now, they would still have more power in the EU on their own for their own internal affairs.
Most countries in Europe are not Belgium, where you give every population group its own government and can overrule every other government. You know, the Chancellor of Germany probably also has the authority to overrule decisions made by the Bavarian governor. You know, this is just part of being in a federal republic or a federal system. Weirdly enough, I talked to my dad, who's English, a few hours ago, and he said the next thing we need now is an English parliament for the English people, and then things will be perfect, and I would consider moving back to the UK.
Well, he went to Germany to get away from the UK.
No, he went to Germany to marry his wife. But yeah,
okay.
An English parliament would probably be good. Next stepping stone campaign to go for.
This is going to be fine. Celebrities react to Brexit. This is going to be.
Yeah, go on.
For fuck's sake.
This is going to be fine. I really hate it when people are like, celebrities are having this opinion. It's like, you're an actor. You know?
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
They're qualified to smile on camera, not offer their opinion on the news.
No. Yeah. They're dancing monkeys. I mean, the only difference between Ben Affleck and a Romanian stripper is that the Romanian strippers pay less for better service.
I mean, look at a retarded thing like this. J.K. Rowling commented that she wishes that there was actually magic in a time like this. So like what? Like
Dude,
good contribution, J.K.
She lives in a fucking... Guys, this is a person who's made billions of dollars living in a fucking magical fantasy land. I mean, we should probably expect this at this point. Jesus Christ.
We should probably discount their opinions.
Like, this is not... These are people who spend their lives making believe.
Yeah.
Let's not pretend anything else.
Okay,
John Cleese was actually in favor of Brexit.
Yeah.
Let's read some of them.
A lot of, like, David Beckham saying, "I vote Remain." I don't care what you think, David.
He's a football player.
To be fair, there are certain celebrities who I take more serious, like Stephen Fry.
Exactly.
Sure, but he earned his credentials. Yeah. I mean, it's not like Ben Affleck, who is an actor and then thinks he knows more on certain topics than Sam Harris.
Throw some racist graphics, and you know it.
You know.
Yeah, sorry.
If Ben Affleck had a degree in biochemistry, I'm sure we'd listen to him too. He just
if he's talking about biochemistry, then yeah, we should listen to him.
Yeah.
Well, obviously.
Yeah. So take that out of context. Ben Affleck should be listened to on biochemistry. Good idea.
Someone grab that snippet.
I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. So you guys carry on as you are.
Okay.
Ellie very British of you.
By the way,
who the hell is Ellie Goulding?
I don't know.
She's a singer, U.S. singer.
Well, she is heartbroken to hear the news. I truly believe that this is one of the most devastating things to happen during my lifetime.
Oh my God! Then she has been spared a lot of,
Yeah, there's ISIS. There's the war in Iraq. There's probably
cancer.
Yeah, there's probably children being forced to fight in the God Liberation Army. But well,
actually, today, ISIS invaded a village in northern Iraq, in Kurdistan, kidnapped 900 villagers and sold them all as slaves.
Yeah, who the fucking cares? Brexit happened. That's tragic. I felt as a fear I've never felt this morning. So she's afraid. She's cowered up in her bed. It's like, what is this world coming to? Jesus Christ, the zombies are going to be invaded. Now, J.K. Rowling. I don't think I've ever wanted magic more, and she links to a status. Do something.
Do something.
Do something. Rowling. Do something.
The cry of despair.
Yeah. Call upon Hogwarts. Get them to call for Harry Potter. Yeah. On someone's dick. Akiotis. That was fucking intense, UK. We are with you during this time. Jamie King. Whoa, Brexit happened. Stunned. Like, well, when you're detached to reality, yeah, you are stunned. Congratulations,
Isn't that essentially what Twitter is for these days? It's just brain farts. It's just people who use Twitter more than 5 times a day should be shot.
Congratulations, Exeter.
Thank you, Crowd.
First is the cross and down. easy on the clutch. See, like people keep saying, "Oh, we're going backward, we're going backward." Like, no, you went on a ride, right? If you go on a bus and the bus all of a sudden catches fire and there's smoke inside, you get the fuck out. It's like, you know, things have changed since you went in. Suki Waterhouse has feelings.
These are people that are like, they have tens of millions or hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. They live in a completely separate world from that of reality. I don't know why people even make articles like the one we're looking at right now, because frankly, who gives a fuck?
Mate, you would be shocked how many fans of these people are. And it's like, oh, George R.R. Martin said immigration is good. Oh, well, if George R.R. Martin said that, then we need to start immigration. That's it.
Well, I mean, I agree with him, but that's a separate point. But, like, it's just, they're not, who cares? There are dancing there are dancing monkeys, like Kraut said. They're
they're not famous for their ability to understand politics. They got famous for other reasons.
Yeah, no, but they're doing this to influence people. Suki Waterhouse. Suki. It has the gloomies and she's sad. And she's emotional. Jamie Campbell Bauer is shocked, saddened, and confused.
Okay.
Yeah.
Je suis Jamie.
Yeah, she just does not understand. Tom Cullen. I don't recognize.
It's a guy.
Okay. All right. I don't recognize this country anymore. What has happened? Heartbroken. I feel sick with the sad. The pound just walked and jumped off a cliff. Congratulations. Well, I'm pretty sure that he gets paid in the good old dollar. So
that part's true. I mean, we lost hundreds of billions of dollars in Forex today. We lost hundreds of billions of dollars. What are you talking about?
Well, if you look,
don't tell me that exports are going to be more competitive.
No, personal note. I'm being a bit selfish here, but the flight.
I think we need to wait at least half a year until we see how the pound is affected by this. It's too early to say. I don't think it's like, oh, well, how much time? 12 hours. Oh, the pound is dead.
Over the long run, Forex markets are always going to seek equilibrium. That's just how economics works. So, of course, over a year, it's not going to be nearly as bad as it is right now. But that doesn't change the fact that it being as bad as it is right now still makes an impact.
As I said, let's wait a bit, at least half a year, and then we can go back on the subject.
But I just refuted that. Okay, I just refuted that. I'll leave it to the better judgments of the audience. But
all
go ahead.
Okay. Wales votes to trust a new and more right-wing Tory leadership to invest as much money into its poorer area as the EU has been doing. Michael Sheen. Very disappointed to hear that verdict of the referendum. Can't believe that Britain is leaving the European Union. Feels so wrong. Well, it's like butt sex. It feels wrong, but once you start doing it, you realize that it's tighter than a vagina, and it's good. Rowan Blanchard is saying, these past few weeks have been really scary. Again, like, people are afraid. I am sending as many thoughts of love, hope, security, puppies, and blankets to the people of Britain. I am so sorry.
As if they need that. They were the ones that voted out.
Yeah.
No, it's just going to turn into like a third world country overnight.
Yeah, we need hugs in this time of turmoil. We need puppies and we need kittens.
Yeah, the economy is going to crash. Everyone will be kicked out of their homes. No one will have any jobs.
Yeah. Hold on, because
I just read through German Twitter. People are blaming Merkel for this, which I really like. And her migration policy. I'm really
Hold on, because she believes in Jesus. She believes in Jesus.
Whether we wanted to leave or not, I mean, obviously I didn't want you guys to leave, and well, you guys did. But there is an undeniable point that British civic society has coarsened, and it's been rather nasty. I mean, the idea that a sitting MP would be killed over their political views is crazy. So I mean, I think some of their points are actually legitimate. I mean, there has been some terrifyingly, just stuff you wouldn't expect.
Hold on. Let's see what else she says, right? Because she believes in Jesus, and this is good, right?
Well, she's probably crazy, so go ahead.
No, she's not crazy. She's religious. We need to pray.
Goody.
Yeah. let's invoke Jesus now. We need to pray for Orlando, Britain, and this election, the world. But we also need to act upon it and band together to oppose evil.
Oh my God.
We need to stand up against Satan. We need to take a stand.
Winter's coming, Britain.
Winter is coming. We need to tell
The
Satan no
night
more.
is dark and full of terrors.
Yeah, the White Walkers need to be shown the middle fingers. Can't do this. Unacceptable. That's the only way I know how to cope. Together. Strength.
This makes
unity.
me puke rainbows.
Suck jazz. You can't trust these leaders to know what to do, so you must find your group and lead against them. Power to the people.
These are really strong.
Seize the means of production.
Seize the means of production. Going to try to sleep now. Britain. Vagina shape, vagina shape, vagina. No, hearts don't look like this once you go inside the human body. This is more like of a vagina shape. Like if you look at it, it's more like the labia or tits. Anyway, moving on. I am so thoroughly shocked. I like these people who have so much to say, yet say so little. Just they're shocked. Like they put their hands into the electric wire and they got shocked. Well, millennials, we're really fucked. Now we
Good.
have to work. we have to work. We just can't. Europe is out of the UK.
He just states that. That's all he does.
Oh, no, it's actually a funny statement. I like it because Europe is out of the UK. See, it implies that Europe was having to gain by having gained it. No, you need to be smart. He tried to pull a fast one by you, but no. Well, it looks like Britain is now hashtag Brit out, hashtag Brexit. Breakups suck. You'll probably lose a lot of weight. Well, at least pounds. Oh, see what she did there? Do you see what she did there? Oh, snap. Oh, my God, that's brilliant. The biggest contraction of wealth in the UK since 1921 occurred over the course of 5 hours. We are now 1 minute closer to midnight. The clock is moving and it's ticking. Whoa, UK, damn. That's very insightful.
That's insightful, yeah.
And I like that 38 people are loving this. It's right.
I can see why they chose to highlight that specific tweet among this list, because that really puts it into perspective.
Yeah. Now I know what to do. Thankfully, I didn't know what to do until I read this, but this guide is now paving the path for the future. Don't expect to see the riverbed right now after a stone's throw. Avoid both glee and apocalypticism immediately following the historical event hashtag Brexit. You know, if people keep asking like, why do these people count? Look how rich they how much reach they have. You know, if you tweet something out, do you think 5,000 people will read it?
I wonder if Jaden Smith said anything about it.
Well,
I'm under the working assumption that all the people that are retweeting and favoriting that are also of the same intellectual caliber, which is to say they're all retarded. Which is to say, frankly, I think they're lost hope, and we have no hope of reaching them regardless.
To be honest, I retweeted Hillary Clinton's tweet on Brexit earlier because it was so vapid and stupid. I just wanted to share it, show it around.
Yeah, that happens too. So,
Britain leaves the EU. By the way, regardless how stupid they are, they still have the right to vote. I'll let that sink in. Britain leaves the EU.
Of course, Jesus Christ.
Colombia ends civil war, and I thought my VR headset. What a day. Shocking news out of the UK this morning. Definitely a day for history books. This is true. So, what's up, England? Nothing much. What's up, Liam? Cheryl Wright. I am safely in my hotel room. Oh, man, don't leave it, because there's danger outside. There's pollution and there's cars. I cannot believe what is happening with the EU. The UK vote is shocking. I am scared. Wait, what is it with this pussy mentality? It's like, I'm so frightened. Something happened that I disagree with. Oh my God.
Haven't you heard that we are already preparing the Luftwaffe?
You are, aren't you? No, but the thing that I don't understand, these are rich people, right? They have money to buy unscared. You know, like you can literally pay money in order to stop being scared. Any single problem that you're afraid that's not connected to health issue can be fixed by paying cash. So is it going to be like Marvel Civil War for those that voted in and out of the UK? Should I get my camera? Who's Bucky? Hold on.
I
hold
already
on.
have my Winter Soldier costume.
I'm cringing right now. Let me cringe. Okay, I'm done. I just don't understand how it's like magic and the Civil War and getting the Captain America team united and right. That was entertaining. Let's see what else
Everyone
we
gets
have.
to see your face as well. I could go through some German papers again, see what's going on there. Probably
Yeah,
not
do that
exactly
because
the
I'm
brightest
also looking for things.
Do read them out in your yelly voice. It's amazing.
If you want some like incoherent
Young
as
German.
fuck papers, go read the American papers. I don't think they have any clue what's going on.
Oh, I
No,
wonder if the
wasn't
Young
it
Turks
Fox
have
News?
read anything.
Didn't Fox News say something along the lines of Great Britain leaving the UN or something?
Okay, I found one from the American papers.
I wouldn't
and
be surprised.
I think
Okay.
you're right. Like, look here. The Brexit debate has made Britain more racist. We now hate niggers here.
What crap?
Why should I? Yeah, sorry.
Crap?
Crowd.
Do we need to call an
Man,
ambulance?
Do they not have internet in Germany? I just don't
And
understand.
it's at the top in the German. Wait, am I breaking up again?
Yes.
Yeah, you are.
Come to Romania, we have
Ah,
internet.
You see, this is what happens when the EU falls apart.
Nah, the Romanians are stealing the internet.
We are. We have the third best internet in the world.
Liar.
No, I'm not kidding.
No, that's...
Yeah, like number 1 was South Korea, number 2 was Japan, and number 3 is Romania.
Mm.
The Brexit debate has made Britain more racist. The idea of getting our country back, once considered a cross empire throwback, is now causing ripples of bigoted glee. By Anusha.
Thing.
Anusha. Right. London. For evidence that the Brexit debate is normalizing British racism, look no further than the country's most enduring national treasure, the pub. Who decides if this is the country national treasure? I mean, I would say it's soccer. Or is it football? But
It's
still,
bad teeth.
it's bad teeth, yeah.
But still, you don't go to the pub for reasoned political discourse.
You don't? I thought that's how you do it. I thought that's like the university in Britain, I thought that Oxford was a pub.
I find the initial line very fascinating, that the idea of taking our country back is somehow inherently racist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the members of the French resistance thought the same way.
The
But
Nazis
also
wanted to
racist
take
and
the
who knows
country
what.
back. Checkmate.
Yeah, and they wanted to take your country as well. So,
And you think
we
we
win,
don't?
Godwin.
Last weekend, at a pub in London's Soho neighborhood, I got talking to a middle-aged couple. The conversation soon moved to the senseless slaughter of EMP Joe Cox at the hands of a terrorist. By the way, I do think a lot of people that were neutral on the side started voting for Leave the moment they saw that they're trying to use this death to further push their political agenda.
Probably.
And it
Yeah.
wasn't a terrorist attack. I think it's important to state that. It was not a terrorist attack. It was a lone, crazy idiot gunman.
How was it not a terrorist attack?
It's not political.
Excuse me?
It
not
was
political.
inherently political. His entire purpose for
Okay,
doing
look.
it was political. I mean, maybe I'm wrong and I just don't have the
In
information.
Germany, we had an assassination attempt at a left-wing politician 20 years ago. A woman went up to him on stage and cut his throat, and in the interrogations he said she did that because that politician was a secret alien. Did this murder as well. A man.
I really like the fact that in Germany you have guns banned, and then you can see this amusing type of news. It's like they went on the stage and cut his throat. It's like, it's like versus America. He pulled out a gun and shot people. Like that. Like, yeah, okay.
So I'm
but
back
it's
from
not-
India. I brought tea. What have I missed?
Well, you've missed what the artists and the famous celebrities are saying
You've
about
missed
the Brexit.
the uninformed musings of random dolts. You've missed
I can't
nothing.
believe I missed out on that. What?
Yeah,
That's so
Rollins.
important.
Yeah, but Rollins
I'm
wants
here
magic
now.
back. Yeah, Rollins wants Accio tits, Accio Europe.
Oh, bastions of infinite
What?
wisdom.
Sorry?
Yeah, Rollins wants magic to exist so that she can magically push UK back into the European Union.
Brilliant.
She wants the hocus pocus.
I'm sure that'll work, Rolling.
Right. And now I'm reading this article that's saying the Brexit debate has made Britain more sexist, and is saying that your national treasure, the pub, which is basically the place of learning in Britain. If you want to get educated, you go to the pub.
It's ridiculous how they think that just the debate on itself made people racist, as if you can't entertain a concept or discuss it, because that will just ruin you as a person.
See,
well, it's not the debate itself, but I certainly think the civic society and the atmosphere that's been created as a result of this campaign, regardless of like who did it or who fomented it, has stirred up xenophobic tendencies. I mean, not in the entire Leave movement, not of
I agree. We need to go back in time and shoot the person who started this discussion, because obviously
there are volatile voices after every election.
And I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying that as a result of this, I think it's undeniable to say that there has been xenophobic sentiment stirred up. I don't think.
Maybe that already existed. What if that already existed?
Well, I'm not saying it created it either. I'm saying it stirred it up. So I'm not saying it was created by it or it was anything. I'm just saying as a result of this, it is now more prominent, and we've seen a more negative results because of it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So let's keep reading. This is interesting. So while Cox asked the bloke, why couldn't he have killed a foreigner? Then he gave me the once-over and asked, where are you really from? See, microaggressions at the drinking table in the pub, toxic environment, fucking white culture, imperialistic society. 6 months ago, I would have found his comment shocking. But the Brexit debate has not challenged the way we conceive our sovereignty. It has legitimized the poisonous campaign vocabulary of the UK. They are now guilty of wrong speak. Independence Party UKIP leader Nigel Farage and his breaking point propaganda, which is not like our propaganda. Our propaganda is good, their propaganda is bad.
Yeah, that's exactly how they think as well.
Farage is the same leader who once said his party would never win the nigger vote. And nigger is so offensive that even in our publication, when we're quoting someone, we need to put dash, dash, dash. Just to show that, you know, it's like Voldemort. You can't use the word. You need to be.
Is that not a problem, though? I mean, if he really said that, isn't that kind of...
I would like to hear this thing. I would be surprised if he really said that.
I mean, I don't know if he really did, but if he did, I mean, I haven't heard him. I have never heard that before. But if he really did say that, I would be.
No. What he really meant is like they will never win the nagger vote.
Yeah, no. The thing is that I would be very surprised if that was true. It would have been.
Yeah, if he had said that, we would not hear the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They would never shut up about it. So.
Well, I mean. Listen, both the Remain campaign is fucking incompetent, so who knows? But
right, but even if he did say that, okay, I'm judging like a Romanian now. If this would happen in my country, even if he did say that, okay, he's a despicable person, but that does not justify the rest of his grievances and issues that people actually did vote. Because I doubt people who went to vote on this referendum voted because they don't like niggers.
Yeah, that's true.
So I can't do guilt by association. He's responsible for his own words and his own character.
Yeah.
And I judge, you know, on the platform that he is running the referendum, and not on the fact that he said the word nigger in the past.
Of course.
I've been having connection issues all day. I think I'm going to drop out.
Okay, Brad.
We're sorry, mate.
Robot voice isn't good. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, thanks for coming
you guys
on.
later.
I really appreciate it.
It was good talking to you, Kraut. You have a good day, man.
Okay. See you later.
Bye.
Right. Apparently I sound like some evil wizard. The magical type or the one that burns crosses, aren't you? And defended using a racist word for Chinese people in live radio broadcasts.
Yeah,
I won't even hint at what that is.
Yeah, no, I know what that was.
He definitely did that one.
Yeah, but this is not what they think, right? In Britain, it's not uncommon to call the Chinese takeaway a chinky.
Yeah.
It's not a derogatory comment about Chinese people. It's just something that happens to have fallen into the lexicon.
You know, my question is my question is this: if you're a Chinese person visiting Britain, are you safe or are you not?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
You're of course safe.
So if you're
but-
sick, then we don't care.
Yeah, but the point is, it sounds worse than it is. There's no intent behind it.
Right. Chinke. In March, he fueled antagonism towards foreigners when he claimed that mass male-on-female sex attacks were a nuclear bomb waiting to explode because of the UK high immigration levels. Oh, so he stated the truth, which goes against propaganda. So, police records show that.
Sorry,
Let's
go
see
on.
what.
What's the objection to that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not the fact that they're. I mean, I'm not one of those people that deny what you just said happened. I'm well aware that we've had refugees or migrants or however you wish to classify them involved in.
400,000 crimes in Germany, apparently.
Yeah.
400,000.
Yeah. Remember that Muslim rape can be fun depending on which part of the Muslim cock you're on. So it can be pleasurable.
Yeah, but seriously, there has been basically a crime wave because of this.
Right.
So, yeah, I at some point, I mean, the rapes, fair enough. You can say, well, maybe, but 400,000, like, robberies, all that sort of stuff.
No, I agree. I'm just not so inclined to put it on. I mean, my takeaway from that point by itself is just that, well, obviously there's a problem with the culture. There's a problem with the religious inculcation of some of these people and the values that are inherent to that religion.
This is
But there's
religious
also-
values. I really think that a lot of these people are like adventurers. They're young men. They're trying to get what they can get.
But those values are embedded in their culture.
Yeah, sure. They don't really have very much respect for women and stuff. But even
Yeah.
their own culture tells them not to steal, and yet they're still stealing. It's not that they don't know that it's wrong. It's that they think they can get away with it. That's what they're doing.
Well,
Right,
my point was just to say that I think it's been very poorly handled on the German part, and that's adding to the problem. So
Yeah.
it's not as simple as the migrants are all evil people. I think
No, I don't think.
No one says that.
I'm not. Well, just like nobody is saying the.
No, I'm saying the
evil-
law is not applied to them. That's what I'm saying.
That's the
You know,
problem.
and if you would have a bunch of like the most kind-hearted people getting in another state where the law isn't applied to them, they will start doing bad shit. And I'm not saying they will start raping people, but they will stop paying their taxes. They might try to steal. They might try to do things that are illegal because it's permitted. But anyway, this is interesting. They say that police records show that sexual assault have decreased by half since 2006. And I think like they're judging the police records for the whole country, but the immigration didn't go to places like the north, like the Scotland, the Irish. I'm curious how the rape records for police are in London, where you do have a lot of immigration. And also,
Well, it's pretty easy if you just ignore rapes when they're done by certain people.
yeah.
Of course, the numbers will be somewhat skewed.
But also, I'm not concerned only about sexual assaults. What about robbery? What about what about violence? What about assaults? Last week, Farage linked to the upcoming Brexit vote to the refugee crisis explicitly and unveiled a poster featuring a queue of Syrian refugee caption "Breaking point: the EU has failed us." I understand that in Britain, if you're a refugee and you're suffering from diabetes, the state has to pay for your medicine, despite the fact that you never paid taxes into that.
Yes, they would undoubtedly have to pay for any treatment that the refugees have.
And I understand that most of the refugees don't have jobs yet. So you're putting a strain on the British healthcare system. So this is indeed a considerable...
When Denmark started taking valuables off the migrants, everyone was horrified. And then they realized that the migrants, A, they have valuables, so they're not necessarily refugees, and B, they're costing the fucking earth. So you've got to just do something, haven't you?
Yeah,
You can be a refugee and have valuables, but Sargon.
Yeah, but it's unlikely, isn't it?
Not really.
Yeah, but come on, how much you're fleeing a war? You're really taking time to like gather up all your valuables and stuff.
Not all your valuables, but some of them. Yes, I would imagine as you're running out of the house or whatever it is. I mean, you're going to grab some stuff.
Maybe, but even then, we know that many.
Do you need to apply for refugee status if that's the case? Can't you just legally go to another country if you're really filthy rich?
Well, assuming they're actual refugees, and we're assuming the context in which
81% aren't. So we know most of them.
But the example you put forward was actual refugees. So assuming that,
well, no, these were part of the migrant crisis. The migrants that were going to Denmark, they decided to take the valuables off them after, I don't know, like €1,000, in excess of €1,000 or something like that. So it wasn't just everything; they didn't just strip them or something. But if they had significant wealth, they took it off them.
My only point was to say that I don't think we can say that no refugee has anything valuable, which is what you said.
I'm
but
not
beyond
saying,
that,
but like,
well, you did say that.
When I see refugees with iPhones, I kind of cringe.
Yeah, exactly. I don't, and that's the thing. A lot of them, we know they're economic migrants, man. We know that they are.
I think it's really.
When I see refugees with iPhones complaining that the Wi-Fi reception is shit.
Yeah, that's one of their major complaints at a lot of these camps.
At least you're not being bombed
the
to death.
entire way the EU has handled this has been fucking pathetic. Sorry, how about? Do you know what the US does when it takes in refugees?
Probably puts them in a specific area.
Puts them in a bus and ships
the
them back to
US
Mexico?
is the most successful country at integrating different populations and integrating Muslims. For example, Muslims in the U.S. are more likely to favor socially liberal policies than some of the evangelical groups.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but you get lower numbers, so it's way easier to integrate them. I mean, over here you have them forming ghettos.
Well, they form ghettos because of a failure of EU policy. But what the EU,
how can it get 2 million people without failure of the EU policy? Like, what is the normal thing to get 2 million people on a day's notice? Because this is what I understand happened in some countries. Like, oh, by the way, you have quotas now.
Are you asking? Well, let me say what the U.S. does first, because maybe that will give us insight into what we should be doing. The U.S. it does a 2-year background check, or a 6-month to 2-year background check and vetting process. After that, and it knows exactly who the person is, it pairs them with a resource management agency. This agency provides them a place to live for 6 months, a job. So once they get there, they have a job from day one, and they are on the job working. And what's really great about that is not only immerses them in the culture, it immerses them in the language. So they learn the language much faster than they do in the EU, which usually prioritizes learning the language first, which is fucking crazy.
Yeah, so it's not the system that can be used to 2 million people. It is. How can you do background checks for 6 months to 2 years on millions of people?
Do you know what they did? Do you know what the United States Navy did? They took in a fucking carrier strike group, had hundreds of helicopters, flew these fucking people out to a small island in the fucking Asian Pacific after the Vietnam War, and then
they can't do that with millions of people.
They processed
islands in Asia Pacific.
Germany
they
took
processed
in.
them there. They processed them there, and then they brought them back into the U.S. We could have done the same damn thing. We could have done the same damn thing in the Mediterranean.
With millions of refugees. Germany took in a million refugees.
I was trying to make a simple point, and the fact that we had this interruption thing back and forth has made that much harder.
Finish your point.
No, I was just going to say we could have done what the U.S. did and what they've proven to be successful, which is to use the military, take the people, take them to a camp, build an actual proper camp. The ones they have now are fucking disgusting. If you've been to one of those camps before,
yeah, some of them are really great.
Well, it's better than being in war. I would rather be in a disgusting camp than being in a war zone.
But I would argue it still violates the fucking Geneva Convention and human rights. I mean,
some of them count at the very least, right?
The Geneva Convention wasn't built for millions of people, by the way. And according to the Geneva Convention, the moment the war is over, you have to send them back.
But okay, and we can do that, V. And that's not my point. My point here is that there is a successful way to take in millions of people, and it requires a whole of the EU approach that would have required applying the EU's countries' militaries and using them to build the facilities necessary, using them to take the refugees and the migrants and doing background checks, doing vetting, and then letting the people in that are clear. And the people who aren't, or the people who are economic migrants, as you say, sending them back. We could have done that from day one.
I agree.
We wouldn't have none of these problems.
Yeah, but
they throw their passports away. You can't. Yeah.
I agree that is a proper way to do it, but we're talking of millions of people here, and Germany last year alone spent, I think, 50 billion on this. That's a big number. This is not something that you can manage with the number of refugees that we're. Yeah.
Griffiths, we're talking about an $18 trillion economy with 700 million people. We damn sure can. It's a matter of will.
You don't have the centralized control that the US has.
Okay, I understand that, and actually, I was one of the people, oddly perhaps, who was in favor of the U.S. intervening and doing exactly what I just said, putting its navy in the Mediterranean and doing that because the EU wouldn't be able to do it.
Now anyway.
No,
so,
I know, but we're speaking in terms of how would we approach this.
In a more centralized state that had more access to resources. Yeah.
Or just a more rational group of actors who recognize that by putting this off, they're going to be incurring in greater costs. Because yes, that would have been more expensive up front, but guess what? Over the long run, far less expensive, and we wouldn't have all these social problems right now.
Yeah, that's true. It's a lesson for the future, definitely. But unfortunately, we're in the predicament we're in now, so...
Well, I mean, obviously. I'm just saying there is a way to handle this, and it would have been...
I agree with you.
There is a way to handle this. It's like, okay, you're at the borders of Greece. How did you get here? Well, we passed through this and this and this country. Okay, those countries didn't have war zones. You're not refugees.
But that's not how... Like, it's not that simple, man. It really isn't that simple.
It really is that simple.
You know, it might be to you, but in international law, it's not. So we can't act that way. Why?
Because I finished the law school. I know international law. I'm telling you, it really is that simple.
And I'm telling you, it's
why don't you
not.
explain exactly what your points are then? Why do you think it's that simple, and why don't you think it's that simple?
Go ahead, V.
Well, I think it's that simple because a refugee who passes through another country that has no war cannot ask for a political for a refugee status in another country. You know, it makes absolutely no sense.
Law, yeah.
Yeah. So if I'm, let's say, passing through, let's say, Moldavia, and then I'm going to Romania in order to flee the war from Russia, quote unquote, I have to stay in Moldavia. That's where I have to stay because now I'm not in a war zone and I have to stay there. I can't just go, oh, you know what, I don't like this country, I'm going to the next one. Oh, I don't really like this one, I'm going to be really picky.
I've heard this a lot, and it's just not true.
It is true. Maybe it doesn't work out like that.
The only way it's not true, there is an exception. If I'm already in another country, like let's say I'm in UK right now, and there's a war starting in Romania, and I can ask the UK, you know, I want refugee status because there's a war in my country. Yeah. But that's the exception.
Like what happens? Let's use Turkey as an example. Better example. Let's use Jordan, who has, basically half of its population is refugees at this point in camps on the borders. There's no opportunity. There's no. These people will be living in squalor and abandoned for a decade or more.
Why do I care? Why do my tax money have to go for these people?
We're humans, and I would hope you have empathy.
Right. Well, there are donations that people can send. There is the Red Cross. There are several, Doctors Without Borders organizations that can go and take care of these people. You can donate your money if you desire. If you're a human, you can donate your money.
My point is that they're not secure, and that if they then leave Jordan to go to, say, Denmark or whatever, then there is a legitimate case to be made under the same UN law that you're talking about that would essentially validate the action that they're taking. Is it necessarily the right way to go about it? No, but guess what? None of this has been the right way to go about it.
But sorry, V should.
Yeah,
but the point is that we can help without damaging our own societies.
But you can't. But here's the thing, Sargon, and I completely agree with you. But just think about this from a philosophical level. We can't not help without damaging what makes us our societies.
No, I don't believe that.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. Turkey's currently holding 2 million refugees.
Forcing.
We send Turkey billions a year.
No, I'm not saying we bend over and let them fuck us in the ass. I'm saying that just to look on and not help would be to deny what makes us us.
Listen.
Without bringing them into our countries. That's what I'm saying.
Helping the poor should be a decision. Forcing people to hate the poor is what was the word for it? Extortion, right? If you want to help them, sure, that's fine. Send them money, send them help, send them aid. Yeah. You don't have to let them to come and live here. The president of Syria, I just want to say, the president of Syria said this, that you are hurting Syria by taking their people and holding them here.
Fuck Bashar al-Assad. Are you going to take a serious...
Okay, let's not go from the side, because let's also remember that we're talking 19% of the migrants. So 81% of them should just be sent back.
Yeah, but Sargon, let's also remember that there was no legitimate vetting process and to determine who was an economic migrant and who was a refugee.
Then we should set one up, shouldn't we?
Well, no shit. But my point there is that we don't even have a definition established of these different things to be able to categorize them.
Just the country they come from is enough for me. If you come from Morocco, you're not a fucking war refugee. You can go home.
There are probably some obvious examples, but my point is that there are 1.5 million gray areas, and that we don't have a system to handle that.
Nothing.
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is.
This other system's not perfect. Well, let's choose another system that's not perfect.
No, Sargon. My point is that we've seen what the U.S. does, or what the U.S. did, and how that system can be effective. Now we're talking about after we've already failed at doing this, and you're saying, look, we can just send 80% of them back. My point is that I don't think we have any accurate way of even telling that number in and of itself.
So, like, your solution would be
we are so far up the fucking rabbit hole and have disappeared up our own asses that we have so little idea of what's going on that we can't even make a determination of how fucked it really is.
So your solution is to leave. Hold on. Your solution is to leave the Middle East a desolated wasteland because no one lives there anymore and everyone moved to the West.
No.
What do you mean no? It's like there will always be war in the world. You know, there will always be turmoil. There will always be poor countries.
And you are goddamn lucky people stood up and helped you when you were in that position.
Yeah, who helped us when we were in that position?
Yeah, I'm looking at the people in Ukraine, in Donetsk, who wanted to go to Germany, and they were refused.
Well, there are a bunch of them are in Poland right now.
Yeah, a bunch of them are in Poland, but they're not in Germany, right? The EU does not have any duty to take care of these.
Hypocritical, self-serving piece of shit. Good job. You've identified a magical fucking button that no one else knew except everyone else.
And the other question is like, how much refugees can you take? You know, at one point it's going to be damaging for the country. At one point,
it already is.
No. Frankly, I mean, it's. How about I would posit to you this: it's only damaging because we fucked up the process so bad. We need immigrants. We need refugees.
You need immigrants, but you don't need untrained.
Because our listen. We are in a demographic decline that will see our welfare states going from 5 people working supporting 1 person to 2 people on support for every 1 person working.
Yeah, and it's going to go down. Yeah, you're talking about the demographic winter. Yeah, you're going to have people who are rich, fucking less, having less children. It's going to go into a downpour, like you say, but after that, it's going to come back up naturally by itself.
No.
What do you think it's doing to the welfare state when you have so many people coming in that are going to profit off of that welfare state without contributing
what
to
do you
it?
think it's going to do to the welfare state when there aren't enough people to support
answer my question first.
Oh, go ahead. I'll answer it. Rephrase it. My apologies.
What do you think it's going to do to the welfare state if you have immigrants coming in that are going to disproportionately take advantage of the welfare state but not contribute to it? Because we're not talking about people here that are just going to integrate and immediately contribute to society. Like I said, this costed Germany 15 billion, and estimates are that in the next few years it will be 400 billion.
But frankly, and this is going to sound odd maybe to you, but that's small fucking beans on the big scale of things, looking over especially a time period for an $18 trillion economic bloc. I mean, that's not that much. And I know that sounds crazy, but it really isn't. And in terms of...
But when is this going to be profitable then? When are we going to make money off of this? You say we need immigration. How is this going to become profitable?
It's not. Will it become profitable? I mean, I don't. I'm having a hard time looking at it like that. But financially
profitable, yeah, like financially viable. So it's not going to collapse under the weight of itself.
Well, what we need to do is enact those reforms necessary to actually getting the immigration system under control, which is having a unified border agency that's able to actually interdict these people, process them, and either deport them or take them into a refugee camp. So we need to have actually some fucking process there first. We can't do anything else before we do that, frankly, and that's the very first step. Beyond that, we need to reform on an EU-wide basis, and this is why we need the EU on an EU-wide basis, how we handle these migrants, and we need to come up with a fucking quota system. Because right now we have these ghettos that are happening. Why? Because we have a conglomeration of people as a result of being unable to spread these people out across the fucking union. So when to do those three things, and then after that, guess what we do? We actually are working our way towards integrating those people back into our integrating those people into our society.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
want them to stay. They're refugees. I want them to go home when the war's done.
Well, and they're welcome to, but frankly, we need them. Is my point.
I
No, they
actually don't
have
think
to
that's...
because they are refugees. They are not migrants.
They don't have to, though.
Of course they do. That's the point of being a refugee.
It's up to the
If
state.
that's the case, don't you dare call them refugees.
But Sargon, it's up to the state.
And I'm a democratic voter. Okay?
Yes,
So it's
you can vote.
Fundamentally, it's also up to me.
You're right.
Millions
You're right.
of
And
people
you're
who-
giving your opinion.
What?
I'm not giving my
You
opinion.
make
I'm
this
saying
happen, man.
you're right, and you're giving your opinion. And I'm not giving my opinion. I'm saying I think we need them, and I think it's up to the state whether they say or not.
You can say that you think we need them, but in the end, we'll just have to have smaller economies. We'll just have to have a small welfare state. For Christ's sake, there's no point committing national suicide. I don't want to go into the whole alt-right area of what's going to happen, but man, what you're proposing is going to definitely put us on that road, and I don't want to go on that road.
But Sargon, here's what I would suggest. I think a lot of the knock-on effects that we're seeing right now and some of the fears that you're hinting at are a result not of immigration in and of itself, but as a result of our failure to handle it properly.
Yes, but if you take in millions of people, even if you're handling it well, that's going to cause the changes that you're talking about. I want an end to mass immigration, demographic changes. I want an end to mass immigration. Full stop. I'm tired of it. There's no need for it. We don't need it.
You do.
In Britain, we don't.
You do.
In Britain, we certainly
Yes, you
don't.
do. Yes, you
No,
do.
we don't. We've got a 1.9 replacement rate, all right? We're not Germany. Okay? We are not actually Germany. This is, again, this collective fucking mindset. You're not talking
why
about
isn't Japan
Germany.
getting immigrants? You know, why is Japan not needing immigrants? This is my question.
Well, do you think Japan's not fucked?
Japan is not fucked. They have the demographic winter. Listen to me. They have a demographic winter.
Fucked.
No, listen to me. They have a demographic winter, which means they're not having enough kids compared to how many old people they're having, right? Okay. After a while, they will go into an economic downpour. But after that, people will become poor. They will start fucking again, and their country is going to become, to the same that it used to be.
It's not an economic downturn. It's a collapse of the welfare system. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's going to lead.
What makes you think this won't crash the welfare system?
It's going to lead into a crisis.
Real quick, why?
Look at Germany. Hold on. Look at Germany. You know, in the Great Depression.
Let me answer Griffith's question real quick, and then you can say what you want.
Go ahead, man. Answer that question.
Griffiths, would you mind restating your question?
No, what makes you think that this won't crash the welfare state?
Because I'm an economist and I've looked at the numbers. That's literally. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
give me the numbers then.
And actually, I was about to mention that because Sargon had mentioned this is collectivist nonsense. I want to get my sources, so I'm looking for my source right now because I save all this stuff. So go ahead, keep talking. I'm going to look for my source.
All right, but I did a video on this a couple of months ago. The UK's got a 1.9 replacement rate. It's not Germany at 1.6.
Yeah, but that's not the only factor. Here you go. Actually, I found there's one.
Maybe
Yeah.
someone share screen?
Hang on.
There are two.
Do you mind sharing the screen a second? I've got a lot up.
Yeah, sure.
And actually, the U.S. will be the only advanced industrialized economy with a birth rate above 2, or not birth rate rather, but a workers per retiree. So Sargon,
Yeah,
it
okay,
isn't.
look, you're not taking into any other factors at all, right? Have you not considered the mechanization of work that's going on at the moment? I mean, at this point, we're literally saying, look, everyone's going to have some sort of basic wage because there are not going to be enough jobs per worker, right? So, yes, the state might have to, the companies might have to be the ones supporting these people, or something like that.
Do you remember actually our last discussion? I think.
No, it was a long time
What
ago.
happened? What happened to that? Did you not put that? I haven't seen that up on any of your channels.
Honestly, I don't remember. So.
Okay.
It was like, no. I bring it up, Sargon, because we talked about this, and I was the one that told you about a universal basic income.
No, I already know about the concept of the universal basic income.
I was one that informed you about it. Anyway, my point is that I'm very well aware of of the need and the mechanization of labor and the automation. We can talk all. I mean, listen.
Yeah.
If you guys want to talk for hours about how the production function is essentially eliminating fucking labor from the basic equation, which hasn't happened for 250,000 years of human evolution, and now it's going to fundamentally change the relationship between the outputs of our labor, or the outputs of the production function and society, and how we're going to have to reshape polity and economics over the next century to deal with that. We can do that, and that's going to be a great conversation. But still, we're looking at a basic function of workers per retiree, and that is still a useful metric to determine the.
Yeah, but I asked you why you
sorry.
think that the mass immigration is not going to crash this system, and I don't think that the numbers you're showing.
How do don't you think public
it's
unrest
proving your
crashes the
point.
system? Like,
This doesn't prove how that mass immigration is not going to cause an issue.
The public unrest is a result of the failure of the EU to actually handle this properly. And Griffiths, to your point, what I would say is, this is the I think there's the same sentiment. There's the same sentiment in America almost. It's like, oh my God, the Islamic State is so scary. It's like, do you realize how powerful and how rich and how prosperous we are?
Yeah, we're not talking about the Islamic State.
Yeah,
we're
know.
talking about social problems, social cohesion.
I know.
Yeah, but you don't have millions of Muslims living in your country.
And not only Muslims, you don't have Islamists.
I live and work in the fucking caliphate of Brussels. I know.
There you go. What's the fucking argument then? This is a giant fucking problem. They're creating enclaves in our cities, and we know they are. We know there are radical preachers who are insulated by the community.
Yes, as a result of the failure of EU policy, we need to change that.
But now we're at the point where this exists, so it doesn't matter what the reason for existing is, because now we're at the point where we have to deal with it as it is.
We still need to deal with it intelligently. We still need to know the reason.
Yeah, we know the reason, but
look,
the reason is not some import more. You know, it's not more refugees. It's not more migrants. The problem now is fix what we have.
No, I would agree with you temporarily. I mean, this is a fucked up thing with this entire goddamn election year, is that some of the stuff Trump is saying is actually like, this is why I think he's gotten support by people like Milo, for example. Milo is applying his British perspective and a European perspective to American political issues. Things that are issues in the EU and that need to be solved and that Trump actually talks about aren't problems in the States, but they are problems that need to be solved in the EU. So, for example, temporarily shutting down immigration and handling what we have going on right now, actually in the EU, that does need to happen. Why? Because it's been fucked for so long.
Yes.
In the US,
America did have a closed border policy in the past, and when they opened the border, they said it's for a little bit.
The Indians and kicked them out. I mean, like, this whole border thing about the US is a little different.
The Indians would probably done the same to the Europeans if they invented gunpowder first.
And they killed tons of Americans too. I'm not one of those, oh my God, the natives are all fucking dead people. So let's not go there.
No, but my question is this, right? You have people coming from places where they can't even read. Some of the immigrants can't even read. They're illiterate. They can't do any advanced sort of jobs. And you're saying that they're somehow important for the European culture when their culture is also different.
I'm not saying European culture. I'm saying the economy and the longevity of the European.
How is let's say a 20-year Somalian who can't read going to be useful in the German economy?
Not only that, remember we're talking about living under the EU. You know, this is an organization that honestly is not. I don't think it's going to get more liberal. You know, I think it's going to get more authoritarian and controlling with each.
I think it already has got more liberal.
I don't think
so.
We'll
see. I think we don't know just yet.
As more crises appear, it's going to need to accrue more powers.
Sargon, how about this?
What you're proposing in 50 years is a Europe populated by people who are not of the sort of traditional European mindset originally.
Dude, do you really think 2 fucking million immigrants are going to supplant the common European culture?
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Because you know why? Because it's not only them. It's people like you who are helping them.
What the fuck? No, V. Wait a fucking second. No. Wait.
People like him maybe is a bit strong.
No, V.
Let me explain what I mean.
No, V. I am obviously on the different side of the argument than you are, I am not one of those people that are sitting here trying to fucking tell you to accept all the Muslims and there's no fucking rapes. Don't you dare try to qualify my argument
my
as somehow that simple.
When I wanted to say people like I meant people who use philosophy. It's people who use philosophy in order to justify unlimited immigration. It's people like the no border activists who give the migrants plier cutters in order to cut the fences at the borders. It's people who go there.
Those retards aren't doing much good.
Yeah,
You're right.
It's the ones that go there and do violence against police forces who are trying to dismantle refugee camps. You know, and those people who say they don't do much good, there are a huge number of them. And they're not only the ones that go and do the activism on the streets. They're the ones on Twitter that will get people like me fired if I hold the bad decisions. You know,
I think we also lose perspective because I mean, really, we're talking about 700 million people in Europe. Like what we're looking at here is maybe 100,000, maybe a million people on Twitter and all this kind of stuff. I think it's 700 in all of Europe.
The number itself is the ideology that they're bringing in, and it's the fact that the progressives or regressives are helping them.
My point is that it's good to have a sense of proportionality and actually put these things into context. Let's not make this threat bigger than it is, because doing that needlessly inflames tensions and the rhetoric.
But no, I don't agree. It is a big threat.
Hang on. It's a long-term threat. It's not an immediate threat. You're right. That's true. It's not an immediate threat, but we are talking long-term here. You know, that's what the discussion was.
I don't agree.
If we are talking long-term, then that is a really big problem. I agree that given the opportunity, we could integrate them. You know, but we have to stop importing people. We have to stop letting 330,000 people a year coming into Britain, and this is under the Tory pledge that we will reduce the figures. It's ridiculous. They're lying. You know, it has to stop.
Sorry, Grant. That's a different issue.
I'm looking at Facebook.
It is. You're right, but that's a different issue too.
Yeah,
hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
The problem isn't that the problem isn't only the number of people you get. It's the whole culture around this issue. It's when Merkel tells Facebook to ban quote-unquote hate speech, because if I have this argument on Facebook, I get banned. It's conservative outlets getting banned. It's people on Twitter who are offering different opinions getting banned. It's the EU.
It's fucking pathetic, dude. You're right. Instead of actually manning up and dealing with these fucking problems, they've cowered, they've hid, they've tried to suppress people's voices. It's pathetic, and it betrays the very foundations of the Enlightenment values in which we've built.
And how can you ask the question? It's like, well, they're just a handful of people. How are they going to change things when you realize that things are being changed for the worse? By the way, using these people as justification for the change.
But Europe has always had those illiberal tendencies towards speech. I mean, that's not something that's new. Only the U.S. has ever really been good on free speech.
Well, Britain before political correctness was pretty good.
Yeah, but like 50 years ago, Britain was good.
Yeah, but we have succumbed to the continental mindset.
My point is that let's not try to blame all these hate speech laws on just the refugees. I mean,
no. Listen to me. In order to have a plane crash, right, you need a couple of things to go wrong. Maybe you need the pilot to be a little sleepy and not be able to correct the fault. You need for someone who was supposed to check the engine to not check it. You need for someone who was supposed to check the wheel to not check it. And when these things are aligning, all of them, then you have the plane crash. It's not one thing. So you have the Muslims that are coming, right, uncontrolled immigration. You have the people who are banning speech against the people who are talking against the Muslims. And when these two happen simultaneously, then you have the problem.
Yeah, and not only that is inherently destabilizing, because then people go to the far right, you know, and we know we've seen it, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, this whole thing is becoming a giant clusterfuck that's really threatening the stability of Europe.
Actually, I think I can make the argument you guys just made, but even stronger than you just made it.
Good, you should.
Because, well, my point in saying that is that you're 100% correct, but it's just, it's not, we can't just like deport, we can't run away from the problem, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
It's not our problem.
So,
how did Hungary just mobilize the army and said, you're not coming here, period? How did they manage to do that?
Why? Because they have fascist tendencies. Do you want to go ahead and...
You know what?
At
this point, if this is the argument you're using, I'd rather be a fascist.
Well, I'm not.
If you are telling me that I'm either a fascist or I have to let uncontrolled immigration in my country...
Don't you fucking dare. That's a bullshit argument and you fucking
well, let's not just make vague allusions to it being fascist tendencies.
Well, no, I know.
If a country defending its borders is fascist, if defending your borders is fascist, I would rather be fascist. I'm sorry, you're legalizing the word fascist.
Jesus Christ, Jesus fucking Christ.
You're making fascist look very appealing to me now.
No. What I'm saying is that there are a lot of ways we can handle very bad situations very badly, and we shouldn't handle them like that. It's not going to help.
Yeah, but the way we're handling it is also very bad.
Yes, and if you would be listening to me earlier, I just advocated for deploying the fucking military in the Mediterranean and setting up refugee camps. I mean, I'm for a very strong solution to this problem. I just don't think internally applying your military to the border to act like some kind of Gestapo force is really going to be the most effective or the most moral thing.
I'm not asking for a Gestapo force. I'm asking when you see a boat full of immigrants coming on your shores, and they're like, oh, well, you know, we demand to be here. You go like, okay, come in here, load them on a plane, fly them the fuck back. That's exactly what I'm saying.
See, and here's what I'm saying. And actually, V, here's what the person you are trying to paint me as would say. No, we need to keep them all in the EU. Here's what I'm actually saying. We need to, instead of immediately deporting them all back, let's take them to a government-run refugee camp that was designed and secured, and that was designed and secured by the military. And then let's go ahead and vet those people. If they're legitimate refugees, grant them asylum. If they're not, send them back. That's my answer, instead of just sending them all back. I'm not suggesting we keep them all.
Okay. But the counter-argument is obviously, well, that's going to cost us billions of euros.
Exactly.
It already is, and guess what? What we're doing right now is costing us more. So yes, on the front end, it costs us more, but guess what? On the back end, we save billions of dollars.
If we don't receive any of them, it costs us no dollars.
All right, well, if we nuke the fucking Middle East, it costs us $0.
I'm not saying nuking the Middle East.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying there are a lot of things
nuking the Middle East costs you money. Nukes cost money, by the way. So that would still cost me money.
Not really, because it's a sunk cost. And guess what? They have to be tested and destroyed and demolished and put back into fucking recycling anyway.
I'm sorry, nukes aren't free.
Yeah.
Yes, V. But V.
Yes.
I'm not going to explain economics to you because I don't have enough time, frankly. But my point is that there are a lot of ways we can go about solving this problem that would be near free or essentially free. That doesn't mean they're the best way to solve the problem.
The best way to solve the problem is to not allow them in. Period. It's not our responsibility.
Well, then V, I respectfully disagree with your view, and I do think it's counterproductive.
And you know what? I wouldn't be allowed to go into, let's say, Syria if I would be a war refugee from Ukraine. Pointing it out. Saudi Arabia wouldn't allow me to go there.
But guess what, V? We're better than Saudi Arabia. We're better than Syria.
Yes, we are.
No,
okay.
That's
and
why
the reason we are is because we protect our borders.
No. The reason is because we've always stood and we uphold certain values and rights and principles. That's why we're better. That's what's enabled us to be prosperous.
I agree with you.
That is the very foundation of our prosperity.
Striking at our prosperity. We can't help people by weakening ourselves to the point where we can't do anything.
And you're right, which is why I don't say we take them all in. I say a very balanced approach that uses the combined forces and our capabilities and renders a fair judgment in line with those principles. Because if we just flagrantly violate those principles, I mean, that reminds me of the U.S. CIA secret rendition and detention program.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe
we
was
have to get to a point where we're like, okay, we have to be realistic now.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I don't want. I mean, I'm all for doing as much as we can, but we've done a lot, and it's causing a lot of problems. So let's reevaluate.
Which is why, like Donald Trump fucking says, which is I almost want to drink myself to death just for saying that. We do need to put some kind of temporary pause on the situation in Europe until we until we figure out not what's going on, but
can you look at my screen for a bit?
But until
tell me in what world do you think this makes sense?
In reality, V.
Please explain how this makes sense. And by the way, this isn't the whole map, because you would have like some countries over here as well, going all the way.
I have a question. If you and your kids are escaping war, let's just say that you're actual refugee.
81% of them are not escaping war. So we're not
if I would be escaping war,
but again, I've already told you I'm not in favor of letting those people into the fucking country. So
okay, and that's who we're talking about. That's who we're talking about. 81% of them are not.
Okay. So let's just clarify then. So V, are you talking about refugees? If they are actual refugees from a war zone in Syria,
refugees in, right?
According to international law,
legitimate refugees in. When the war's over, when we can help them, we can send them home, and we can pay for it. We can help them.
Okay, and
obviously they're going to want to go home. They're refugees, but the migrants, no, we don't need to accept them.
I think you and I agree more on this, but I think V is conflating a few things, and I think he's conflating a few things by purposely ignoring the difference between a migrant and a refugee. So,
no, I'm actually talking about the refugees, right? So if they're coming from Syria, they're passing through Turkey, right? They could stay in Turkey, but no, they go on and they pass through Bulgaria.
Let's say they are actual. I know exactly what you're saying. You've said it several times and it's crystal clear. I get it.
Okay.
What I'm asking you is, for those 21% who are refugees,
right?
Do you mind them then going into Germany or the Netherlands or whatever?
They should stay in Turkey. If they have to pass through Turkey, listen to me. If people from Ukraine come to Romania asking for refugee status, they should get it, because they're right on the border, you know. And I know that if there's going to be a war in Romania in the future, we can also go to that country seeking for help. But I don't understand, why are people coming from the Middle East, passing through all the countries that don't have wars, and deciding that, oh, well, you know what, Germany is the country we want to go in.
Why? Because all those countries are shitholes that have no opportunity for them. Their kids will fucking die malnourished and young.
They're not here for opportunity. They're here for safety.
Sargon, of course, but listen, we're thinking about this legalistically, and in the context of actual refugees. I want to stress this: actual refugees, not the migrants. Let's discount them. Let's discount them.
If I was talking about migrants, I wouldn't say they were here for survival.
I pray for a war in Romania so I can seek refugee status in Norway.
The problem, Sargon, is that both you and V are arguing with me, and you're both arguing slightly different points of view, so I'm having to be very, very careful. So if I overstate something, I apologize.
That's okay, yeah.
There's obviously some complicating factors in me trying to trying to mitigate two different lines of argument.
You know, it's not a personal thing or anything like that.
Oh, but it seems to me that it's advantageous to have a war in your country, because now you can go like, oh, I have a war in Romania, well, I'm going to go to Norway. It doesn't matter what training I have, doesn't matter what jobs I can do. I can go to Norway and live out of their welfare. You know, oh, I have a war in Romania, I can go to America, you know, and find the most economic, prosperous state and live there without any jobs, without any training and whatsoever, because, well, there's a war in my country. All of a sudden, having a war in your country seems really nice, because you can just leave and go wherever you want to, where the welfare is better and where the grass is greener.
But not only that, the problem as well is that you get people who take advantage of that, which is what the migrants are. They claim, they lie and say they're Syrians. You've got black Africans going, no, I'm Syrian, I'm Syrian. It's like, dude, look, we can tell you're not fucking Syrian. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not trying to make a fucking judgment, but you know, you're obviously lying, and you've had like 40-year-old men claiming they're children, so they don't get fucking sent back and stuff like that. It's like, come on. So they're taking advantage.
We're talking. Well, what's your point, Sargon?
My point is, we need to stop being idealistic and saying, we need to stop being realistic on this issue.
You're right, but you're also talking about the migrants. Let's not forget, and we were trying to talk just about the refugees. And in the context,
you can't separate the refugees from the migrants unless you're willing to make that distinction and say, right, okay, we will literally say to the refugees, fine, you can stay temporarily until the war's over.
You can if you're willing.
A refugee.
Okay, but again, it's up to the state whether they demand they go home or not. And
we have laws for that, to be honest.
Even when they don't, it usually ends up happening where it's like 60 to 90% go back anyway.
Well, I would hope so. Good. I mean, that's why would you want to know?
That's a historical trend. So let's not be so alarmist here. But when you're talking about migrants, I agree, and you're saying how are we going to do this without making that distinction? Well, I already told you.
Well, no, we should make the distinction. I'm fine with making that distinction.
Exactly. So you're saying how? My answer is send the fucking military in. I legitimately think we should have a carrier fucking strike group in the goddamn Mediterranean Sea, setting up a multi-billion-dollar compound capable of filtering and processing these people.
Will you pay for it? Because Romania can't pay for it.
As long as we're taking
I would almost be willing. Like, I'm a German and U.S. citizen. I would almost be willing. Just let the U.S. take care of it and pay for it. Why? Because it would stop the goddamn butthurt Europeans not solving their problems and just complaining and bitching and not getting anything done.
It's not my problem. You are saying, why am I not letting homeless people in my home? Yeah, you are saying, oh, look, these homeless people want to get in. Why aren't you allowing them to get in your home?
It's not that.
It is exactly that.
No, it's not. There are 20,000 homeless people surrounding your goddamn house. What are you gonna do? That's
when Romania was in World War II. Did they get us in?
You have to handle it. You can't just ignore it. You have to handle it. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm going to bar the doors. I'm going to take a knife, and if anyone comes into my property, I'm going to use the law of self-defense.
Then you've given up what makes us Western and what makes us.
What you're saying here is that these people are attacking us, and you want to just.
That's what V's saying. That's what V's saying.
Okay, so you don't accept his analogy then of them being homeless people?
No, I mean it's a convoluted analogy depending on who you're trying to apply it to. So I don't really know. I mean it's.
Okay, so look. All we're saying is these people are not supposed to be here permanently, right? That's the contention, right? Okay, so I don't mind what we do to look after them temporarily. That's fine, but they are, like say, either economic migrants or war refugees. Either one, I assume, don't want to stay here, except for the economic migrants who we know do. So we don't have to accept that. They're taking advantage of us. You know, this isn't a moral issue for us.
Sargon, you've repeated that same point over and over again, like I disagree with you.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure what you're trying to drive at.
What you're saying is below the importance of this point. You know, what you're saying doesn't supersede this point.
But I'm not. Go ahead, make your point again. Let me see if I'm missing something.
Okay, yeah, what I'm saying is the people who are here who should not be here, and we agree that they shouldn't be here because there's no reason for them to be here other than the fact that there are a small portion of migrants in them who are actually refugees, right? So I'm happy to delineate between the two because we can, I think, and
we're legally obliged
until they need to be until the war's over and they can be sent home safely. But you're talking about full-blown integration.
Well, my thing is, Sargon, is that we don't know how long. We don't know what's going to happen to Syria.
I don't care how long it is. I'm sorry.
You do, Sargon. You do. You know why you care? Because if it's going to be 20 fucking years and we're not worried about integration, then it's going to cause a hell of a lot more problems than if we do care about integration.
I would be all in favor of fucking training them up as an army and sending them back to reconquer their homes.
Do you know how unethical that is?
Why is that unethical? How is that unethical? How is
equipping and building a paramilitary force in the Western world to then send to the fucking that's
of refugees, of people who've been forced out of their homes by ISIS.
Okay,
I don't think that's unethical at all.
I don't think it's unethical when they're in theater. So if they're in the area and we give them weapons and training and guns, I don't think that's unethical. But then taking them in, training them, and then sending them back, that is a little fucking sketchy.
I think that's exactly what they'd ask us to do if they fucking actually wanted to reclaim their homes. Jesus Christ, man. They dispossessed people by war, by a terrorist state.
If you would go to Japan, seeking refuge, and the Japanese government would be like, you know what, we're going to arm you and your friends so you can go back and conquer your country, you would be like, oh, you know what, that's unethical. That's not.
What was that fee? What?
If you would flee from a war, if you would flee from, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened in World War II.
It's conquered your country. Here, we'll help you try and take it.
Guys, this isn't World War II. I mean,
This is the same thing. These are still refugees.
Okay,
from
Germany
war.
invaded France.
I
French
know.
people went to Britain. British people trained the French people how to fight and send them back to reconquer their country. How is that unethical?
Okay, that's not, because we're in a total war situation. And personally, for me, you know why
think
it's
if it
different?
wasn't,
No,
you think if it wasn't World War, that would have not make it
why?
ethical?
Do you know why it's different? Because during World War II, it wasn't unethical to drop a fucking atomic bomb on somebody. That's why.
Right.
Our relativistic scale of what is unethical and not
even on a relativistic
fucked.
scale, how is that unethical?
If it would happen again, if
Do
Germany
what?
would invade, listen, if Germany would invade France again, I know, completely hypothetical scenario, and the
Not
French people
France.
would go to Britain, it's not total war, it's not World War III, right? And Britain would train the French people to go back and counter their country back. How would this be not ethical?
I noticed that I wasn't having connection issues. I was just downloading the Fallout 4 DLC. But I wanted to tell you guys. Did you know that in Syria, in Homs to be precise, was the headquarters of the Free Polish Army during the Second World War? To
in Syria?
train, yes, in Syria, in Homs,
Yeah.
to train an exiled army is not a completely unethical thing. In fact, I would
Carl,
argue
Ethical
if you
thing to
ask.
do.
If you ask members of the veterans of the Free Polish Army or the Free French Army, I would argue that they will tell you that it is the ethical thing to do.
Yeah.
We already do that, and we're doing it. Well, the U.S. is doing it all over the fucking Middle East and Syria right now. I'm not saying it's inherently unethical.
No. They are doing it on their own. Thousands of Kurds. I mean, we in Germany have the biggest exiled Kurdish community in the world.
Yeah,
Thousands
you're right.
of them went to Syria to fight ISIS. And
You're right. Yeah, and a lot of
most
American
of the
Kurds did
people
too.
who turned up here are Arabs. Now, I do understand that I wouldn't send the women and children to go and fight their wars. Okay, maybe I would send some of the women, but I don't see why they can't fight for their country.
My point is that, as a matter of policy, bringing people into your country and then turning them into a paramilitary group, which you do not then have control over, and sending them back into this country is going to create all sorts of problems for
Why
which you'll have
must
to
it be in
answer.
my country? There are, I think there's something next to 8 NATO bases in Turkey who happen to be closely around the Caucasus area on the border to Iran, mainly US, even
Okay,
a Dutch
so
base, if I'm not
you know
mistaken.
If it happened in Turkey on the border, I probably wouldn't say it's unethical. The reason I'm saying it's unethical is because when we're the idea of taking these people, bringing them into the EU, making them into a paramilitary force over which we have no legal oversight, and then sending them into war will cause legal challenges on international stage. The U.S.
I don't think
will
so,
probably
because
block
it happened before.
No, it will have no teeth. It will have no teeth, and it could be done, and it could be done very effectively. You're right. I'm saying personally, I think it's unethical. Well, no, the international law will have no teeth because the U.S. would be like, go fuck yourself.
No, fair enough, I understand that.
Or Britain or whatever.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I'm saying personally, I think that's unethical. To take them into the EU proper, train them, make them a paramilitary force, and then turn them loose on Syria without any legal oversight.
Well, I think they should be embedded in our own armies. I mean, basically,
No.
Why not create civilian divisions?
Have you read reports of what happened when U.S. soldiers and British soldiers were training Iraqis and Afghani soldiers in after 2003, 2004?
Yeah, so there are problems. Yes.
No. The biggest fucking problem with those goddamn people when you're training them isn't, are they gonna, not pop up to shoot or whatever? It's, are they gonna shoot you in the fucking back of the head?
Yeah, but these people don't hate us.
But neither did the people who we were working with in those
armies.
armies.
Otherwise, they're going to shoot you in the back of the head. We're the benefactors in this case. In that case, we were their invaders.
No, you know why they did? Because they could gain something. They were poor, they didn't care, they had no sense of perspective. Hey,
I just remembered something else.
My point is, it's a terrible idea and no military leader would go for it.
Well,
I just remembered...
If they're so poor, if they're so poor that they will shoot you in the back of the head when you help them, that's not a reason to keep them out from the country.
Yeah.
I just forget something else.
We're talking about Afghanis and Iraqis.
It's already
12 years
happening.
ago.
It's already happening. 70% of all Afghans who flee to come to Europe happen to be Shia. and they cross Iran, and illegals in Iran, Afghan Shia illegals, are forcefully recruited into Shia militias and sent into Syria to fight for Bashar al-Assad. So it's already happening on a more unethical basis, to be honest.
Yes, Kraut, but like we're not Iran. Like I would hope that we're better.
That's my point. We should be training people, especially considering that the people we're opposed to are doing it.
That's if they start to torture too, Kraut.
I know you have the image in your mind of how things went completely to shit in Afghanistan.
That's not what's in my
mind.
There
are many more contributing factors to that. And the fact that only because foreign intervention has failed, and only because recruiting and building a foreign army has failed in the past, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it anymore. Because sometimes, like in case of the Free French Army, it succeeds. Sometimes in case like the Free Polish Army, it succeeds. The Free Polish Army played a very important role in liberating Italy. Look it up. Sometimes it works.
I'm not against providing them.
There's just something I want to add there. Yeah. The word liberate is very important there as well. Because if you have national troops embedded in the troops who are coming into the country, it looks like a liberation force. You know, if you are invading Iraq and then training them to do things as you want them to do, it looks like an occupation force. That's
completely true.
There is a definitive difference. If we were to, literally have thousands of young Syrian men who have been trained to sort of European army standards embedded in national army regiments, and then they're occupying areas of Syria, that would go down so much better. These guys, they would be able to tell the populace that I come from that town. I was forced out by ISIS. I'm here to liberate everyone.
I agree with you, but I'm not sure what your point is, because that would end up costing even more money than we're currently spending right now.
If it's going to save the situation, but that is an actual solution. That's the point. Integrating them into European society is going to do damage to European society.
You're right. Can I please respond to what Sargon says? Sure. Do you mind? Thank you. And if we did it the way you just outlined, I would not be against it, and I don't think it's unethical. Because the way we were talking about it previously is literally like bringing in a cohort of people, throwing them a fucking gun, throwing them a fucking uniform, and shipping them back and fucking strapping a parachute to their back and saying, hey, good luck against a Russian jet.
Obviously I don't want that to be the case.
Fucking ludicrous. Ludicrous.
But obviously
your plan, that might work, but guess what the lead time on that will be? Years. Years.
But this is probably
half a decade at least.
That's why my plan is the best.
But
if they're not from a bordering country,
your plan looks outside the house, sees homeless people, and says, "Hey, I can just kill them all."
No. If a homeless person gets into my house with force, I can kill him according to the law of self-defense, right? That doesn't mean I will. But still, I have the law of self-defense. If someone comes into my house by breaking the door to do that, right? And it's the exact same. If people would come violently into a country just using pliers to cut the border fences and then immediately go, you have the right to do what Hungary is doing or Japan is doing, to move the army and say, one more step and we shoot. And they, being reasonable humans, will not take that one step and they will turn back around.
Japan doesn't do... What are you talking about? Don't...
What do you think would happen if people would try to invade Japan, mate? Dude, go through the border. What do you think would happen?
Nothing, because Okinawa, a southwest base or a southwest island of Japan, is just a giant floating fucking military base for the United States that has at least 2 super carriers there. So who's going to invade Japan? Nobody.
I'm saying if boats of hundreds of thousands of people would try to reach Japan and just bypass their border. Yeah, what would happen? What would happen?
The U.S. military would intercept them and process them, like I've been suggesting.
That's exactly what should happen. And they would be turned back around, probably.
No.
Actually, nobody's going to Japan because the Japanese asylum, 90% of all asylum applicants in Japan are deported.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about.
Crowd, you're right. The question... V's proposition was, what would happen if a boat came up to Japanese waters? And my point was, they would be processed like I fucking recommended.
They would refuse to. No. They would refuse to stop. right? The military boats are coming in, and they refuse to stop. They just go
They would
forward.
refuse to stop. What do you
I think to get back to Europe and the Syrian thing, there's one thing I have to say, which I think that might rustle the jimmies of some people. I wouldn't deport a single fucking Syrian. I wouldn't deport a single Syrian who came to Germany.
I wouldn't either. I'm with Crowd.
I lived close to the border. I saw these people. They were in rags. They were filthy. They were dirty. They didn't have proper food for months.
Actual refugees.
Yes,
Yeah,
they were
I
happy to
agree.
be here.
I think exactly the same.
And I know from a friend of mine who told me that in the refugee camps, the Syrians are basically just happy to have free warm meals a day. They're grateful. They are trying their best to learn German, whilst the Afghans and the Eritreans and the Pakistanis complain about the Wi-Fi not working properly in a refugee camp. And the majority of the people who came here are not Syrian. It's Moroccans, and Morocco is the fastest growing economy in Africa. There's no reason to even be an economic migrant in that regard.
Well, it's free money for young people who don't have very much money, isn't it?
Exactly.
So what I'm hearing is that the right answer is to screen them, vet them, and allow the actual refugees in, not just burn back the boats or sink them, as seems to be.
No, I'm not
peace
saying
plan.
you should sink the boats. I am saying you
Hey,
get the
I'm being slightly
No,
hyperbolic.
I'm
Pete,
saying
but
the
come on,
only
you're just
time you
condemning
sink
them to
them,
death by another name.
the only time you sink them is if they refuse to stop. Right? If you say stop, we're
If
the
you
army,
refuse
you're
lawful
bypassing
command.
the borders,
But-
right?
But I don't think
What's the
is
point
that-
of having borders if you're not enforcing this shit?
Well, I
But I don't
wouldn't
think you're
sink.
understanding.
I wouldn't do
But I
that.
don't think you're understanding, V, is just how much more powerful we are. And because how much more power we have in terms of the military, we do need to be careful. We do need to be
Mate, if I as a civilian try to break into a military barrack and just refuse anything that they warn me, they will say stop, stop all our shit. And I just keep going, and they probably will try to tackle me, but let's say I somehow manage not to get tackled. Eventually they will shoot at me.
If you sneak onto a military base, one, you're not going to sneak onto a military base. Two, if you do, you're going to get stopped. And three, they're not going to fucking shoot you, moron.
It's funny
They-
because
depending on
I
the
just
country.
remembered that
Come
we have
on.
that we had a scandal in Germany, kind of an artificial scandal, right after the refugee and migrant crisis started, where a German politician said that Germans. So it's just a fact that she stated. German soldiers have the right to shoot at people who cross the border
Of course
at
they do.
non-border crossings. And she's
Obviously.
just stated the fact, and it was this enormous artificial outcry of it. But it's a fact. It's in German laws. German soldiers have the right to shoot at anyone who crosses the border, not at a border crossing. but
At
in
Law
forest.
University, they taught us that any right that is not being enforced is not really a right. So if you have the right to have borders, but you don't enforce it in any way, then you don't really have borders.
That, Crowd, I'm not going to try to rebut V's crazy stuff, but Crowd, to your point, I understand the practical application. My question is, do we want to live in that world? Like, do we want to live in a world where where our immediate response is to shoot people at the border?
You can ask the Polish if they want to live in a world where the Germans can just cross the border at any time without getting
Honestly, I just don't
you know what?
understand the
It's-
idea of
yeah,
having borders being crazy and being bad and whatnot. The reason we have borders is because the citizens of the country. No, listen.
You are making this way too fucking simple. It's not that you have borders. It's you have borders. Yes. Now, what do we do about it? And
We enforce it.
If somebody
The
and if
reason-
somebody challenges it, or somebody brings up a question, or somebody brings up a point of nuance.
Listen,
your only
the
answer-
reason we have borders is because inside the country, the citizens of the country pay into a welfare state. And they then require to get back. No, let me finish.
Jesus
They
fucking
require
Christ.
to get back healthcare. They require to get back education. They require to get back jobs according to the own money that they spend for that state. Now, when someone else comes through your borders without paying into the system, they want to receive shit that is now free. But not only that, when someone comes through a border illegally, they could be trying to escape prosecution from their country because they committed a criminal act. They could try to smuggle shit in. The government doesn't even know about that person because they came illegally.
So, V, is the right answer to condemn them to death immediately?
No, the right answer is to do exactly what Mexico would do if Americans would try to cross the border into Mexico, put them into a bus and ship them right the fuck back.
Look, Belgian.
What?
I live 20 minutes from the Austrian border. I can literally just walk over the border, and I do it on many occasions. I just walk right over into that country. You know what the difference is between the German-Austrian border and the border between, for example, Bulgaria and Turkey? There's a certain standard of living. There are certain cultures that communicate in a better way. There is trade going on. There's a reason why we in Europe have this agreement, essentially, of saying, oh yes, you can simply go across the borders, because we do not abuse it. These people, however, abused it. It's the reason why the Austrians, the Hungarians, the Polish, the Czech and the Slovaks and the Croatians got together and decided to shut down the Balkan route, because it was being abused. You can only have open borders between countries who agree on the same set of standards and rules.
But it's not only that. If let's say I would stop
And
paying
Kraut,
taxes-
I disagree with nothing of what you said. And really, I think this entire discussion has been not so much an exercise.
I think you cut off.
Yeah, he
You know,
muted
but
himself.
It's exactly the same thing. And if I stop paying the taxes in my country and I then hop the border to another country, then
Hello?
I think people are being muted. I think it's a
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sargon is muting people. That's what's going on. He probably has a...
Oh wait, I forgot that I was muted. I was getting angry.
Jesus
I can't
Christ,
believe these
Sargon.
disrespectful motherfuckers. I'm interrupting them. They're just carrying on, and then yeah, so I'm an idiot. But okay, what we're going to do is start the discussion here. Live free. Thanks for coming on. It's been interesting. I'm going to get someone else with a different.
Sargon, if
Hang on, man.
you don't mind. Go ahead.
What? Okay, go on.
There was one thing I wanted to follow up with you on about earlier, and it'd be a minute or so. But
Okay.
I wanted to, because we touched on it very, very briefly in the interlude between us talking shit and a random article. But if you could expand, and if everyone could, if they have opinions, what do you think the impact on foreign relations is going to be for the UK, and more specifically between the US and the UK? Like, what do you see happening?
No, that's a bit big and a bit broad. So I think we've already covered this anyway, but it's too big, and I'd like to get someone else on to have their opinions. But
Fair enough, man.
Thanks for coming on live. It's been an interesting and lively debate. I appreciate the fact that you've been defending your positions so stridently, because it's allowed us to really dig deep into the sort of.
I think it's allowed us to approach some of these nuanced things that get people hooked up sometimes, and maybe cause unnecessarily tenuous debate between otherwise agreeable people.
Yeah. But,
all right. Well, yeah. You guys have a good day. It was good talking to you.
Yeah. All right. Take care. Right. So in the meantime, V, while we wait for any other people, are there any other articles around or anything like that? And I will unmute you. So.
yeah, sorry about that, man.
Sorry,
Science
Kraut.
tyranny.
Yeah, I really appreciate that he defended this position. You know,
Yeah.
just because I get very emotional about it doesn't mean that
Yeah.
I don't respect him or anything like that.
Yeah,
you know?
I know.
I have more respect for people who defend their positions than people who are just refusing to have a dialogue.
Some people out there really believe that every disagreement is something personal,
Yeah.
which is not the case.
Yeah. There's a distinct strain of just not engaging people's ideas, which I think we're doing a good job of breaking through.
I think
do you want to go through something a minute? Because actually, before,
Brexit.
I actually don't know who I'm going to get on next.
Brexit is a feminist issue.
Oh god.
It's a bit older one. I don't know if you want me to read it.
Oh, that was actually an article title.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
So what was the title? I didn't hear it.
Brexit is a feminist issue.
Oh wow, go on then.
Please.
Go on then. Why not? Why not?
This must be called.
It's an older article, by the way. It's but it does.
That's okay. Let's see what this.
It comes from the Guardian.
Of course, it comes from the fucking. Jesus Christ! what was I
Bastion of
expecting?
infinite wisdom.
So, according to this, in 1975, campaigners for Britain to leave the European Economic Community, as it was then, hit upon a brilliant wheeze to put women at the center of the debate. In Coventry, they got the new Lady Godiva to ride through the town on the basis that Lady Godiva was against food taxes. says Robert Saunders of Queen Mary University in London, who is writing a book about the referendum vote. But the stunt was the beset with problems. First, Godiva had to wear a body stocking before the police would allow it. She also had a hard time because she had never ridden a horse before, and behind her was a man banging Jamaican drums. The horse bolted. Oh wow, it's really interesting. Why is this relevant? I don't know. It was a campaign that now makes the 1970s seem very remote. Daily Mirror hired Beverly Pinkton, a page 3 model, who later became the face of Big D Nuts, to front its coverage. The newspaper showed girls in tight t-shirts reading "Europe or Bust." A Swedish model called SIV posted in a bikini adorned with the flags of the member states to drum up interest in the subject. So basically they're saying they were using tits and women in order to get the campaign of Yes to Europe to get more people to support the Leave campaign, basically. They used tits. Horrible. Absolutely dreadful. The pro-European side up a woman's office to counter this sexism, and under the guidance of Lady Kina Avenbury and Anae Monet Coates, it worked with the Women's Institute of Townswomen Guild across the country to put out a female-focused message. Polling early in this year indicated that women were more Eurosceptic than men, but they also said their allegiances were softer. In the end, the campaign of the Women's Office helped swing the referendum resoundingly in favor of continued membership. So it's thanks for the women that we're here. Fast forward 4 decades, and no one is likely to dress up as Lady Godiva, although Boris Johnson does have does have the requisite flowing band locks. There are 2 significant echoes of 1975. So finally, we get to the article. Look how much bullshit before we get to the main. Polling shows women are more likely to say they are undecided over the vote in June, and women's voice are still underrepresented in the debate of the EU. Well, if they're undecided, of course they are. Why would you want to have them more represented if they're undecided?
Well, you know, we need huge crowds of women just standing there looking bemused, saying, "I don't know." And just shrug their shoulder.
No, not so sure.
Like every TV debate should have an impartial woman. You know, just Deborah, what do you think? I don't know.
I'm not so sure. I mean, I can see your point, but I'm not sure. Like, what do you think? So far, we have had rallies heading by Nigel Farage and George Galloway, and they don't have vaginas, which is bad. They don't. You can't represent a woman unless you have a vagina. You know, if a woman is for abortion, you can't represent her point of view. You need to first have a vagina and then represent her point of view. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Are you now mansplaining vaginas to me?
Yeah, pretty much.
God fucking damn.
Dreary press. The best type of explaining is mansplaining. Dreary press conferences held by M&S former chief executive Stuart Ross, the media circus surrounding Boris Johnson's weekend-long tease, the row of sacking of the British Chambers of Commerce leader, and the possibility of the London mayor and George Osborne going head-to-head in a television debate. So in other words, dicks are talking and no one is listening to the women how undecided they are. The sheer number of self-important Eurosceptic male backbenchers huffing about sovereignty, migration, or Project Fear has made even their own side concerned. One Leave advocate tells me he worries about the debate being dominated by the men in green ties. A reference to the Grassroots Out Go campaign. And another confides, if I see Conservative MP Bill Cash coming down the corridor, my heart sinks. Who is keeping women from having a discussion? Honestly. Isn't there thousands, literally thousands of women journalists and bloggers that are having their opinion on this shit? Just because they don't appear on television doesn't mean they don't exist.
If anything, it's more an argument that the Guardian's busy marginalizing them.
Yeah, and not to mention these people who are speaking, you know, at these conventions. They were voted by women as well.
Of course.
I mean, if women wouldn't have voted them, they probably wouldn't be here, considering that women are half the population.
I went to the Grassroots Out rally at the very beginning of the sort of election campaign, referendum
Did you?
campaign. Yeah, I recorded a thing from it. There were loads of women there. Absolutely fucking loads. What the fuck am I?
Nonsense. It says there were no women. They were unrepresented.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Women,
In fact, I'm not.
women don't have political thoughts, apparently, according to The Guardian.
Were they undecided when they went to the Go campaign? Did they went there and they were like, oh, still I don't know.
I find
They
it
don't
interesting.
count.
No, V, I can tell you, they were just like, well, I'm just a little woman, so I don't exactly know, but my big husband says this, and I just listen to them. Because British women are just like that.
The opinions of those women don't count if they don't agree with The Guardian.
Yes, of course.
Pretty much.
Well, obviously, they're womaning wrong.
Did you see that article that was on the site? What is this? Anders Breivik, the worst endorsement in Europe.
Oh, we'll get to that as well.
Well, they've admitted.
No, the guy who Fox is a pretty bad endorsement too.
So the imbalance has not gone unnoticed, that said. If you are feeling waspish, you might conclude that women's major contribution to the EU debate has so far has been to say that more women should contribute to the EU debate. So women, like we have a debate, should we stay in the European Union or should we leave? And you have women, I know what to do, we need to get more women to talk about this.
Then first they have to set up their own debate. Should we throw our voices into the ring or not? Well, I'm not really sure. Should we hold a debate on whether we should do that?
Okay, I've got a comment that Zante has sent me through about someone on his private Facebook, but I think this is a really interesting thing because one of the things that the regressives have been sending around recently is, oh my god, like most of the people who voted to leave are 60-something plus, therefore they shouldn't be allowed to vote, and it's like, yeah, that's democratic shit. And I just want to read out this comment by one of them on his Facebook about why she voted leave. And, I mean, I'll just read it. So, just had an interesting point of view from someone in the 65 to 75 age bracket. I was reminded that she was part of the population that voted us into the EU in 1975, referendum on the basis that it was the entry into the EEC. The promises was of economic benefits, not political. Her argument was, we never signed up to anything like the EU is today. We signed up purely to an economic European community. Today, the EU is not recognizable from what it was in 1975, and on the basis of what Harold Wilson said it was, if we didn't like it. We could always vote to leave. That's exactly what she did. She felt responsible for getting the EU into this mess, and felt it was her duty to get us out. Well, God fucking speed.
Yeah,
that's what I like to hear. So fucking, I mean, this is why I think a lot of the older generation who did vote are going to be voting leave. I mean, my dad's the same, to be honest. He feels
it's besides the point.
What about your mom?
It's besides the point. In a free democratic society, you have the right to vote. Yes. It's beside the point how old you are. I mean, questioning that very principle.
Well, yeah, that's disgraceful.
Also, the idea that a 20-year-old would understand this better than someone quite more experienced.
Oh yeah, fucking old people. They don't know anything about politics.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't read the Huffington Post.
Well, no. The old people are going to be more conservative, and these people being liberal, they obviously want conservatives to be
That is the same thing as the people who say that women shouldn't be able to vote because they vote for left wing.
How about we don't let people with an IQ below 80 vote? I mean,
to be fair.
Nice, but it's
to be fair, hold on. To
the
be fair,
fairest way.
To be fair, you also have the left saying that old people shouldn't vote, and you have the right saying that young people shouldn't vote.
Yeah. But the thing is, I don't think any of them should decide that any of them shouldn't vote.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, obviously, but I knew we were all going to get an agreement on that. But what I found interesting is the idea of personal responsibility that this person feels. As an individual, they're like, well, Christ, my vote mattered. And I mean, maybe in like 20 years or something, I'll be an old man, and a load of Eurosceptic kids will be like, no, we don't need to join the EU, and I'll be like, yeah, but I actually voted for us to leave, and it turned out to be an awful idea. Maybe I feel responsible trying to get us back in. Maybe it'll be the reverse.
That's an interesting thought.
I know. Thank you. But it was an interesting Facebook post, and I really do think that the only reason I really bring it up is because I've heard my relatives say things like that. And it's just like, well, it's nice that they understand, I guess, and they care.
Oh my God! Look what they're saying. On 1st of February, Barbara Judge, chair of the Institute of Directors, asked if women had been sidelined or have chosen to absent themselves from debate. On the 1st of March, Labour Mary Krieg warned we should not leave the decision to the Old Boys Club.
Well, everyone
Because-
has a vote.
Yeah, but that's just the feminist rhetoric coming out. It's not an old
Yeah,
boys
no.
club. It's anyone who wants to work to get to become part of the club. So,
No, it's
feminist crap.
no, you know, Sargon. You remember when your dad put that Bluetooth in your cock, and all of a sudden you
What?
started thinking like all the other men on Earth? And if one
Layman
man,
is a faggot.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And when you
The-
go
the
to your
patriarchal
weekly
conspiracy.
patriarchy meetings,
Yeah.
they set out what they're going to do this week to oppress women.
you now stop thinking individually, and you're thinking for the good of the brotherhood.
Yeah, I should really start thinking more for the good of the collective. I mean, I mean, that's why people should start giving up their votes. I think.
Can you guys hear me?
Honestly, yeah, we can hear you, Layman. How you doing?
Okay.
So, how
I'm
far back is your
fucking
head on
livid
fire?
over here.
Why?
Okay, wait. Who the fuck was that person you were talking to earlier?
Oh, he's a chap called.
I'm not joking, mate. Live free.
Go on.
How do you pronounce that?
Livefree. Live free. He's
Live
just.
free.
I've spoken to him on Skype a bunch of times. I guess. I did.
You know, Jesus, Sargon, don't do this to me, man. You almost fucking killed me with this guy.
What?
Okay, so first, refugee is not a proper political term, right? It's asylum seeker, a person who has been granted asylum. That is based on national law, right? Germany, for instance, decides whether or not you are an actual refugee, quotation mark, whether you fill the requirements, whether you are, for instance, from a safe country of origin or from a war-torn country of origin. There are set definitions for this, legal definitions for this.
Yeah.
Second, you guys were absolutely fucking right. The moment an asylum seeker enters, especially soil of a member state of the European Union, the person automatically loses any chance of being granted asylum in another country. So, for instance, if you travel through, let's say, Romania, Serbia, or whatever, you have to apply for asylum there. Germany is only taking asylum seekers because it's being nice to them.
Yeah, it's cut.
Quotas,
Yeah, I know.
Jesus, quotas are only fucking necessary because Germany is a bunch of fucking cocks. Also, the definition for refugee, another part of it, is already in the fucking constitution, Article 16.1. Fuck, Sargon, I'm dying over here, man.
Sorry, man, I didn't know you were around to get on. I would love to have had you on to tell us all this, because I had no idea. Sorry, man, I didn't know you were
I'm
around.
fucking drunk.
So,
Fuck.
what's your opinion on the vote then, Layman? Go on.
Oh, you mean Brexit?
Oh, yeah, just that little thing.
Oh, is that what we were talking about?
Yeah. If you don't,
I
you
wasn't
don't
paying
mind just
attention.
giving us your brief opinion on something you clearly have no interest in.
Oh, I like it. I think it's pretty great.
Have you been on?
That's my entire fucking point.
I think that's a great response.
Have you been on
And that was
Crouch
Lehman.
yet? Have you been on Crouch-chan yet?
Come again?
Have you been on Crouch-chan yet?
No.
Okay,
You
just
mean
go.
post the link there? Nah, not yet, man.
No. I don't
Wait,
mean post a link
okay.
to this hangout. Just go and see how they changed their page.
If you insist, okay.
It-
If you insist of me linking it there, okay.
Oh,
How have they changed that
Yeah,
page?
I see.
It the background
I see
picture
nothing
is a
different.
British flag, and it plays immediately when you put up the page. It plays Rule Britannia, and I think they implemented a starting logo.
Only
the
on the
crowd-
international board.
Yeah, gas the Germans. Brexit
Yes, the
now.
German Brexit now. Brexit. Yes. Oh god. But Sargon, listen, mate, listen. I'm gonna absolutely give this to you, right? Rule Britannia. Rule all the fucking waves. Britons will never be slaves, my dude.
Hey, man, I'm behind that as well.
You guys. Let's just be like, I think there are.
Deutschland
Listen.
Okay, hang on. The question then, who do you think's next? Who do you think's going to get a referendum on this next?
The Finnish.
Probably not. I think, if anything, we might see a referendum from the Netherlands, maybe France, depending on national sentiment. We might see something coming from the Czech Republic, Depends. It
I
really
don't
depends on
think
quite
I
a
don't
few
think
factors.
I don't think it will happen in the Netherlands, to be honest.
Why not?
Because during did you guys hear about the Ukraine referendum back when it was happening?
No,
Come
I don't
again?
remember it.
Oh, well, in short, we had a referendum regarding a trade deal with Ukraine, which is a topic on itself. But there was a big discussion on the use of referendums because the person who called for this referendum sort of admitted that he was taking advantage of it, of the tool to get something else. And it caused quite some controversy, and at the moment they're actually debating on how to reshape the laws regarding referendums. And I think if they would call for a referendum now, no one would actually sign. I think we need like 20K. I don't know, how many autographs do we
The
need? I
most
don't know.
Eurosceptic population are the Italians, at least according to this article I just read, but I don't know how trustworthy it is.
I do actually have a source on Euroscepticism. Give me a second. I have to just look it up.
I don't think the Dutch are going to do it so shortly after the Ukraine referendum.
If we Germans do it, will the hashtag be called Jerksit?
What?
Jerksit. Jerkit, pretty much, yeah.
So you don't think the Netherlands and the Italians being the most Eurosceptic, are they?
Well,
I've not heard that before.
it's Bild-Zeitung, which is trash. I have to look up a better source for that.
Right, okay. Yeah, because I was going to say I've never heard anything to suggest that. So. Right, okay. I'm gonna go get a cup of tea and whatnot. But yeah, just carry on doing whatever you want to do.
Spain.
I saw.
Spanish. I think the Spanish are the most Eurosceptic, apparently. Which would be interesting if Spain leaves, due to its fucking impoverished state. But yeah, the thing about Euroscepticism is that it is more common than most people might assert. I mean, it varies from country to country, and the glorious thing about it, especially in the recent years, is that it used to be a purely right-wing issue like 20 years ago, and it has migrated across the political board. I mean, the top Eurosceptic in Germany comes out of the left. And
Yeah, over here
the
too.
same in Spain.
Socialist Party.
Yeah.
But I also think that the biggest percentage of the French population was in favor of Brexit. Everyone was rooting for the Brits in France, the way I understood it.
Well, the French hate the Brits.
shit,
That might have
that's
something. I
The-
think
the
everyone
way-
has their own motives.
Like the way it was presented, or at least I'm just speaking from what I've seen on social media, so that would generally be, younger people who are pretty much all voting to remain. They were all sharing shit of like, countries projecting the Union flag onto buildings, or there's one going around of just, people forming a line of kisses or something, saying we love you and want you to stay in the EU. So, at least from what I've seen on that end, if there were. I'm sure there is plenty of Euroscepticism about, but you wouldn't have known it from what I've seen.
What a brilliant argument to make in a debate. I'll show some pictures of people kissing each other. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I was gonna vote Brexit, but not anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about these people, I've read some of the complaints in the meanwhile. The idea, they spoiled Europe first, we can no longer travel to Europe. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. In Leipzig at the university, we have a special section, a special department of the university, where the lectures are only in English, specifically designed to bring in students who are fleeing from high tuition fees, more or less, in the UK, in Australia, and the United States and Canada. And we are essentially stealing these students. So the idea that you will no longer be able to study in Europe, that you will no longer be able to work in Europe, that's just ridiculous. Plain ridiculous.
Right, I actually do have a few numbers right now. The Eurobarometer 2015, which is like a sort of central polling system of the EU, has two really interesting numbers about the EU. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Where the fuck is the chat? Here it is. Essentially, approval for the EU is at about 42%. Is at about 40%, and opinion of the EU is at around 41%, as in total positive. 38% have a neutral position towards the EU, and 19% have a negative opinion about the EU. Stand 2015. Okay, come on, guys. Did I put this awkward silence after that?
That was just, I was going through it.
It's bloody obvious now that the European Union is decreasing in popularity, and funny enough, you probably noticed this as well in your country, Griffiths, that people in Europe were rooting for Brexit, people who are pro-EU, mainly because they see it as a means to kickstart some kind of reform.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that was a reason for me to support Brexit. I don't have enough knowledge to say this full-heartedly, but I don't think it would be good for the Netherlands to leave the EU because we're too far in. Maybe at some point, but not right now, not at this point. So I think the best we're going to get is some kind of reform, and that will have to get triggered. The EU so far has not really been challenged. Well, it has had a lot of challenges, but not from the people. Because among the elites, the higher classes, there is this culture of being pro-EU, and I think right now this could be a wake-up call, the wake-up call they need to reform things. But to be honest, I do feel like they are already too out of touch to even do that.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely out of touch. I mean, the way they reacted, like fucking children, like petulant children.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fucking amazing how out of touch with reality these people are.
An interesting set of numbers that I just came up. Jesus, my English is fucking bad today. I'm really sorry about that. A few interesting numbers. Europe appears to be really divided about the European Union.
What? Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Europe appears to be very divided about the European Union. For instance, Romania actually has the most positive opinion about the EU, with only 62%. And everyone else
they use it to come here and steal everything.
And everything else lingers at around 50% of having a positive opinion. Poland 53, for instance, Luxembourg 52, Lithuania 55% positive opinion. Hungary is extremely divided, 43 positive and 43 neutral, 13 negative. I think we might actually be at a very powder keggy situation right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Good. That has never gone wrong in Europe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it won't be the last referendum. I'm already saying this now. I'm pretty sure.
It won't be. It won't be.
Considering how the Eurocrats reacted, a lot of people will probably...
It's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember with the Dutch Ukraine treaty referendum, the European Union basically said, we're not going to discuss it. Someone proposed a debate about the Dutch referendum. They didn't even want to debate it. They boycotted that debate. It's undemocratic as fuck, and I think they're losing a lot of friends over this.
Yeah, stopping European Union debates and referendums is somewhat of a tradition in the EU. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I know, but it's not exactly a way to gain sympathy again.
No, it's not, but if you stop any public discourse about it, people tend to forget about issues like that. Like, I mean, imagine...
end of the day, we still live in democratic countries, and the thing about the UK was, I'm pretty sure Cameron did the referendum mainly because he saw the rise of UKIP also. I guess to a certain degree he had the hope that it would be a yes, a resounding yes, and thereby wipe UKIP out of the political sphere. And the thing is, the more louder the Eurosceptic voices become, the less you will be able to, ignore it, to push it out.
Let's be honest, just because you had a few bookmakers that essentially said that the Brexit is not possible, there was quite a large number of polls and actual, scientific inquiry into the Brexit way before it happened, and it had from the very beginning a very good chance of actually happening. I mean, one of the biggest polls about this actually spoke of I think it was 50. It actually predicted like 52% Brexit in favor of Brexit. So I don't think that any sensible politician would actually gamble on the Brexit failing.
By the way, I found this interesting article, which a lot of Romanians are sharing around, because you did say Romanians do like the EU. And it's not only because they realize that, oh, I'm getting money out of it, or I can go to Britain. It's because it's politically incorrect here to say anything else. And you have the referendum, and apparently Nigel Farage backtracks on vote to give Britain £350 million for the NHS. Now, this is interesting because this money doesn't come just from other states. It also comes from the people of Britain as well. They pay their taxes to the EU. And they haven't left the EU yet, so they should be able to get this money, in my opinion. The UKIP leader was asked on ITV's Good Morning Britain program whether he would guarantee that the money pledged for the health service during the campaign would now be spent on it. Speaking on the morning of the referendum result, he, however, said he had never made any such pledge. No, I can't guarantee it, and I would never have made the claim. That was one of the mistakes that I think the Leave campaign made. When it was pointed out that Vote Leave emblazoned the £350 million claim onto the side of a tour bus and drove it around the country, Mr. Farage said, "It wasn't one of my adverts, I can assure you. I think they made a mistake of doing that. We have £10 billion, £44 million a day, featherbed that is going to be free money that we can spend on the NHS, on schools, on whatever it is." What do you guys think about it?
I mean, we know by now that both sides of the campaign talked a lot of bullshit. I mean, you all probably saw Brexit, the movie by now. That was a load of horse crap.
Do you want your cereal pillows, crowd?
Hey.
We talked about the pillows yesterday with we and Sargon, and turns out that it's all a load of fucking bullshit. The Brexit movie is so fucking horrible. It's not even funny.
Yeah, it is. It is bullshit, and I don't understand why they did it. Because when you have like real facts on your side, there's no reason to invent shit. That just destroys your credibility.
Good thing I skipped that one then.
I actually watched it, but I find it very hard to distract what in it was actually bullshit, since I'm not an economist. Like, could you give me an example of some of the shit that was
in
made
the
up?
beginning? There's this.
Okay, no. To all English people watching this and who watched Brexit the movie and believed what was said there, you are not Switzerland. You are not Switzerland. You're never going to be Switzerland. You don't have the same culture. You don't have, because in Brexit the movie they claimed that Britain will be like Switzerland once they get out of the EU. I'm sorry to tell you, no, you're not. You're never going to. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, but I also had some questions about what they said regarding all the laws that surround, for instance, a bottle of milk. I mean, I can imagine, I'm no bureaucrat, but I can imagine that if you look at a bottle of milk and you're just looking at the cows and the bio industry, the packaging, antibiotics and whatever, I can imagine that there are 200 laws surrounding milk alone. I didn't find that weird at all.
Well, I don't know about milk, but in the opening you've got this one person waking up, and they claim that the EU has about 105 articles concerning pillows. You know, fucking pillows.
Yeah.
Turns out that essentially what they did was open up the entirety of EU legislation and Control F for pillow. So you have quite a few things, for instance, like cereal shaped shaped like pillows, and you got an article about that and stuff like that.
Oh my God! Look at the worst damages that the Brexit is doing. It will mean significant uncertainty for migrants.
Yeah.
One of the most important and controversial achievement of the EU, by the way, I'm reading from Vox, was the establishment of the principle of free movement among EU countries. A citizen of one EU country has an unfettered right to live and work anywhere in the EU.
This phrase itself, a citizen of one EU country, a citizen, not a migrant.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop being racist, man. Stop.
No, but they can still do it. Like if I become a doctor and I want to go to Britain, I can go through the official channels, find a job in Britain, and I can go there. You know, there's really nothing stopping me. This man will not give me this face when I arrive in Britain. He will not say no. There are currently about 1.2 million Brits living in other EU countries. while about 3 million non-British EU nationals lived in Britain. This is actually an interesting point, right? You do have British people that are currently in the EU without going through the official channels. Like they just have an ID card and they show, look, I'm a member of the EU.
But the thing about them is they're going to stay here because most of the Brits who work and live in Europe are either pensioners in Spain, Italy, and Portugal who thereby create jobs simply by being there. So that point being made, the Spanish government is not going to support
I do think it's going to be like, if you don't have a job, fuck off. If you have a job, you can stay.
Yeah, most Brits here in Germany, for example, are professional, skilled workers. So if Germany were to deport these people, they would be doing a favor to the UK.
Well, it has always been like that. Have a job or fuck off. For instance, if you are under Article 4 in Germany, for instance, as a Polish person, you will not receive any welfare until you have paid enough into the German welfare system. I think you have a right to welfare after 1 to 4 years. I'm not entirely certain. So
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years. So it's really not like you travel to Germany and suddenly you are entitled to welfare.
Yeah, you can marry a German woman there, a Mädchen.
But it's not just that.
The Mädchen are the best girls.
If you're unemployed for more than 3 years, you lose all rights to welfare in this country. That's even for a German citizen.
Yeah.
You know,
no, it's common sense. Merkel was really pissed off that Romanians go to Germany. Like, das ist not welfare. Du bist nicht eine Muslim.
Well, you do steal a lot.
Yeah, well, yeah, I definitely do. I stay in Romania, I steal a lot.
Let's be precise here, right? Romanian does not equal fucking gypsy, right?
No,
I hate gypsies with a burning passion, but Romanians are okay.
See, here's the thing. If I would go to Germany and people would distrust me because I'm Romanian, I would understand where the distrust is coming from. I will not pretend it's like, oh my God, why are people so guarding of their wallets when I'm around? What could be the source of this madness? Oh, clearly they're racist. No, I would understand. A lot of Romanian gypsies went there before. They stole their wallets, and now they think that I'm one of them. It's completely reasonable. It's up to me to prove to them that it's not all Romanians. It's not up to them to indoctrinate themselves.
I've continued reading this article. It's possible, of course, that Britain could negotiate a new treaty with the EU that continues to allow free movement between the UK and the EU, but resentment of EU immigrants, especially from poorer, economically struggling countries like Poland and Lithuania, was a key force driving support for Brexit. So the British government will be under immense pressure to refuse to continue the current arrangement. Is that really true? Are Polish people the reason you left the European Union? I doubt that. I really doubt that.
Well, I did hear that was an argument. Migration, control over own borders. I heard it a lot.
I did hear it a couple of times as well, but guess what? The Polish are going to be really happy about all these trained Poles coming back.
It's probably true.
I mean,
they are going to be happy about it, but Poles that are coming back will obviously not be so happy about it. Not so stoked.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Britain will find an arrangement with the European Union that will still continue to allow travel.
I mean, at this point, the UK is in a fantastic position. They can, for instance, create free migrational zones with, for instance, France, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, where actually skilled labor comes from, and basically tell anyone else, North Africa, Middle East, to fuck off.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Which is
fascist, I guess. To tell other people, it's like, no, you're...
Don't. I'm so fucking pissed. Oh, fuck.
I really hope that they institute the Australian point system now. Because that is the most reasonable system, yeah.
I bet if you ask them, do you think Saudi Arabia is fascist? They're like, no.
I mean, how the fuck can you say that someone is fascist for enforcing their own borders? How the fuck does that work?
I don't know.
Fucking mental gymnastics, man.
You try to apply logic, and that's where you go wrong. It doesn't work on those people.
If we look at the history of our continent, isn't it actually fascist to violate other countries' borders?
Yeah, pretty much.
No, dude,
But again, you're making sense. It doesn't work that way in this debate.
Well, it can be communistic as well. I mean, the communists didn't care about Germany's borders either, you know.
Yeah, right. But
Well,
I'm the
that's
expert.
fucking racist, dude.
Oh yeah, Layman. You all come from fascist countries except for Griffiths. I'm not going to say where Layman's from, but I just realised you all come.
Where I'm from.
I know where you're from, but I'm just not going to tell.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, write me where the fuck I'm from, dude.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fucking admit it if you're on point. And if you write fucking Auschwitz, man,
That's where you're from.
Wait. No, I'm not.
Why is Sargon muting himself?
I asked. He's making tea, but an entire bucket, I think.
Yeah, it's probably he goes to make tea. It's like
so British.
It's going to be at least an hour.
Maybe he's into
Just to run the bath first.
When are we streaming porn?
No, he's really smart, you know. He lets us make money for his channel while he's making tea. I mean, that's British imperialism right there.
I can imagine.
I appreciate the exposure.
I can imagine that he needs a break from our accents. This is quite intense.
Yeah, he just left
Sounds like fucking Soviet Union in here.
When he invited me in, I was surprised he was still going. It's been, like 5-6 hours now?
Well, it is an interesting topic.
Here's something interesting, right? Apparently, if you shoot people who cross the border, that's fascism. But when Turkey shoots down Russian aircraft for violating their airspace for 5 seconds...
That's... Yeah. I mean, for fuck's sake, what is there to say about this? Did you know that the Russians shoot everyone who illegally crosses the Kazakhstani border?
But of course they do.
Yeah.
And even in Ukraine.
But here's the thing: it's not like the border sneaks up on you, and all of a sudden you realize you're past it, and the people shoot at you. It's like, no, you know that this is a border. You know if you hop it, you risk getting shot. You know.
I actually was at the Georgian border, if I can, at the Georgian border, and I want to stress one thing, right? The border is not an empty piece of land where you just are like, oh, maybe I'm still in this country, maybe I'm not anymore. But
well, it depends on what border. Some borders are like that.
Well, most borders essentially are a fucking minefield. You've got warning signs everywhere. You are now crossing into this and that territory. You are now leaving this and that country. So if you actually willingly cross the border without being allowed to cross the border, dude, of course you're gonna get shot.
Yeah, you're committing a crime. But
did you remember that during the migrant and refugee crisis, when the migrant stream tried to go cross the Serbian-Croatian border, that they were told to take another route because the Serb-Croatian border is essentially a minefield?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would really like to see how the media is going to spin off. You know, it's like brown people had the border sneak up upon them.
Look, you know how it is. You just get to the border and find you left your passport in your other trousers and
in your other suicide bomb list.
I understand, you know, if you shoot people outside the border and then you drag the bodies to make it look like they hop it.
I mean, who of you have crossed the border in their life? And I'm talking about a non-EU border. I crossed the border to Russia once.
About 60 borders.
How was it like?
Well, they asked for passport in the train. There was a check. I showed them my passport. I showed them my visa, and that was it. I mean, it's.
I actually
the point I'm
got
trying to make is it's easy to cross a border legally. It's very easy.
Is.
No, but
people... I tried crossing the border to England once, and that went a bit wrong. I was with my parents are divorced, and I don't have the same last name as my mom did, and they found that so suspicious that they took me out of the row, and I sat there for quite some time in an office.
Well, that's fucking
I was
racist.
13. Something.
You have no clue. I have a German passport with an English-sounding name. Most border controls, people are really confused by it. I actually have people believe my passport is fake.
Yeah, dude, I know that feeling so bad.
Yeah, when I was in Turkey, with my granddad, he had the amazing idea to buy a lighter in the shape of of a gun.
Oh,
And I said,
no.
no, Grandpa, we can't take that with us to the. We can't do that. It's not smart. No, you know, very stubborn man. And we put our bags on that thing and went through the X-ray, and you just see that Turk frowning, and I think, oh God. And then he yells something in Turkish, and then 5 other Turkish guards pop up around the monitor and just looking at the monitor and then at us, and I was like, yeah, fuck it, thanks, Grandpa. And then taken apart again. I can never just cross borders.
yeah. You
I was
don't
once
fuck with the border
basically
control.
abused by border control when I went to Bulgaria.
You don't want to troll the border control. But you know the common argument. It's like, oh, we're better than them. It's like, yeah, we're better than them. We're not retarded. Yeah, it's like just because Turkey gets to shoot down aircraft planes doesn't mean we can control our border as well. It's like, yeah, that's exactly what it means. It's.
I mean, the thing is, we did it as well. At least European countries. I remember that not too long ago, the Ukrainians mistakenly shot down a Russian airline because they thought it was intruding on their.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing, right? We are better than them because we don't decapitate people, we don't kill people who have different opinions, right? However, we still enforce the borders. So when you add things up and you draw the line, at the end of the day, you realize that you are better than them.
Do you know who has open borders?
Let me think.
The
Somalia?
Islamic State.
And the Islamic State.
Yeah, they do have open borders. If you think about it, you can come in whenever you like.
Can you leave too?
Yeah,
It's a bit like that the Eagles song.
Guys, I wanna make- I
California.
just
You
wanna
can
point
come
out-
in whenever you want. You can never leave.
I want to point out one thing, right? The Islamic State is not a geographical entity. The Islamic State is something that's deep in our hearts.
You know, there
In the
is
hearts
something.
of every child.
There is a logical fallacy that the left constantly uses. It's like, well, they're evil and they do this, so if you do this as well, then you're like them. It's like, well, they also take a shit. If I go to the toilet and take a shit, ISIS is also taking a shit, so am I like ISIS now?
Hitler and I both
100%
have birthdays in April, just saying.
Wow.
Holy.
So that means you're actually a pretty good person, right?
Yeah, exactly. You got
Yeah,
it.
I noticed it's been devolved into calling the EU ISIS and Hitler while I was gone. Like,
No,
I
we
expected
just
nothing less.
we just realised that ISIS has open borders.
Yeah, I heard that bit.
Mhm.
So what? Did I miss anything interesting?
We were talking about borders and the necessity to
Yeah,
enforce them.
I just said it's like.
Yeah, I actually heard V. I agree with you. I mean, it's it doesn't. The thing is, I think that they've got this fear of not being perfect, and instead are afraid of just being good. You know?
No. I was saying it's like you can't shoot people who try to cross the borders because that's fascist. But then Turkey shoots down Russian planes who violated their airspace for 5 seconds. You know, why didn't they call Turkey for fascism then? I didn't see the articles popping up in the media.
Because it doesn't fit their narrative, quite simple.
The idea that everyone can just come into your country willy-nilly, I mean, I'm really surprised at where that comes from.
I've got something here. Here you go. I'll send you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but I've got something interesting to discuss.
The reason I have such disdain for illegals is like, if you don't want to come through the country legally, clearly you have something to hide.
What the fuck is this?
Oh God.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Wait,
Do you
wait.
want to share your screen?
Are you serious? Are you
No,
serious?
no, put up. Let's not try and be reasonable here. Let's get arbitrary, okay? We're gonna get arbitrary. So let's pick some shit out of thin air.
Wait, Sargon, is it actually legal? Can you just overdo a referendum until you like the result? Can you keep doing a referendum until you like the
Well, that's what
results?
Scotland wants to do.
Hold on, before I share screens, we need people to calm down because it's really triggering, right? So
Okay.
just get ready yourself for the fucking. This goes beyond levels of stupid.
Rule Britannia, motherfucker.
Prepare your ears.
God. I can't handle this, man. This is fucking real.
No. This is exactly what they did to Romania. It's like you need to have a a turnout that's this much, and it needs to be all the Britons in the world.
Okay.
And it's really unrealistic to expect this because you will never have this turnout. No one knows how many Brits are in the entire world, and it's unrealistic to expect that the Brits from Japan are going to vote as well. Because if they're close to, let's say, an embassy, then yeah, they can vote. But if they're like on the other side of Japan, they will not be able to turn out and express their votes. So this is what the EU does in order to delegitimize referendums.
As far as I know the Brits, as far as I know English people, I'm pretty sure that if you were to make them hold this referendum again within the next couple of months, it would be more people voting out.
I said that, I think it was the beginning of the stream actually, where if they try to get authoritarian and dictatorial about like saying no, your vote wasn't good enough, man, that is just going to piss a lot of people off.
But
I know that a lot
allowed?
of people are voting Remain just because like, you know, but when they start fucking talking down, that's when people are going to go, no, fuck you.
No, hold on. That's not even the problem. You don't need a referendum.
One of many problems.
You don't need a referendum to leave the EU.
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, you know, people voted, and you don't need the second one. You just, you know, elect someone else that's going to replace Cameron, and he can leave because he wants to. It's like, why are leaving the European?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's such a large vote. It would be impossible to find a politician that wouldn't say they'll put it to a referendum, because that's the legitimacy. That's what makes it happen. You know, it's saying no, we'll let the people decide. You can't argue against that in a democracy. So, but no, what I like about this is they've pulled arbitrary numbers out of their arseholes. Why 60%? Why just to go through so we're all clear. We, the undersigned, call upon HM government to implement a rule that if the Leave or Remain vote is less than 60% based on a turnout less than 75%, then there should be another referendum. And it's like, who the fuck have you got these numbers?
The general election didn't even get 75% turnout.
Besides the point,
pulling shit out of the air.
The average turnout during the European Union Parliament elections was at best 27%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Someone is saying, well, America usually has like more than 70% turnout. Yeah, but think about what would happen if they would force you to count. If they would force you to count the people outside of the U.S. voting.
Absolute bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit.
That's what they did to Romania.
The highest voter participation in the United States was the first Obama election, and that was 68%.
Let's hang on. Let's think about. Let's remember that we know what non-turnout is. It's a statement of non-interest. These people, everyone knows the referendum's occurring. You know, they can vote if they want, but they're choosing not to vote. So they're choosing. They're literally saying, "I don't want my voice heard in this conversation." So
yeah, but that means
not voting does not mean the vote is not legitimate.
No, what they're saying is like if you have people like that, then the referendum isn't legitimate because you don't need.
I know, but they're mistaking non-action for a non.
But then what?
Non-participation.
Yeah, then what you are doing.
Can't they vote blank though?
What you are doing is you're encouraging people not to vote because there will be people who want to have their voice heard, but they will refuse to turn out just so they get their way by not having the number required to validate the referendum.
Yeah, they're trying to fucking get their way even though they lost. I know.
Yeah.
But my point is that the premise that they're operating under is that the people who didn't vote didn't have the opportunity to vote, whereas in fact they did. They had the same opportunities that the rest of us. They just chose not to take it, and we don't know what their reasons for not taking it are. You know, they can have any number of reasons, but I'm going to assume their reasons for not choosing to vote are valid.
If you want to vote a president, you only need one person to turn up. Assuming no one turns up and just one guy comes to the vote.
Turn up, they know an election's going on, a referendum's going on. They've chosen not to turn up. That's all we need to know.
Exactly.
Besides, it's completely impertinent, rude, and undemocratic. I mean, in a democratic society, you make your fucking point. You go to the podium and you make your fucking case, and then you put it to a vote. And when you lose the election, the only dignified thing to do is to shake your opposition's hand, congratulate them, and then do your civic duty in opposition. It's the only dignified thing to do. This is just bullshit.
It's the only democratic thing to do, for fuck's sake. But you're absolutely right. It's absolute bullshit that there are such petty people who can't accept when they've lost. You know, they just cannot accept it. And it's like,
no, they think they know better than you. They think they're superior than you.
But they know they're right and I'm wrong, even though
Yeah.
Well, yeah. As far as they're concerned, everyone who voted Leave is, racist, xenophobic, uneducated masses.
You have to understand
It-
that
we know better than
it's
them.
an issue of feminism, right?
You know,
Sorry?
there is this idea going around that racist people are uneducated, and in reality, if you go
Yeah.
and you actually talk with real racist people, they are educated. They have this pseudoscience that they justify for their racism, but outside of their racism, they are very educated people, and this is what scares me. You know, because it's a lot easier to talk with someone that's like a red nigger. I don't want any niggers and Mexicans in my backyard, and it's easy to dismantle that person. But it's very hard to dismantle someone that goes like, oh, look, the statistic shows that black people have less IQ, and because of that, we need to, how are they contributing to society? And name me one good thing that black people are doing. I'm not saying you can't dismantle this person. Obviously, you can. But
It's a more difficult thing to do.
it's a more difficult thing, yeah. And especially when they flood the
average
market with
person might not be able
misinformation.
to actually do that. Honestly, for a lot of it, I think that's why people try to avoid engaging with them, because it's a difficult thing to go through.
Yeah, if you talk with some of the alt-rights that are more radical, and they're like, oh, Western Europe is exactly the same like East Europe, and there's no difference, and we need to have like a united Europe and blah blah blah, and they're like,
The alt-right are pro-EU.
there are some. I have seen
Yeah,
some
I
of
know.
them.
Not all of them, obviously.
No, they talk about the white race as a whole, and Europe
It's not as much of a European Union as a European Reich, probably.
Yeah, it's like if you're white, then you have something in common with all the other white people, and if you take a Greek person and you take let's say a Bulgarian person, you will notice the levels of differences
Let me
between.
stop you right there, okay? Greeks are not white.
What?
That was a joke. I was hoping.
Oh yeah, okay.
Fuck.
No, I actually thought you were serious.
What the fuck?
It's like someone is saying what black people have less IQ bullshit. There is a study that they can show, and that's the thing, because they're flooding the market with this information.
Well, the thing is, it's not how science works. Science works in the way that you put up a theory, you put it to the test, you put it up to falsification, and if something happens that disproves the theory is worthless and disregarded. If you see an apple falling up, okay, the theory of gravity is worthless. And if you put this theory, that the average black person, that black people have genetically programmed to have lower IQs to the test, as soon as you find one black person with a higher IQ, the theory is worthless.
Wait,
It's the same thing with.
That's not how it works. Sorry, but that's really not how it works.
Okay, isn't that also a way to disprove? If when the feminists say that toxic masculinity is the cause of mass shootings, as soon as you find one mass shooting conducted by a woman, that theory is no longer scientific.
See, no.
Yeah, but they say it's a trend. They say it's
If I can, what you're saying is that the only form of legitimate, let's say, conjunction is to have a deterministic link. 1 equals 1, or something like that. That blacks are inherently stupid, so every single one of them has to fall under a certain category. The problem is that quite a few causalities when it comes to biology and social phenomena are weak causalities. You have something like, let's say, 50%, 70%, 80%. And if you look at the normal distribution, for instance, the bell curve in terms of IQ, then you might notice that the bell curve is slightly shifted towards the left, that the average black person has a lower IQ. This is still a very valid theory. I'm not saying that I'm not talking about the theory specifically.
Yeah, but you can't use these statistics to judge black people. That's my point. You can't.
That's the point I'm making as well. You can't use it as a determining factor. You can't use it as a total judgment, an irreversible one.
Yeah, and other people would
I
do
think
this.
that statistic was also refuted a bunch of years ago, because so many factors come into play with measuring IQ that you can't really.
Like poverty and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly.
Still, even if it would be true, right? Even if it would be true, and let's say the majority of black people have lower IQ, and the same study says that Asian people have higher IQ than white, you can't take a random Asian and say, oh, well, clearly he is going to be much smarter than a black person. You know, and this is what I'm talking
Asians
about.
are a special case, so.
These racists are using this type of logic, and most people think, well, racists are just completely uneducated. They don't know anything. You know, that they're stupid as fuck. But they're ignoring that the actual racists, they know how to have an argument. They know how to have a debate, and they think that they have science to back them. In fact, the Nazis had what was it, eugenics, or what did they call it?
That's later, yeah.
Yeah, they use science in order to justify their racism.
Yes. I can give you a whole fucking speech.
What?
Eugenics themselves, but research.
What?
I think it's important to know that you don't really need a scientific argument to refute why you shouldn't act this way. I mean, there are perfectly good philosophical ones in the process. I mean, why do you need to delineate based on average for what's happening to an individual?
Jesus, I don't know.
Basically, the
There's
problem
no justification for it at all. I mean, we don't ostracize idiotic white people. Why ostracize idiotic black people?
Absolutely.
You know, it's none of this, and it's completely illiberal. Say, oh well, you know, because half the population is stupid, you, Mr. Intelligent Black Person, are going to have to be treated in a certain way. That makes no sense. We can differentiate between the two. We know one's intelligent and one's not. So why treat the intelligent one in a way that we would treat the stupid one? Even if we were going to do that, you know, it's just wrong. It's silly. It's
like saying that old people shouldn't vote.
Yeah, I think collective ideology is what creates racism. The moment you stop viewing individuals and you start viewing people as groups, and you're like, white people are this, black people are that.
No, it's not the inherent function of seeing people as groups. It's seeing people as groups when it's possible to differentiate between other people within the group. You know, if you've got ants, you know, there's no differentiating between them. There's no, you know, you could kill off like the bad ants, and you know, like the ones that are gnawing through your food or something.
You mean
the ones that
Jewish
aren't,
ants?
you know, the ones that are causing no problem, you wouldn't want to kill, but you can't differentiate, so it wouldn't be a problem. But like I'm making a bad point there. Actually, that's a silly way of phrasing it. But like, we can tell between certain groups. I mean, if you like criminals, you know, you can say, right, I'm going to discriminate against criminals. You know, when I'm hiring people for a job, and you can do that. You know, that's you know, that's something that anyone would obviously do probably.
But maybe you have a criminal that actually wants to reform, and you know.
Yeah, but you can identify the criminal themselves, and then you discriminate between the difference of criminality, because you can tell that as well. You know, but then you don't really need to be getting to the point where you've got, right, child molesters. Right, okay, I better discriminate between the child molesters. You know, it just becomes irreducible and silly. And so, yeah, the group thing itself is not inherently awful. It's just the accuracy of what you're doing.
The thing I wanted to get to before, I think that extremism in itself has a capacity of just attracting, you know, highly educated people. If you look at how the majority of people in Europe, Muslims in Europe, who went to join ISIS are highly educated, have degrees in IT, in medicine and stuff like that. When you look at the SS ranks, most of the people in there were highly educated doctors and whatnot. Extremism just has a capacity.
If you look at Nazi leaders, some of them were highly intelligent. Some of them, during the Nuremberg trials, had their IQs measured at around 138. And if you look at the prevalence of radicalism amongst Muslim students, amongst people who would you expect to be really educated and, you know, knowledgeable and stuff like that, those are the most radical Muslims you actually can come up with.
Yeah, because you can use your intelligence to justify nonsense.
Yeah, you construct a worldview. And you construct a worldview that justifies, almost in a watertight way, the bigotry inherent within the center of it, you know?
Kraut, you wanted something?
You know the dumb fuck Muslims that we have in our country, they usually go out and get drunk and cause trouble. They don't go out and blow themselves up.
Yeah.
They don't think of clever ideas because they're dumb, but the clever ones do think of clever ideas.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the whole 9/11 thing, like, imagine how much planning it needed to have.
And they can't have been stupid.
The logistics and all of that.
They were really smart. I mean, the guy who flew the plane into the first tower studied. What did he study? He had a diploma and a degree in.
Oh, you mean the one that
microengineering, didn't he?
Yeah.
From the Technical University in Hamburg.
Yeah.
My microengineering is halal. Yeah.
Pro tip: I actually lived quite close to him during that time. I think I lived like 3 or 4 house blocks.
Yeah, I went to the same school as Eichmann.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
One of the British teens who went over to ISIS and was killed in an airstrike. He went to the same college as I did.
Noise.
Noisy.
Yeah, it's like same year, I think.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, how many of you have talked to Islamic extremists?
Oh, I have actually.
Well, in
That's how I
real
have.
life, or do you mean over the internet?
In real life, met one. I had one in night school who tried to convert me constantly, and he was really eloquent in the way he spoke. It has to be said that he was very smart. I mean, he was a fucking horrible person, a disgusting human being, but eloquent, well
You need to be charismatic. You need to be
Yeah.
in order to recruit other people.
You know the German, the Salafisten that always are at train station. The people.
Yeah, some of them are really stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, fucking hell. The people in our country who try to copy Anjem Chaudhry, you know, the fanatic, they just constantly get themselves into prison by doing the dumbest things.
I'm not trying to say that all racist people are smart, you know, but the idea that all racist people are dumb and they don't know anything is actually a very dangerous idea, because you do have the very smart ones.
Well, yeah, you need to be either dumb enough to believe it or smart enough to justify it.
Yeah.
Yeah, racists conquered France in a month and Europe within 2 years.
Yeah, we gotta be also concerned about one thing, you know, this idea of education. If you look only at the equivalence of, for instance, university degrees, then yes, people who identify as left-wing communists and all that nonsense tend to have, on average, again, a higher...
Raymond dismisses the entire left in one phrase.
Yeah, essentially. But here's the thing. Education, just having a fucking degree in something doesn't mean jack shit if it's feminist dance therapy, you know?
He's dissing my feminist dance therapy degree, you fuck.
Listen, man, if it's your passion and you know, do it. Fucking, you know, all the best in the world to you.
You understand that my degree makes me an expert in economics. You know?
Yes, that's the fucking point. Just because you have a shitty degree in something, like, if you've got a degree in, let's say, fucking biology, doesn't make you a fucking, I don't know, physicist. So
you're going to be smarter than a person who never went to school, though.
Yeah, but you're also more likely to be misinformed, I'm sure. You know,
I have no degree whatsoever. I'm a school dropout. So
yeah, you're also
I clean toilets for a living.
There are exceptions. I'm not saying it's 100%, but I'm looking at Romania rural area, right? A lot of people here live only with agriculture, and it's a self-sustaining existence. Their fathers did it, so they're doing it as well, which is basically to just work the land and eat what you're sowing, you know, and any extra you sell on the market, and you pay for clothing and whatnot. These people are highly uneducated. You know, there are smart ones as well, but some of them can barely read and write, and it's a thing, you know. And you can't compare them with someone who went to a university. You know, the vast majority of them are going to be smarter and, you know, win a debate against them.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're stupid, and it also means they're going to be acting more in their own interests.
Yeah, exactly. Like when the government when the government tried to ban dogs, you had like shepherds coming out from the mountain with their sticks, and like you thought winter is coming.
Romania's so cute.
Unlike the gypsies, though.
Yeah, fuck gypsies, man.
Yeah, gypsies are an excellent example. You know, most of them don't go to school. And
I do love the gypsies, though. When you know, whenever I encounter someone who tells me, "Oh, Muslim extremism happens because what's the name of this guy? Reza Aslan." Every time a bomb goes off in Europe, he comes along and says, "Oh yeah, that happens because you discriminate Muslims in Europe." Well,
Jesus
the most
that makes Muslims sound psychopathic.
The most discriminated people in Europe are the gypsies. I mean, they were castrated by the Nazis, sterilized, gassed, forced into block living and all sorts of horrible things happening for hundreds of years. Now look at all these gypsy suicide bombings we had. Look at all these gypsy fanatics demanding gypsy law and stuff
exactly.
like that.
That's what I wanted to say. You know, it happens because you don't discriminate the Muslims enough.
Yeah.
I mean, if you discriminate them, like you said earlier, with castration and things like that, you probably wouldn't have a lot of Muslims going into Germany now.
Let's not take this from someone who actually researches this.
I love how this is something we actually have to say. You know?
We're not discriminating against Muslims.
It's right. They would be deliberately disincentivized if they thought going into a country would get their balls chopped off.
Just to point it out, this isn't the argument that I hold, but if you're going to lead the discussion, it's like, oh, the reason you have bombings is because you discriminate too much. It's like, no. Look here, if we discriminate even more, that they would stop. Like,
the thing is,
this is Rings Razlan's entire sort of thesis. Then, if he says that, he's saying, look, if you do anything that's even vaguely towards these people, they're going to go psychotic and start bombing you. That doesn't make them sound like rational actors. It makes them sound like fucking animals. Yeah, and that's his opinion on them. And it's like, Jesus, man. They know what they're doing when they're fucking doing this. They're not fucking animals, Fraser.
I have to say, however, despite Brexit, I don't think that you will be having less of a problem with Islamic extremism in the future.
I think the seed is already sown. It's over.
Yeah.
It's not the Islamic extremism thing is going to continue. But
we have to notice one thing, and I would like to make this point really quick. The problem in regards to extremism and violence are not first-generation refugees and migrants. They are slightly above average in those terms, yes, compared to the normal person, but the biggest problem are second and third generation people. They, in Germany, have a prevalence of violence more than 3 times the native German. They have a prevalence of radicalization more than 20 times, more than 20 fucking times.
You know what that is, don't you?
By the way, I
growing
found
up feeling like a privileged citizen, it's the same reason that fucking white fucking rich kids end up running down people and fucking getting drunk and going drunk driving and not caring. It's privilege, mate. That's what it is. They fucking
it's actual privilege.
I wouldn't say it's just privilege. I mean, there are many migrant communities in Germany. People often underestimate that we have a shitload of Polacks, Russians.
It might not be just the fact that they will happy to accept
it's
other
self-segregation.
Factors. But the very fact that these things go unpunished in comparison with the regular population creates a sort of system of privilege, which means that anyone who wants to take advantage of it could take advantage of it, and so
Well, not everyone.
By the way, so hold on. I found another interesting article that you guys will like. It's called "I really regret my vote now. The Brexit voters who wish they'd have voted Remain." This is almost like people who used to be atheists and now turned Christian. It sounds like.
People showed the clip of that woman all across Twitter. Essentially, she just said that.
If she said that, then it's all over the world happening. Some of the voters who backed Britain leaving the EU have revealed their regret over the choice. I like some of the voters. How many? 5, 6? I'm curious.
I wonder how many Remain voters now regret their vote.
But be honest, every one of us has voted for someone and then regretted it. I mean, that's just normal.
Yeah, to regret it the day after, it's something else. It's like fucking a woman, and then the day after, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's never happened.
But many voters have since spoken out. And again, they don't give the numbers. It's like, I really don't think there are that many. You're talking about 17.4 million people.
No, they would be showing off if they had large numbers.
They would definitely do. And they are shocked at the poll's outcome and did not believe their Leave votes would actually count.
What?
What? I don't know. I can't even. One voter. No, this looks like a manufactured story. I'm not going to lie. This is like the most retarded thing that I have heard. Yeah. And especially if you say many. Like how many? 2, 3? One voter named only as Adam from Manchester told the BBC, "I didn't think it was going to happen."
Well, I could see the reasoning in that. Maybe there are people who did not want to leave the EU, but they wanted to send a signal, and they thought if the outcome of the referendum is going to be very close, close call, then at least it still sends a signal, and we can still stay.
So maybe they went to troll, basically.
No, they just wanted to like voice a warning.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's like over here that there are people that will vote for certain parties that they never want to get in power, but they know that they won't win the election anyway, and they want to give a signal.
Yeah, I think you're right. You do have a fair point, but I don't think those people are a lot of them.
I think I think some of them might be too stupid to have realized that this is a referendum, meaning there is no first past the post system.
Yeah. So the David Cameron resignation has blown me away, to be honest. I think the period of uncertainty we're going to have for the next few months has been magnified, so I'm quite worried. They're really traumatized. It's like the zombie apocalypse is happening, and they're barricading themselves inside their house.
What the fuck is...
Another voter, sorry.
No, please continue, V.
Another voter, Mandy said, I was very disappointed about the result. Even though I voted to leave this morning, I woke up and the reality did actually hit me. It's like having a kid, you know? It's like you put your penis in a vagina and then it's like the reality hits you when you get the phone call, my period hasn't arrived.
Fuck those phone calls, man. Fuck them.
Like, oh my god, I have to take responsibility for a decision I took. Jesus Christ.
It's as if your girlfriend told you, I'm a little bit pregnant.
A little bit.
What do you mean, a little bit?
Crowd, speaking of girlfriends, I talked to Jon, and we already made a date, so the next time you are somewhere close by, we can switch girlfriends.
Don't forget the gorilla costume, okay?
Yeah, man. Dude, it's the only reason why I'm even, doing this. I just want to watch from a fucking cupboard.
But if I vote again, I would vote Stacey. I don't know if the if they went to vote to send a message, because that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is like, it makes no sense.
Well, you can find nut jobs everywhere. I wonder how many people.
I wanted to be so non-conformist. I didn't want to be as conformist as you guys.
I guarantee you that half the people who voted Merkel during the last election are regretting it now.
Yeah.
The country's sick and tired of it.
What are you, a sexist?
Changing your opinion is part of a democracy. Voting blocks bursting up. I mean, it's part. Voting behavior always
working
changes.
as planned.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, here's the thing which I don't get and makes no sense. Others said, I personally voted leave believing these lies, and I regret it more than anything. I feel generally robbed of my vote. Okay, now the reason I really think this is a manufactured story, the vote happened yesterday. Now, if you really believed the lies, are you telling me that the lies have been uncovered in like one day? You know, I would understand this person saying what he is in like a few months. You know, I mean, he had time to think, and he knows like what the campaign is doing now. But judging that the referendum just happened, and he already feels lied to, I call bullshit on this.
I've put an article in the chat of the thing for you to have a look at, V, because this is by Daniel Hannan, who was one of the a European MEP, obviously, who was very pro-leave, and I'm sure he's very pleased because he was campaigning a lot.
When I was a lad.
Yeah, he's. I'll put your thing as a.
So he swore what the old storybooks call a terrible oath to restore Britain's independence. It was the late 90s.
Oh, so he was like Hannibal for Brexit.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
He's fuck off.
I swear I'll ever be an enemy of the EU. Tangible blood, you know.
So it was the 90s, and Margaret Thatcher, who had been standing in the path of the European project, had just been brutally clawed out of the way. Her successor, John Major, was on his way to Maastricht to the initial.
Maastricht. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, well,
all right.
Learn to speak it in English, and yeah, just have English names. What the fuck? You lost the World War II, now conform. The draft of the treaty that turned the European Economic Community into the European Union, extending its jurisdiction into the fields of foreign affairs, criminal justice, immigration, monetary policy, and citizenship rights. It was no longer possible to pretend that this was a club of nations or an economic association. So basically you have all these nations that are forced into something they did not necessarily agree to. Or not only that, but the citizens of the nations did not want to agree with this. You know, I mean, I can agree to an economic trade agreement, but that doesn't mean I necessarily agree to something more. I can agree to... I can agree. I can agree to have an economic agreement with my neighbor right next door, and agree. We're going to trade things and exchange things. That doesn't mean I agree to allowing him to come into my house and dictate how I run things in my house.
Whoa, are you a fascist?
Isn't the story of political union in Europe the story of the Berlin Wall collapsing and everyone being scared that the Germans will become too powerful again, and therefore we have to bind them together in some
Pretty much. A very good analogy. And I really hate the people who's like, oh, well, are you a fascist? Like, they make fascism seem cool. Honestly, like that person
that's why
said,
Captain America's joined the Red Skull.
Yeah.
It's not even fascism. We're just really talking about the preservation of nature.
They don't make the Red Skull look bad. They don't make...
It's the overuse of words. I mean, considering how often feminists use the word rape in recent years, it has kind of desensitized some of us to actual fucking rape, and a lot of us seem to forget that rape still is a fucking horrible thing, And if you keep overusing the word fascist, I mean, it will overuse over time, and people will look at actual fascism and ignore it.
Yeah, for instance, when people say that contradicting Anita Sarkeesian makes me a misogynist, or contradicting Angela Merkel makes me a misogynist, well, then it's great to be a misogynist. If you're not a misogynist at this point, you're a fucking moron. If that's the way you use the word, then okay.
Yeah, it's the meaning of the word changes because
you're not insulting me for using that word. You're insulting other people who aren't the word. If to contradict Hillary Clinton means to be a misogynist, then everyone who's not a misogynist is wrong. I'm just going to take people literally from now on. Like if they're going to use words like that, I'm taking them absolutely on literally. So anyway.
So yeah, I'll send you another article through. I've been just digging a few up because I'm enjoying these kind of like panel-like discussions.
And I fucking hate you. Fucking kill yourself, dude.
You love it. You slag. Actually, no, don't do that.
When you reach the 8-hour limit, everything that goes over 8 hours will no longer be saved and available.
Yeah, I have no idea whether it has gone over 8 hours or not.
I can look.
We're on like 5 hours right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so people are saying that a Scottish independence vote highly likely. I think so too. Scotland's First Minister has said the second independence referendum is highly likely. And he said that it was democratically unacceptable that Scotland faced the prospect of being taken out of the EU against its will. She said that the Scottish government, but it's not against its will. I mean, see, this is the point that I really don't understand the irony, because if the European Union decides something against the UK's will, they go on with it, right? And they deem it democratically unacceptable.
They have to remember that they're British citizens.
Yeah,
I mean, so Scotland, the provinces of Scotland can vote against a proposition, but it applies to everyone equally because we're all British citizens.
No. Here's what I don't understand, right? If the European Union wants Scotland to take more migrants, they will have to take more migrants, despite the fact that they don't want to. But if the UK wants to leave the EU, and the Scots don't, it's exactly the same issue. So why is it democratically unacceptable? Why are they complaining
it's not really the same issue here.
Why isn't it?
As I mentioned before,
what
it's
about
a
their
money
sit
thing.
on the table?
Yeah,
what about their sit on the table?
It's a money thing, and I don't understand why people in Britain haven't called her out on it yet, haven't called the SNP out on it yet. I mean, the EU has been pumping... Scotland used to be the poorest region of Western Europe for 30 years, and European Union money was just pumped into it endlessly over the past 30 years, and it is a significant contributor to some of the universities, for example, that they built in Glasgow, the Farmer University in Glasgow. It has been a success story for them, but they're not going to publicly say, hey, we want to stay in the European Union because it is a cash cow for us. They're not going to say that. And nobody, for some reason, is calling them out.
They can. They can say, look, it's economically advantageous for us to stay in the EU. And we like to stay in the EU. That they can say that.
It's not economically advantageous. It's a subsidy. It's a giant fucking subsidy program, and Scotland is the main benefactor of
right.
it.
Well, they can say we're benefiting from the EU, and we think it's better to stay. And I would not call them out on the bullshit because there's no bullshit. I would say, well, you know what? They have a point. Yeah, they know their interest. But if you're not going to tell me that it's democratically unacceptable. Go fuck yourself. It's the exact same way the EU does things.
Bullshit. That's what I mean by bullshit. It's not about democracy. It's about money for them.
No, there is some legitimacy to this claim. Let me explain real quick. Right. the EU is not an international institution. It's a supranational institution. It stands essentially, in certain terms, above countries. Now, the EU takes its legitimacy from a somewhat vague and shady process of voting and appointing bureaucrats that are not voted and elected. I know. So Scotland essentially chose to stay part of the United Kingdom quite centrally because they want to stay part of the EU. Now, if the UK decides to leave the European Union, the entirety of Scotland, which essentially wants to stay part of the European Union, suddenly is not a member of the European Union anymore. So I understand a certain legitimacy issue there, but I don't think it's a very valid
Why would
one.
they want to leave the UK? When they lose their seat at the table, how will they be able to trust the UK afterwards?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't they want to stay a main player in the world?
Yeah, all the same arguments apply.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me the difference, if you're talking about democracy, between being in the UK and being in the EU. The only difference is that if they leave the UK, probably the UK won't go, oh, you know what, we need now to impose harsh laws upon them. Punish the infidels.
Power within the EU. You leave them alone. I sent you another link in the chat, V. This is Jean-Claude Juncker's statement. I don't think we've gone through it.
Fucking junkies, I want him dead.
Oh, fuck.
Mate, this is,
Right,
Layman,
so calm
calm
down.
down.
Desperately trying to get the hashtag.
Fucking hell, don't get the Germans angry.
the bomb, the bomb in the chat. It's, there.
I fucking hate that guy. I really fucking hate that
Yeah.
guy. He's like,
He's
look,
completely
Right.
contemptuous. I mean,
Didn't you vote for him, mate?
yeah. Yeah, vote against him next time. But seriously, listen to the tone of this. Go ahead with it, man.
Okay,
let me read it in the German accent.
Yeah, please.
President
Yeah,
Schulz, President
Yeah.
Tusk, and Prime Minister Rutte met this morning in Brussels upon the invitation of the European Commission President Juncker. They discussed the outcome of the United Kingdom referendum and made the following statement. In a free and democratic process, the British people have expressed their wish to leave the European Union. We regret the decision, but respect it. This is an unprecedented situation, but we are united in our response. We will stand strong and uphold the EU's core values of promoting peace and the well-being of its peoples. The union of 27 member states will continue. The union is the framework for our common political future. We are bound together by the history, geography, and the common interests, and will develop our cooperation on this basis. Together, we will address our common challenges to generate growth, increase prosperity, and ensure a safe and secure environment for our citizens.
Sieg Heil!
The institutions will play their full role in this endeavor. We now expect the United Kingdom government to give effect to this decision of the British people as soon as possible, however painful that process may be. Any delay would unnecessarily prolong uncertainty. We have rules to deal with. This is an orderly way. Article 50 of the Treaty on European Union sets out the procedure to be followed if a member state decides to leave the European Union. We stand ready to launch negotiations swiftly with the United Kingdom regarding the terms and conditions of its withdrawal from the European Union. Until this process of negotiations is over, the United Kingdom remains a member of the European Union, with all the rights and obligations that derive from it. According to the treaties which the United Kingdom has ratified, EU law continues to apply to the full and in the United Kingdom until it is no longer a member. As agreed, the new settlement for the United Kingdom within the European Union reached at the European Council on the 18th and 19th of February 2016, the current year, will now not take effect and cease to exist. There will be no negotiations. As regards the United Kingdom, we hope to have it as close partner for the European Union in the future. We expect the United Kingdom to formulate its proposals in this respect. Any agreement which will be concluded with the United Kingdom as the third party will have to reflect the interests of both sides and be balanced in terms of rights and obligations.
You know you're
Who's fucking glad we're leaving? Who's glad we're leaving? Come on.
Yeah, you made Juncker sound even more
I
disgusting.
actually feel that he is reasonable here. I
No,
don't.
mate, no. This is a very subtle statement, but he's making some very, very firm points here. I mean,
Okay, what are you thinking? I mean, he's not going like we're going to fuck the Britons, you know, we're going to punish them.
That's what he is saying when he says he wants it done as soon as possible, no matter how painful that process may be.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, that's what he's saying. All of this is loaded with implication, and it's very cunning and very deliberately worded. And I love you'll have to do things out. The statement that they'll have to do all of these regulations and stuff, even though they've left. Yes, we know. You have to agree with the regulations of the country you're trying to trade in and things like this. That's obviously, but it's this passive aggressive assertion. It's just like.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I didn't read this as a diplomatic text. I read it as someone just saying out a statement on the Twitter.
Remember the reports coming out of Brussels suggest that these people were raging, were white and pale in anger. This is a statement of contempt.
Yes.
Someone tells you that there won't be any negotiations.
It's literally like them saying, "Well, we hope your economy doesn't collapse." It's like, really? Is that what you actually hope, is it? That's very big of you. So, T, how you doing, dude?
Doing pretty good, man.
Yeah, what do you think of this whole thing? I mean, as a libertarian, you must be enjoying this, right?
I'm proud of you, freedom-loving yanks. I'm proud of you guys.
Yeah, me too, in a lot of ways. I'm surprised.
Okay, listen. Actually, I've got a serious question right now. The EU.
Will the UK build its own roads?
Fuck you! That's my joke, you fucking idiot. I hate
the EU has to want them back now, I'm sure.
Yeah, how's Germany going to get autobahns? So yeah, what have you seen about this? What's your impression of just what's been going on?
It's interesting. The mainly the backlash. Some of it is as expected. The left is pretty upset. I didn't expect their reaction to be mature and rational. Some people did for some strange reason. But yeah, this is as expected. They're preaching the end of the world. Doomsday. How the pound fell. Which is going to correct in probably about a week or two. But just using any and all excuses to try and demonize the Brexit camp, pretty much. The Leave camp, rather.
Wow, that's pretty racist,
Everything's racist.
Yeah, it is.
Everything's problematic.
But how do you guys feel? Are you feeling the freedom spirit? Do you want your guns back yet?
Wonderful, beautiful, an amazing day. Love it. I'm loving every bit of it.
The best bit of it was just the Twitter reactions and just reading through all the salt.
Speaking of salt, crowd, did you see the German Twitter salt about Brexit?
Yeah.
German Twitter is fucking dying.
German. Fuck. Yeah, what did you expect from our people? I mean,
what sort of thing are they saying? I mean, we can't read it, obviously. So.
Essentially, the entire narrative boils down to Brexit is a victory for fascism, nationalism, xenophobia, sexism, and everything bad. Literally, I can't even.
Well, I did notice, however, that some people were starting to blame it on Merkel. Think, that's due to her migration policy. Yeah, I noted that especially in the small, somewhat rational community that exists. You know what people I'm talking about.
It's a somewhat valid claim, honestly.
Yeah. I think that she had a large part to play in this.
Juncker and Merkel are the ones who have destroyed this project. They've done more to destroy it than anyone in UKIP.
And it's because they've been ideologically obsessed with just making it happen.
What if Merkel and Eurosceptics and the biggest opponent of the EU in the history of the EU? What if all of this was
it to destroy it? Are you saying that they are the Frankfurt School of the EU?
You know, the weirdest thing I read during the migrant crisis was that people actually suggested that Merkel did this to shift Germans more to the right. This kind of conspiracy theory, but yeah, she did shift people more to the right with this, but I don't think she intended to.
Yeah, I don't think she intended to either. I think she was basically. I think she knew she was trading in a lot of her political capital, but I think emotionally she thinks that this is the right thing to do. You know, and it's like, well,
she's not really an ideologue. I mean, everyone who followed her political career, she just does whatever is popular.
Yeah, but I think this
is an ideologue.
I'm not saying that she is an ideologue, but I'm not saying she doesn't have sort of emotional desires for this either. You know, I think, I mean, because when it started really kicking off, she doubled down. She was like, no, we're going to press on. It's like, well, dude, you should really consider that literally millions of people are saying, right, okay, this is too far. You know, and so, but she carried on because I think she thinks from like on a human level, this is the right thing to do.
Well, yeah, it's pretty much like fucking a woman. You know, let's take it slow, not to rush it, because otherwise it's rape. And this is what they did with the European Union. You know, they rushed it. They tried to make it into a federal state like right now.
Yeah, they've definitely gone far too quickly with this.
Something that I never understood, you know, during the expansion of the EU, right, they took in former members of the Warsaw Pact, Poland, Czech Republic, so on and so forth. Those people literally just got their independence, you know, after 40 to 50 years of fucking die-hard oppression, right? And suddenly along comes the EU and tells them, okay, you now have your independence, enjoy it for about a year, and afterwards we will be your new overlords. And they don't expect any backlash. What the fuck?
Layman, didn't you tell me to go and watch the Christmas speech by the Czech president?
It's fucking amazing. Can we stream it?
We can't let these animals into our country.
Yeah. Can we stream it?
Christ, doesn't it?
No, it's fucking red pilled as fuck, Sargon. I'm not even kidding.
Can anyone get it? Can we?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, go for it, Layman.
Well, I think that Eastern Europe has a far more bullish attitude than Western Europe.
Oh, I've got no doubt.
Definitely. Okay, so any major EU countries? Oh, go ahead, Lemon.
Yeah, I linked it. V, can you share it?
Sure. Well, actually, no, because I'm using headphones like anyone else that could have a better sound quality. If it's an article, it's okay, but if it's a video, it's harder.
It has subtitles.
Okay.
You know, I'm not Czech, but honestly, I'm fucking like an otherkin for Czech because those guys.
Well, Eastern Europe for the win.
They don't care, do they?
Their foreign minister is called Biermeister.
Yeah. And they have a Biermann, so yeah.
Jenom jediná temná skvrna. A tou je migrační vlna. Politici, kteří zavírají oči před tím, že se k nám tato migrační vlna ještě nepředala a že se proto není čeho obávat, mi trochu připomínají jednoho bývalého pražského primátora. Tento primátor v době povodní stál na mostě a říkal, situace je nadmíru výtečná. A 2 hodiny poté voda zalila pražské metro. Někdy si připadám jako Kassandra, která varuje před vtažením trojského koně do města, ale jsem hluboce přesvědčen o tom, že to, čemu čelíme, je organizovaná invaze a nikoli spontánní pohyb uprchlíků. Ti, kdo se zastávají imigrantů, mluví o soucitu a solidaritě. Soucit je možný u starých, nemocných a především u dětí. Ale velká většina nelegálních migrantů jsou mladí, zdraví muži bez rodin. A já se ptám, proč tito muži nevezmou do ruky zbraně za svobodu své země proti islámskému státu. Jejich útěk objektivně posiluje islámský stát. A já si nedovedu představit, že v době, kdy z protektorátu naši mladí muži
That's a burn and a half, man.
Yeah.
dostávali sociální dávky. Prchali proto, aby bojovali za svobodu své země. totéž samozřejmě platí i pro ty, kdo odcházejí ze zemí, kde se nebojuje. Protože jejich odchod odsuzuje tyto země. Když se připravovala demonstrace zastánců migrace k 17. listopadu, tak jsem od jedné z našich zpravodajských služeb dostal informaci, že na transparentu této demonstrace má být nápis tahle země není naše, refugees welcome. Potom někdo poradil těmto organizátorům, že ten nápis je mimořádně hloupý, a tak ho nahradili o něco méně hloupým nápisem tahle země patří všem, refugees welcome. A závěrem svého vánočního poselství bych vám chtěl říci 2 jasné věty. Tahle země je naše. Tahle země není a ani nemůže být pro všechny. Přátelé, šťastný a veselý nový rok.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Czech fucking president.
Where did he talk about calling them animals and whatnot?
Come again?
You said that he says we can't allow these animals.
No, I said that he said we can't allow these animals in. I'm pretty sure. Okay, maybe I'm confusing statements, but I'm pretty sure some politician made a big statement on TV saying we can't allow. I think that might have been the Hungarian prime minister.
Dude, let's get back to the video here. I mean, this is one of the most savage political statements I've heard in the fucking European Union.
Yeah,
this is fucking gold.
Can you imagine just the progressives hearing this? I mean, they must have just been losing their fucking shit.
Dude, Sargon, there are no progressives in the Czech Republic.
I mean, no, not in the Czech Republic. I mean, like, you know, outside of Czech Republic. Like, you know, in just Germans who are like anti-national. Just literally just fucking catatonic almost, listening to the words coming out, going, I can't fucking even. You know, like.
Well, the thing is,
just been.
I read a report about Swedish feminists who went to Russia for a protest, and the report literally was something like, "Yeah, we didn't expect them to beat us up, kick our teeth out, lock us up, and then stuff us on a train and send us back to Sweden."
What did they expect then?
Yeah.
Say what you want about
like they were in Sweden. Yeah.
Listen, Mike. Say what you want about Eastern Europe, but we are literally the last.
So you say again?
You muted yourself, Layman.
Layman, when you talk and type, you automatically mute yourself.
Sorry, man. Yeah, sorry, man. Griffix, you shut up, man.
Misogyny.
Listen, man. I sucked more dick in a single day than you in your entire fucking life, Griffix. So
I will not. I cannot confirm or deny that.
Well,
for you.
She went right. So, what are the Young Turks doing, V?
You know what we should do? We should send the link of the Czech president to the Young Turks.
That would be amazing. Now, I'm pretty sure when they're talking, the Young Turks uploaded the Brexit video where they said that the UK wants to leave the euro currency.
Yes, they did.
That's how informed
the
they
Young
are.
Turks have never done any research on anything in their fucking life.
And then they were talking.
On my screen, or?
They were talking about Nigel Farage, and they were saying like he's a member of the UKIP. UKIP.
Is this live now? I might go and shit.
Sargon, look at my screen for a bit.
Yeah, okay, we can see them talking.
Oh God.
I can't even hear what they're saying. I already know it's
I
canceled.
can.
No, look at their chat, not the...
Put the closed captions on or something.
It's time. It's time to storm their fucking chat.
That's what I've been doing for a while. Look how many people are invading from your...
Guys, okay, listen. It's hashtag Blitzkrieg time, okay? Hashtag Blitzkrieg, my niggas.
No, we're not using my stream to organize anything like this because YouTube will be a dick about it.
No,
So, no.
I never suggested
No,
that.
My bad, I can't stop.
It was just a joke, you know.
Yeah, I know.
The
But mate,
Germans
we're in a
Brexit
position at the moment these days where we can't really go around making flippant jokes. I know that's gay, but come on, we do have to be sensible on that. 'Cause, mate, Atheism Unstoppable got his fucking channel suspended. You know, so
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah,
And Tyler
it's-
just got his channel suspended too for mirroring it.
yeah, so we can't be as flippant as I'd like to be honest.
No, sorry.
Which channel was that, by the way?
You might want to edit out because like for 10 seconds I trolled that chat room. So
No, I'm sure that's not. It's the calling I think is the problem.
yeah, don't go there. Don't go there. Come back here.
Basically, we have to,
Give us cash over
and,
here.
yeah,
Everyone who left can hear that right now.
well, yeah, there we go. We've done what we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I had a few other interesting links, but let's have a look at the Guardian. I haven't had a look at the Guardian today.
Don't you want to look at the Young Turks? What they said about this?
No.
No,
We I mean, they believed that we were leaving that the UK was leaving the euro. And what more is there to say?
Yeah.
Well, so UK is not in the Europe. It's like the new continent of the world. You have
Yeah, the fun thing was in the first bit, one of their hosts said, Donald Trump tweeted out today that he did not understand what the Brexit was about, so we're going to explain that to him. They were like being very condescending, and after that it turned out that they thought they were leaving the euro currency. So that was quite embarrassing.
Idiots. V, I've put a link in the thing. It's the Guardian's live feed of interesting things that are happening. That might be an interesting thing to go through.
President Barack Obama stands by his comment that Britain will move to the back of the queue. Yeah, I would really like to see it. I really hate this thing where they use trade as if it's some sort of bribery or it's like foreign aid. It's like we're taking pity on you, so we're doing trade with you. It's no.
But more
it's a two-way
importantly,
street.
this guy's not going to be president anymore once Britain leaves the European Union.
Yeah,
pretty much.
He's
Yeah.
leaving, so who cares? Donald
Brexit.
Trump,
What is
he's
this?
Going to be like that? Of course not.
Look here, Brexit won't shield Britain from the horror of a disintegrating European Union.
Jesus Christ, I don't want to be part of it. Fucking hell. I love how they describe the future of the euro. It just sounds awful. Everything about it sounds fucking awful.
Leave one, because too many British voters identify the EU with authoritarianism, irrationality, and contempt for parliamentary democracy, while too few believe those of us who claim that another EU was possible.
Well, it didn't happen, did it? We got the authoritarian, incompetent, bureaucratic one.
What kind of argument is this? Another scenario is possible.
Yeah, well, we didn't
possible.
get it.
It's possible. What brilliant! Fucking hell.
Why aren't we in that one then?
It's not like the referendum caught the EU by surprise. It's like, oh, what did the British do? A referendum? When? This was announced, and if they wanted to change the EU, they could have said it. It's like, well, you know what? Just tell us your grievances, and we're going to try to change.
Yeah, but they didn't. In fact, they've been completely concrete on the point they're not intending. They don't care about changing. They didn't even offer. It was like, no more negotiations. It's like, well, fuck me, man. If your position is no more negotiations, then fuck yourself.
Uncapitulated surrender.
Yeah, exactly.
We will fight them on the Twitter. We will fight them on Facebook.
How many members of the Guardian staff have you blocked on Twitter?
None.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm blocked by half of them.
Oh, how many have blocked us? Or...
Yeah.
Well, the numbers vary then.
Mike, listen,
I am blocked by people of which I don't even know the existence.
Oh, sorry. Please continue.
What? No, it was not. I was just rambling.
Okay. Listen, this is the most fascinating social phenomenon I've ever come up with. Listen, whatever the fuck I do, no one ever blocks me. Like, I talked to fucking Randy Harper and called her a cunt way back in the day, and she still didn't block me. Fucking Randy Harper! I think I'm immune to getting blocked on Twitter.
Okay, hold on. He is making an interesting argument that's different than the others. So the repercussions of the vote will be dire, albeit not the ones Cameron and Brussels will be warned of. The markets will soon settle down. Negotiations will probably lead to something like a Norwegian solution that allows the next British Parliament to carve out a path towards some mutually agreed arrangement.
Okay.
Yeah. The Tories will hang together, as they always do, guided by the powerful instinct of class interest. However, despite the relative tranquility that will follow on from the current shock, insidious forces will be activated under the surface with a terrible capacity for inflicting damage on Europe and on Britain.
Christ.
The separatists are finally going to arrive. They
Separatists.
will-
Wait, how
Like Russian separatists or what?
are we in a fucking
No,
time
the
of
Star
people?
Wars separatists I was thinking about.
Fuck me.
That's quite a dire.
Italy, Finland, Spain,
Jonker
France.
gave his first interview.
Really? Well, we're going to get onto him really fast because this is really interesting. It's like Italy, Finland, Spain, France, and certainly Greece are unsustainable under the present arrangements. The architecture of the euro is a guarantee of stagnation and is deepening the deflationary spiral that strengthens the xenophobic right. The right is just afraid of anyone from the outside. If you take a right person to a horror movie and you show them a Mexican, they will just scream and they will be like really frightened because they are a phobia.
Or
Well, I mean, he's not necessarily wrong, but this isn't. What is he arguing? What's he arguing for? Because these sound like points that I might make at some people.
He's basically saying that the euro is a guarantee of stagnation.
Oh yeah, well it is. I
Yeah.
think-
Well, Britain living it's causing it not to stagnate and it's causing it to go into a downward spiral.
Well, the euro.
Which
So
which is going.
it's going down slowly, and Britain is causing it to go down faster.
Yeah, which is going to strengthen
So what?
the xenophobic right
Shouldn't
position.
Jean-Claude Juncker be thrilled with this? He wanted
No,
this.
it's going to prove twats like you that you are right. That's his fear.
Well, I'm so fucking sorry.
You know, it's
Yeah.
you should like reality is going to be the one you're claiming, and that's bad.
Well, I'm dreadfully sorry that we were talking about what's going to happen in real life, and not what we
Populists-
wanted to happen.
Populists in Italy, Finland, possibly in France, will demand referendums or other ways to disengage. Again, we're listening to the people.
how
the people.
dare they? How dare they start a democratic process in a democracy? How dare they?
Yeah, you don't do it like that. You just don't mention it when you're campaigning, and the moment you become president, you just do shit that you want. That's how it works.
Hashtag Eastern Europe.
No, actually, Eastern Europe is not like that. It's mostly about like the West. Like, look at Merkel. Did she say, "Well, when I become the president, I shall open the borders where they lie"? Does she do that? Did she? Huh?
No.
No. Okay. No, that's what I wanted.
Are you a racist?
The only man with a plan is Germany's finance minister. So from out the darkness there will be light. There will be a man with a plan. Schäuble recognizes in the post-Brexit fear his great opportunity to implement a permanent austerity union.
Oh my God. Dude, okay, listen, just a bit of background about Schäuble, right? Schäuble is essentially our modern chief of Gestapo, right? He's fucking insane. Like, years ago, he was for wiretapping everyone's phones. He's basically the NSA on fucking steroids in Germany.
I can't believe it, mate. Like, look, he just wants to make a permanent austerity union. He seems like a reasonable chap.
No, dude, fucking Schäuble, like, he wanted to ban any kind of violent game in Germany. Like, he's like all the fucking
Where do I vote
stereotypes.
for him? Where? Give me so I can vote for him. This is like
Fuck off, you fucking gypsy. Fuck off.
this is the guy I really want him to represent me.
You'll fucking
I really-
die, dude.
Yeah. Permanent austerity union. 3 words that I really enjoy. Under his plan, okay, so he has a plan. He's the man with the plan. Eurozone states will be offered some carrots and a huge stick. The carrots will come in the form of a small Eurozone budget to cover, in some part, unemployment benefits and bank deposit insurance. The stick will be a veto over national budgets. So again, like the guy from Germany knows best how Romania should organize its budget. Absolutely brilliant. If I am right, and Brexit leads to the construction of permanent austerity and iron cage for the remaining EU member states, there are 2 possible outcomes. One is that the cage will hold, in which case the institutionalized austerity will export deflation to Britain, but also to China. Another possibility is the cage will be breached by Italy or Finland leaving, for instance. The result being Germany's own departure from the collapsing Eurozone. This would be so nice if like Germany would fuck up the entire Europe and they go like, well, you know what? We had enough. We're leaving now.
I picked out the statements by Juncker. It was never a close and loving relationship anyway. But by waiting it out, the UK Conservatives are holding an entire continent hostage.
It's really not their decision, Juncker.
We have to strictly inform all those who now consider an exit that this would be a definite divorce.
Okay.
Only after that can Brexit negotiations really begin.
Well, you know, it's like divorcing a hot girlfriend, you know, on the moment you want to dump her, but then you see that she's so better off and she's so sexy, and, you know, you start missing the time. And like, you know, maybe we should get it would be funny if Europe would want to get UK back. It's totally possible.
What makes him think that this could never be reversed? That this is definitive?
No,
just
it's
saying
not
that to scare
definitive.
people.
Oh,
It's not definitive. It's not definitive. Juncker is just a cunt.
okay.
Griffiths,
The whole thing has been a passive-aggressive attempt.
I honestly
Right.
doubt that. Yeah, I honestly doubt that 50 years down the road, if Britain wants to rejoin UK, if Britain wants to rejoin EU, they will be declined.
They're not going to be like, you know what? No, fuck you. They're gonna do it.
You know, honestly, what I really, really, really want to happen in the next 2 months is that there is a revolt amongst European countries against Juncker. The European national leaders, that people like, I know that Merkel really doesn't like the guy. I know that Orban doesn't like the guy. I know the Polish don't like the guy. I know the
Nobody
Spanish
likes
don't like
the
the
guy.
guy. Nobody
Nobody.
likes the guy. But nobody has yet had the guts to essentially turn to go fuck himself. I really hope that this is going to happen within the next couple of months, because
Griffiths.
this guy has to go.
a friend of mine just asked me for a really big favor. Would you mind saying roses are red, violets are blue, I must spread Nutella all over you in Dutch? Would you mind doing
What?
that for him? Oh, you heard me.
By the way, guys, I really have to go because I'm starving. I haven't ate anything today, and I've been.
Yeah, I
here
hope you
for-
fucking die. Fucking chips.
Yeah.
Saved by V.
Yeah, my girlfriend also needs me. I should be leaving. Oh yeah.
Well, I tell you
I'll
what,
see you guys later.
we'll put an end to the stream next. We've been doing this for quite a while.
Okay.
But, thanks very much for coming on, guys. I think it's been really fun. And it's been very interesting how this has gone, and thanks to everyone for listening. See you
I
later.
fucking hate